sir. Tabling of documents. Il est de mon devoir de déposer sur.
It is my duty to lay upon the table the report of the Federal Election Boundaries Commission of Prince Edward Island.
Order 32.5. This report is deemed permanently referred to the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs. Dépôt de projet de loi.
Introduction of government bills.
Statements by ministers. Rapport de
Reports from interparliamentary delegations.
Presenting reports from committees. Dépôt.
Introduction of private members' bills.
First reading of Senate public bills.
Motions.
Presenting petitions. Présentation de pétitions. Questions. Order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I would ask that all questions be allowed to stand, please.
Agreed? Agreed and so ordered. Orders of the day.
Orders of the day, ordre du jour. Report stage of Bill C-29, National Council for Reconciliation Act.
Okay. Just that right there. Okay. There are 3 motions in an amendment standing on notice paper for report stage Bill C-29. Motions numbered 1 to 3 will be grouped for debate and voted upon according to the voting pattern available at the table. Je vais maintenant soumettre la motion.
I will now submit motion number 1 to the House.
Mr. Miller, seconded by Mr. Boissonnault, moves that Bill C-29 in Clause 10 be amended by deleting lines 11 to 13 on page 5. Motion number 2. Mr. Melillo, seconded by Mr. Vidal, moves that Bill C-29 in Clause 10 be amended by replacing line 15 on page 5 with the following. In paragraphs 1A to E, the remaining directors may. Okay. Motion number 3, Ms. Cara for Mr. Miller, seconded by Mr. Boissonnault, moves that Bill C-29 in Clause 12 be amended by replacing line 9 on page 6 with the following. F. Indigenous persons whose first or second language learned. Okay, very good. Debate. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Crown Indigenous Relations.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to acknowledge that Canada's Parliament is located on the unceded traditional territory of the Algonquin Anishinaabe people. As we gather to debate C-29, I think it's important to take a moment and explain the approach the government took when developing this proposed legislation. As the saying goes, nothing about us without us. This government has tried to fulfill the true meaning of those words as we rebuild a relationship with Indigenous people across the country. This is why we used a collaborative approach to develop Bill C-29. Engagement with Indigenous leaders and communities was integral to the process every step along the way. I'm going to take a few moments to outline the engagement process we used throughout the development of the bill. First and foremost has been the incredible Indigenous leadership provided by the Interim Board and the Transitional Committee. Both independent bodies were made up of First Nations, Inuit, Métis, with all providing their best advice and taking into account a wide range of diverse voices and perspectives. The Truth and Reconciliation Commission, I also want to acknowledge the monumental work of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission, which was the foundation for this bill. The TRC held a series of national and community-focused sessions across the country as part of their work to lay bare the truth and story of this country. The Commission has set forth a pathway of reconciliation to begin the healing necessary in relation to the trauma and ongoing impacts caused by the residential school system. The extensive and historic work of the TRC was pivotal in laying the groundwork for this proposed legislation. By amplifying the voices of survivors, the commissioners included the idea of the National Council for Reconciliation in calls to action 53 and 54. And in developing the final report, they took an inclusive and Indigenous-led approach, and the approach was to listen to the voices of the Indigenous people. They heard from survivors of residential schools as well as their families, and they used the stories not only to tell Canadians the truth about what happened, but as a basis on which to build the calls to action. This government has strived to honor that approach by inviting and supporting Indigenous leadership throughout the whole process, with its culmination being the development of proposed legislation. We were inspired and led by the TRC commissioners and by the residential school survivors and Indigenous people who participated in the TRC process. Everyone who envisioned an independent, Indigenous-led national oversight body. The Commission envisioned a national council that would prepare an annual report on the state of reconciliation to which the Government of Canada would respond publicly, outlining its plans to advance reconciliation. In developing this bill, the government has aimed to listen to these diverse voices. Indigenous leaders and community members had the courage to step forward, to tell the country about their experiences and how this had affected them and their families throughout their lives. More than this, these voices have been guiding the way to help their communities on a journey towards healing. I'd like to speak, Mr. Speaker, a little bit about the interim board. Madam Speaker, after the Truth and Reconciliation Commission had fulfilled its mandate, the federal government responded to the calls to establish a National Council for Reconciliation by creating an interim board to help transition to the next step by making recommendations on the scope of the mandate of the Council. The federal government appointed the interim board of directors in 2018, which was comprised of 6 Indigenous leaders representing First Nations, Inuit, and Métis, including a former Truth and Reconciliation Commissioner. This independent board was responsible for providing advice to the Minister of Crown and Indigenous Relations on establishing a National Council for Reconciliation. The interim board held an engagement event in April 2018. It met with various Indigenous organizations and non-Indigenous stakeholders to seek their views on the mandate of the Council, the legislation, the scope of the Council, and more broadly on long-term reconciliation. The interim board carefully considered all that it heard from the engagements with various Indigenous and non-Indigenous peoples and organizations, as well as engagement event in Ottawa, and developed a final report. This process included a diverse group of people: community members, academics, business, arts, and health professionals, and other interested parties. Each member of the interim board reached out to the additional individuals to ask for their views on establishment of the National Council for Reconciliation. The government also reached out to non-Indigenous Canadians for their thoughts about creating a council. An online platform was created to capture Canadians' views on the subject. People could share their thoughts on the mandate, future for the National Council on Reconciliation, and what its first steps should be. The responses were positive. They showed that Canadians supported the establishment of a National Council for Reconciliation. Another important step was the engagement that took place directly with national Indigenous organizations. The interim board reached out to the Assembly of First Nations, Inuit, Tarapik, Kanatami, and the Métis National Council to seek their input on the mandate of National Council for Reconciliation. Including this step in the process meant that Indigenous communities, members, as well as political leaders, had the opportunity to express their perspectives about creating the Council. Madam Speaker, at every step of the way, establishing an Indigenous-led approach was integral to the process. Only after the interim board had heard a wide spectrum of Indigenous voices did it prepare its final report, incorporating what it had heard. Then in June 2018, the interim board presented its final report, which contained recommendations relating to the vision, mission, mandate, structure, membership, funding, and reporting and legislation of the National Council for Reconciliation. Notably, Madam Speaker, they echo the Truth and Reconciliation Commission, saying that the Council should be established through legislation and that should address calls to action 53 to 56. They also said that it should be independent, permanent, and non-political, and that it should also be a catalyst for innovative thought, dialogue, and action. The interim board also made recommendations about how the government should implement those recommendations. The interim board said the government should create a transitional committee to support next steps when the government drafted legislation. It should co-draft the legislation with the advice and leadership from the transitional committee membership. And finally, the interim board recommended more outreach and engagement. Building on the work of the interim board, the Department of Justice prepared a draft legislative framework for consultative purposes. Madam Speaker, I think that it's important to make special note of that fact. The legislative framework was based on directly the work of the interim board. And the interim board had based its work on the feedback that they had received from Indigenous voices from across the country. We can really see that Indigenous communities are at the very heart of this proposed legislation. The next step after the interim board was the transitional committee, which was established and launched in December 2021. The members were appointed by the Minister of Crown Indigenous Relations, and the committee reviewed the draft legislative framework and considered ways to improve to ensure a strong and effective council. Transitional committee engagement was part of this. And building on the interim board's engagement activities in 2018, the Transitional Committee carried out even more engagement. The committee's members met with Indigenous and non-Indigenous experts, including lawyers, data specialists, and financial and reconciliation experts in March of 2022. They gathered feedback and advice in areas such as reconciliation, law, data, organizational finances, information sharing, governance, and accountability. The committee used this feedback as part of its recommendations. This brings us to March 2022, when the Transitional Committee presented its final report, which contained recommendations about the legislation of the National Council for Reconciliation. The Transitional Committee made recommendations on how to strengthen the draft legislative framework while maintaining the vision, purpose, and mandate of the Council, as expressed in the vision put forth by the interim board. It worked to ensure, to the extent possible, that legislation would address calls to action 53 to 56. In March 22, the Transitional Committee expressed strongly that it preferred that this proposed legislation be brought forward using an expedited approach. They spoke passionately about survivors who see this bill as a cornerstone to ensure reconciliation and ensure it becomes a reality before too long. Following the recommendation, the Minister of Crown Indigenous Relations introduced Bill C-29 on June 22, 2022. Over the past few months, through second reading, the INANS Committee, through the dedicated study of the bill, and today, and in the House, we have worked together diversely, and Madam Speaker, I'll leave it at that because I'm getting but I'm confident and...
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Kenora.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I just want to start by saying I'm very concerned with the Liberals' proposal to remove the Congress of Aboriginal Peoples from this legislation. I recently had the opportunity to visit Prince Edward Island, not too far from where the member is, and I met with both the Mi'kmaq Confederacy of PEI as well as the Native Council of PEI, which I'm sure the member is well acquainted with. And the Native Council of PEI specifically works in conjunction with the Congress of Aboriginal Peoples quite frequently. In fact, they told me in the meeting that I had with them that they felt that their voices were amplified through that organization. And the Native Council of PEI, I will add, represents over 1,000 off-reserve Indigenous peoples across the province. So I just want to ask the member why his government feels that those voices should not be heard in this legislation.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, there are three distinct groups that make up Aboriginal people under the Constitution of Canada, that is Métis, First Nations, and Inuit. They are represented by the Assembly of First Nations, Inuit Taraposik, Kanatami, and the Métis National Council. It was important that we made sure that we heard from these voices, but we wanted to make sure that this was a non-political group. We didn't want parties to start coming in and saying, well, I really like this organization. I want to have this person have a seat. And I really want to or I really like what this people have to say. We tried to keep the politics out of it, stick with the constitutional nature that's represented in Section 35, and make sure that we were consistent with what we were putting for with the Constitution of Canada, with the United Nations Declaration of the Rights of Indigenous People, and that's why we've moved forward with those three groups. Now, as part of the committee, as part of the discussion, we heard some great discussion about the need to include Indigenous women as part of our calls to justice in the age of missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls. And we believed that because of gender parity, because of the things that we wanted to do to show that we were moving forward on the calls to justice, that we would move forward with the Native Women's Association of Canada, but those were the only groups that we felt were the appropriate.
Questions et commentaires.
Questions and comments, the Honourable Member for Abbotsford-Témiscamingue. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. Obviously, he is very sensitive to this context. I'd like to hear him more on the notion of representativeness, because that is very important, because beyond the symbolism, that's how we're going to get people around to the table for dialogue and bring them to reconciliation. But there are a few details in the bill with regard to representativeness of the three groups. Who's going to be around the table? We need to ensure that each nation can have a seat. But I'd like to hear more details from the Honourable Member. Thank you.
Parliamentary Secretary.
I thank the member for opposite for his question. And what we're looking at is 15 seats in the National Council for Reconciliation. There's over 40 to 60 nations of First Nations people across Canada. We've consistently said that we're going to stick with the constitutional advocacy groups that are there. We want to make sure that this is as independent as possible. And being as independent as possible, we want the transition to committee to have the ability to choose for themselves, not necessarily having our government or political parties fill the seats, but we believe that it's the Indigenous peoples themselves that have the best path forward towards reconciliation, and that we should follow their voices. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton Crispa.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. The fundamental issue with the National Council for Reconciliation is the fact that the government is picking and choosing who gets to sit there. Madam Speaker, it's been raised several times. My colleagues on from the Conservative bench, my colleagues from the Bloc bench, are all concerned about the reality of cherry-picking organizations that are going to sit on the board of the National Reconciliation. Madam Speaker, it's important that Indigenous people truly have a breath in order to have space to have this very critical dialogue. The member opposite, who the Parliamentary Secretary made mention about making this non-political. Madam Speaker, it is the most political move to pick and choose exactly who gets to sit there. I did some consultations. I spoke directly to Métis organizations across the country, many of which are not represented by the Métis National Council. How does the member expect Indigenous communities who are not member of the three national orgs or going to have a seat at the other tables to be included?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, a few seconds to answer. 20 seconds.
And that, Madam Speaker, I'd like to thank the member, and I say that's exactly why that we kept the number of seats limited to the three constitutional groups. Now, it's important that we're not talking about, when we're talking about organizations and cherry-picking organizations, there are three constitutional groups in Section 35 of the Constitution of Canada. They are represented by AFN, MNC, ITK traditionally in Canada, but we also wanted to make sure that the Transition Committee itself was there to move the path forward and not to have our government or political parties doing that work instead.
Debate. The Honourable Member for Kenora.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. It's an honour for me to join the debate today on C29, the Truth and Reconciliation Council, and it's been an honour for me as a member from Kenora representing Northwestern Ontario, which includes 42 First Nations across 3 treaty territories as well as the Métis homeland, to work on this bill throughout the committee process, and I'm pleased that the vast majority of the amendments brought forward by the Conservative Party have been adopted and implemented into Bill Bill C-29 as well. Other parties have been able to improve this legislation so far moving forward, and I think that generally we've been working together quite well at committee, notwithstanding a couple hiccups, Madam Speaker, and I'll speak a bit more to those towards the end of my comments. But I first want to take a step back and look at the need for the Truth and Reconciliation Council. I believe it's important, Madam Speaker, that we're turning from nice words of reconciliation into action. I think we have a government that has said more or less all the right things over the last 7 years that they've been in power, but that there hasn't always been the proper follow-up to ensure that true reconciliation is being met and is moving forward. And I believe that this council can serve as an accountability mechanism for that, to ensure that there is that oversight, so to speak, on government, and to ensure that not just this government but future governments are going to live up to the rhetoric, so to speak, when it comes to advancing reconciliation with Indigenous peoples. And I think that this is important because we are in a situation where we have this government that I would say very clearly measures its success based on how many dollars it can spend. Madam Speaker, if we ask a question about almost anything in this chamber, the government will tell us how many dollars they spent to address it. They'll say, look at us, we spent more money than anybody else. Clearly we care the most and we're doing the most, and therefore that's the right approach. But on this side of the House, we believe that we should be measuring outcomes. We should be measuring the results that those dollars are actually achieving. And that is where there is a major gap, and that is where I believe that we need to take more action to ensure that we're actually following through. And I want to look to a PBO report from May of this year from the Parliamentary Budget Officer. It indicated, Madam Speaker, that since 2015, of course, there's been a significant increase in funding to Indigenous Services Canada. I believe it was over 100% of increase. But to quote the Parliamentary Budget Report, it said, this increase in expenditure did not result in a commensurate increase in the ability of the organizations to achieve the targets that they had set for themselves. Madam Speaker, this government is spending more to achieve worse results. The Parliamentary Budget Officer also said that Indigenous Services is having trouble actually matching what they are spending with their own performance targets, essentially throwing money out the window in many cases. And I want to turn to another quote from Ken Coates, who's in the Globe and Mail. He put it much more bluntly, saying that Canada is not getting what it is paying for, and what's worse is the massive spending is not improving the lives in Indigenous communities. And that's a great cause of concern. I think that should concern everybody in this chamber and everyone across the country, because we have a system where the government is, in many ways, the Liberal government is creating this appearance of progress by announcing dollars and announcing all the funds that they're funneling through Indigenous services, but the lives of Indigenous peoples aren't actually improving. And we see that across the North as well when it comes to Nutrition North Canada. That's, of course, the government's flagship program to address food security across the North, particularly in the territories, but also in the northern parts of the provinces, including in my riding of Kenora. There are many communities that fall within the jurisdiction of Nutrition North Canada. Every single year, the government has increased the spending on this program. They've increased the subsidy. They've put more and more resources towards it. But every single year that they've been in office, the rates of food insecurity across the North have risen. So they're literally spending more, again, to get worse results. And we see that, again, especially across the North, where in places like Nunavut, over half of the population is food insecure. And we've heard those concerns from many members from all sides of this House for a number of years now, Madam Speaker. And it can't just be addressed by more money. Now, Madam Speaker, we know that dollars and government investment is often necessary. It's often an important part of the solution. But every time and time again, we've seen these reports that show that more money isn't going to solve the problem. We need to actually have a structural overhaul to Indigenous Services Canada to ensure that we are getting value for those dollars and that we are actually making sure that Indigenous people are seeing that value. And I want to speak a bit about the boil water advisories as well. because that's another area where this government has made some progress. I've said that before. I'll say it again. They have made some progress. We've seen it in my riding. Some communities that have had water advisories lifted that are moving forward and are having much success with that. But that's not universal. There are many other communities where the government, in large part, is getting in the way. If you look at Niskantaga in my riding, which has been under a boil water advisory for many, many years, they recently, just a couple of years ago, had to actually evacuate because their water plant malfunctioned altogether. The government has put $25 million towards supporting a new water treatment plant in Niskantaga. It's not for lack of money that's being allocated, but the Indigenous Services Canada is putting up barriers and making it difficult for those funds to actually reach the community. And that's why, in part, we're seeing that the boil water advisory is persisting to this day, Madam Speaker. Those are the structural issues that I'm talking about. You know, the Auditor General as well has previously stated that there are systemic issues in the Indigenous Services bureaucracy, that longer wait times are leading to higher costs of projects, for example, that Indigenous Services often tries to dictate to communities how those dollars should be spent, when the communities know best where the dollars should go for themselves. And that's one of the most troubling things. Indigenous Services are not allowing these Indigenous communities across the country to guide their own destiny. They are dictating to them and oftentimes getting it wrong. And Madam Speaker, that brings me really to the overarching point of why I was sharing these concerns. Of course, these are concerns that I feel will be addressed in part through Bill C-29, which is why I'm speaking positively of the legislation. I do think the C-29 is necessary and that this council will help us achieve better goals for Indigenous people. But I wanted to talk about the reasons why I feel that's necessary. And that's why I was sharing those concerns, those structural concerns. And it comes back to what the Conservative Party is standing on. We have currently a Liberal government in office that is, as the reports frequently allude to, this government is spending more and getting less. It's the government itself, through the silos they've created in Indigenous services, the lack of flexibility to allocate funding where communities see best, that is actually continuing to perpetuate challenges across the north. And we're seeing it in northwestern Ontario and across northern Ontario. And that's why I want to talk about what the Conservative Party will do. The Conservative Party will respect the rights of Indigenous communities to guide their own destiny. We will empower communities to have self-determination, to have more freedom, and to make those decisions for themselves. We stand here ready as a partner and ally to move forward on prosperity, on projects, on infrastructure and social supports that are necessary to see these communities thrive. Because for too long we've had a government that is getting in the way, that is bloating the bureaucracy, and that is not meaningfully addressing the needs that will advance reconciliation. And that's the thoughts that I wanted to leave on a final note there, Madam Speaker, and wrap it up with the fact that that Bill C-29, this Council for Reconciliation, should serve as an accountability mechanism for the government to ensure that they aren't throwing money into the wind, that they are actually getting meaningful results with the dollars that they are spending. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank the member for his comments as well as his work on the Indigenous and Northern Affairs Committee. I'm really enthused to see the Conservative Party so ambitious on Truth and Reconciliation's calls to actions. I know that we've moved forward in a really good way collaboratively during this process of moving forward. TRC calls to actions 53 to 56. And I'm wondering, in the sake of collaboration, in the sake of putting aside partisan back and forth and looking at what we can do for Indigenous people, what we can do for the survivors, what we can do to advance the Truth and Reconciliation calls to action, I'm wondering if there's any other of the calls to action that my colleague would speak to, that the Conservatives are willing to support so that we can all move faster on our path towards reconciliation.
The Honourable Member for Kenora.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I do appreciate the question from my colleague. I've also appreciated the opportunity to work with him once again on the Indigenous and Northern Affairs Committee, as he alluded to. The short answer is all of them. I mean, I support the Truth and Reconciliation Commission. I support moving forward on the calls to action. But to the point that the Parliamentary Secretary made, he alluded to it as well in his speech, talking about 53 to 56. And there are some gaps in C-29 where the government hasn't actually implemented those calls to action as they were intended to. For example, not having the Prime Minister respond to this as is indicated in 56. So, Madam Speaker, there certainly is a long way to go, and I think that there is still a long way to go when it comes to Bill C-29 as well.
Questions et commentaires, l'honorable député de Longueuil.
The honourable member for Longueuil.
Livré un rapport assez dévastateur. Et mon collègue en a parlé.
There was a report that said that when the strategy was first launched, there was an attempt to put an end to chronic homelessness in Canada. And 5 years later, we have no idea what the results have been of that housing strategy. So that has to change. And we know when it comes to homelessness, Indigenous people are overrepresented, especially in our cities. So what's the solution? What should we do? There are huge housing problems in Indigenous communities all over the country, in Quebec and Northern Ontario and Saskatchewan and Manitoba. What's the solution to put an end to this housing problem with Indigenous communities all across the country?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I appreciate the question from the colleague opposite there. I think, as I alluded to in my speech, a very important aspect of that is that the government needs to listen and be responsive to the needs of Indigenous communities. When I talk to chiefs and leaders across my riding, they know what their community needs. They know where the gaps are. But too often we have Indigenous services trying to dictate where those dollars should flow, and that's why I think we see a number of gaps, including when it comes to housing. I'd say as well, I think economic reconciliation is a very important part of this conversation as well. Unfortunately, the Conservatives brought forward an amendment that was rejected at committee to include economic reconciliation in Bill C-29, but we've heard testimony from a number of people that said that is key to prosperity, it is key to ending poverty and ensuring that communities can move forward.
The Honourable Member for Winnipeg Centre.
So much, Madam Speaker. And, I've worked really well with my colleague across the way, but he spoke about more spending, and that's certainly not agreed to, certainly by Riley Yesno from the Yellowhead Institute, who said, what does this underfunding in regards to Indigenous people in the budget approach more generally mean for those like Indigenous people who have been consistently underfunded, even when the Canadian government has made its largest investment? I think it chiefly means two things. Indigenous people will continue to be insufficiently invested in, left to try and make to do with scraps of what is truly necessary to improve their well-being, and two, it solidifies what the government values when it comes to Indigenous futures. In the case of Budget 2022, those values revolve around resource development, economic partnerships, rather than Indigenous climate action or Indigenous-led self-determination. I would like to remind the member that all the resources and riches that we benefit from in Canada today have been built off on the backs of Indigenous people, our lands and resources. And I know that he said that the Conservative Party will respect for the rights of Indigenous communities to guide their own destinies. And I'm wondering if he respects the rights of Indigenous people who choose not to have their destinies be founded and grounded in an oil and gas industry when the Conservatives consistently...
I have to give the Honourable Member for Kenora a few seconds to answer.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I do appreciate the question from my colleague from Winnipeg, and she had quite a few questions, I think, within that, so I'll try to address them in the time I have. But to her point around the spending, Madam Speaker, I alluded to it in my speech. It's not necessarily, in my view, but more or less, it's about spending more efficiently and more effectively. When we have Parliamentary Budget Officer reports saying that ISC is throwing money away and not actually achieving results for Indigenous peoples, that's a concern.
Reprise du débat, l'honorable.
Resuming debate. The honourable member for Abitibi James Bay, Nunavik AU. Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's always a privilege to take the floor here in the House, and today I'm doing so at report stage on Bill C-29. As we know, the passage of this bill would establish a National Reconciliation Council, an independent, nonpartisan, and permanent body to be led by Indigenous people, whose mission is to advance reconciliation with Indigenous peoples. It responds to the Truth and Reconciliation Commission's calls to action number 53 to 56. The Standing Committee on Indigenous and Northern Affairs has studied C-29 and produced a report that includes changes to the bill. These changes do not change the spirit or intent of the bill. Madam Speaker, the Bloc Québécois is in favor of the principle behind Bill C-29 and will accordingly support its adoption in its current form because, as I said in a speech here last week, the Bloc is a strong advocate of nation-to-nation relationships between Quebec, Ottawa, and the Indigenous nations. Giving Indigenous people an additional voice in the reconciliation process is very much in line with our position. As you know, Madam Speaker, the Bloc Québécois has always worked with Indigenous nations on the federal scene to strengthen and guarantee their inherent rights. We're working to ensure that the federal government fully implements the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, also known as UNDRIP, within areas of federal jurisdiction. The Bloc is also in favor of the Indigenous nations receiving their due and will put pressure on the government to carry out the Truth and Reconciliation Commission's calls for action. Finally, let's remember that on June 21st, 2021, the Bloc unanimously passed a motion to ensure that Indigenous communities have all the necessary resources to lift the veil on the historical reality of residential schools and to force churches to open up their archives. And this bill will allow us to work toward that goal. As I said before, this bill is a follow-up to the Truth and Reconciliation Commission's calls to action number 53 to 56. As you will recall, the TRC was established through a legal agreement between residential school survivors, the Assembly of First Nations, Inuit representatives, and those responsible for the creation and operation of the schools, namely the federal government and church authorities. It's also important to remember these calls to action, and I will read them here now, as they are the very reason for C-29. Call to action number 53 reads, we call upon the Parliament of Canada in consultation and collaboration with Indigenous peoples to pass legislation to establish a National Council for Reconciliation. Call to action number 54. We call on the Government of Canada to provide multi-year funding for the needs of the National Council for Reconciliation to be established, to ensure that it has the human, financial, and technical resources necessary to carry out its work, including the establishment of a National Reconciliation Trust to advance reconciliation. Number 55, we call on all levels of government to provide annual reports or any recent data requested by the National Reconciliation Council to enable the Council to report on progress towards reconciliation. Call to action number 56 states, we call on the Prime Minister of Canada to formally respond to the report of the National Reconciliation Council by issuing an annual State of Indigenous Peoples report which would outline the government's intentions in moving forward on reconciliation.
The Bloc Québécois can, of course, only strongly and fully agree with these calls to action, hence our support for this bill. We also support Bill C-29 because of the main elements that it contains, such as the positive mission of the National Reconciliation Council to advance reconciliation efforts with Indigenous peoples. We note, Madam Speaker, that one of the elements that comes up frequently in this bill is the set of entities that the National Reconciliation Committee will monitor and upon which it will make recommendations. And through that, we can see that the current mission is to monitor the progress of reconciliation in all sectors of Canadian society and by all governments in Canada. and to recommend measures to promote, prioritize, and coordinate reconciliation efforts in all sectors of Canadian society and by all governments in Canada. So the first thing to do here is to understand what is meant by all sectors of Canadian society. So one might imagine that Canadian Crown corporations will be under the scrutiny of the committee, but that leads me to ask certain questions. Does that mean that private companies under federal jurisdiction will also be subject to scrutiny and investigation? Would an independent air carrier, for example, be included in the monitoring and the recommendations? So the very broad scope that the bill would seem to give this committee leaves a great deal of latitude in activities, but it could also hinder its effectiveness as it might focus more on, for example, government crown corporations and entities than on private companies. The state has a duty to set an example, so it would be natural to pay particular attention to that area. The other element that needs to be looked at is the monitoring of all governments in Canada. So there's a desire here for oversight of provincial and territorial governments. So although Indigenous affairs are under federal jurisdiction, issues affecting First Nations also affect many provincial jurisdictions, such as health care and education. So there is a will in this bill to ignore the fact that the federal government has no jurisdiction in certain areas. Let's remember that in Quebec, the Commission of Inquiry on Relations between Indigenous Peoples and Certain Public Services in Quebec, the Vien Commission, was set up to determine what are the underlying causes of any form of violence, discrimination, or differential treatment of Indigenous women and men in the delivery of certain public services in Quebec. In the final report, the Commissioner made 135 recommendations to the Government of Quebec. The calls for action affect all services provided to Indigenous people, such as justice, corrections, police services, healthcare, social services, and youth protective services. So with a view to providing independent and impartial monitoring, the Quebec Ombudsman was given the mandate to follow up on the implementation of the recommendations of the Commission of Inquiry into relations between Indigenous peoples and public services. The Commission has also set up an advisory committee in which First Nations and Inuit people participate with the aim of fostering collaboration to ensure that the Vien Commission calls for actions are translated into concrete actions that meet the needs of First Nations and Inuit peoples. Another committee, primarily made up of university researchers and civil society actors, was also set up to independently document the implementation of these calls to action. This committee, which is based at the University of Quebec in Abitibi-Témiscamingue, published its first report in 2021. The National Reconciliation Council is therefore another body which will monitor and make recommendations, which will be added to the two that are already underway in Quebec. So it's therefore legitimate to ask whether or not there will be further duplication of federal and provincial mandates, or whether the committee will focus on federal issues in Quebec and analyze only those issues which are under federal jurisdiction. So I hope that there will not be this duplication of efforts. And finally, Madam Speaker, we know that the National Reconciliation Council will have to undertake investigations because its mandate is to monitor and to make recommendations. To do that, they're going to need investigators and analysts. So I think it would be good to know what the current projections are in terms of need for staff to make sure that this council can do its job properly. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Relations.
Yes, I'd like to thank the member opposite for her speech. And, you know, when we look at the Truth and Reconciliation calls to action, there are several that touch on multiple jurisdictions. If you look at things like the need for us to do more around systemic racism that is within our justice systems, but also in systems that are largely provincial in jurisdiction, like education and health. And I'm wondering if the member opposite believes it's important for this independent committee to be able to look at some of the progress being made on education, especially around including Indigenous nations, about what happened during the residential schools, around some of the dark chapters in our history of this country. Is it important that the National Council of Reconciliation not only look at what's the federal mandates under the calls to action, but also give assistance to the provinces in saying, here are some of the things that we'd like to see from them as well.
The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Baie-James Nunavik EU. Well, thank you. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. Well, you know, this bill was established in the context of a legal agreement between residential school survivors, and other organizations. So it's very important that this committee have all the latitude that they need to meet the needs of Indigenous communities. So I agree with his question, and I think that it's important that the committee deal with that situation and do that for every province.
For Kenora.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I thank my colleague from the Bloc for her speech today. I had the pleasure of working with her previously on the Indigenous and Northern Affairs Committee, and to that end, I just want to talk a bit about the amendment that was put forward by the Liberal Party to remove the Congress of Aboriginal People from having a seat on this council. Madam Speaker, that was actually an initiative that we were able to move forward at committee. The Conservatives proposed it, and we had support of the NDP and the Bloc to include the Congress of Aboriginal People. So I'm just wondering if the member can speak to how the Bloc Québécois feels about the inclusion of the Congress.
The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Baie-James Nunavik EU. Well, I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. And indeed, I think that within the Council, it's important that all Indigenous communities be represented. Inuit, Cree. It's very important that there be stability, and this Council will be answering a number of questions which have been asked for years or decades.
Questions and comments, the Honourable Member for Nunavut.
I'd like to ask the member something that she did not really talk about in her presentation, and give her the time to tell this House what the Inuit in her writing have said, the 14 Inuit communities, about Bill C-29.
The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Baie-James Nunavik EU. I'd like to thank my colleague for her question, and indeed I do have Inuit communities in my ridings, and I was in Nunavik and Upaluk recently, and so it's very important for the Inuit that this bill be supported and passed.
Questions et commentaires, l'honorable.
The Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to congratulate my colleague for her work and for her involvement in working on and improving this bill. There's something I'd like to ask her to be more specific about. Often in Indigenous affairs, we talk about communities, we talk on behalf of communities, but we don't allow them themselves the right to speak. So I'd like to let her reassure me that this bill will allow those voices to be heard. The Honourable Member for Inuit. Yes, I'd like to thank my colleague for the question, and yes, I'm very aware that communities often aren't sufficiently listened to, and so that's why it's important that this Council be listening to all communities and not be making suggestions, but it's rather for them to make suggestions to us after having listened to those communities. It's a very important issue, and the Viens Commission mentioned that as well.
Reprise du débat. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Nunavut.
I thank my constituents in Nunavut who continue to reach out to and give me encouragement in this work. The faith they give me drives my work and continued commitment to ensure their voices are amplified in this place. I speak passionately as an Inuk, and I'm guided by the voices shared with me by First Nations and Métis. I thank the many Indigenous peoples in Canada whom I dedicate this speech to. Inuit and First Nations thrived on these lands we now call Canada for generations before the arrival of settlers. Métis have thrived in Canada. Much to the chagrin of settlers, Inuit, First Nations, Métis still use our cultures, languages, and practices. Unfortunately, there are still far too many Indigenous peoples who experiences that show the constant disparity between Canadians and Indigenous peoples. In support of the need to pass Bill C-29, I share some of these disparities in some basic words that have such disparate treatments between most Canadians and Indigenous peoples in Canada. Reproductive care for most Canadian women get proper guidance. They easily talk about birth control and do not have to worry about their pregnancies. Indigenous women still experience unconsented sterilization, do not get proper birth control guidance, and must worry about nutrition due to lack of accessible nutritious foods. Birth, for most Canadian women, give birth in places they are completely familiar with doctors and nurses that they recognize, and comfort in knowing the system will be ready for any urgent issue that may arise while giving birth. Some Indigenous women must leave their home communities, travel thousands of kilometers to give birth a month in advance. The doctors and nurses are non-Indigenous, may not necessarily speak their language, and may worry that their newborn baby may be taken by social services. Love, for most Canadians, can be unconditional. The love between generations provide the financial stability, educational goals, and freedom to choose to transfer of property from one generation to the next. For too many Indigenous peoples, love is short-lived, tainted by intergenerational trauma, and little to no guarantees about the financial security needed for the next generation. Education for most Canadians is having one teacher preside over many children and youth. It is a system rooted in colonial history with Canada's successes. While there have been improvements, it is still largely without the history of how Indigenous peoples were treated by assimilationist policies still plaguing Indigenous peoples. For Indigenous peoples, it was a process of genocide and indoctrination. Indigenous children were emotionally, physically, sexually abused by so-called teachers. Some children never returned to their Indigenous parents, instead buried next to the schools that they were supposed to take the Indian out of the child. RCMP, for most Canadians, is an institution whose members they can recognize and call upon to be protected. For Indigenous peoples, a current and ongoing enforcer of systemic racism. It is still very fresh in my mind, the RCMP who were equipped with assault weapons, helicopters, dogs, and a chainsaw to break down the door to Indigenous women seeking to defend their lands against the unconsented project to cross their ancestral lands. Yet another of the lack of presence in other places where gang violence and squatters are allowed on Indigenous lands. Violence for most Canadians are things they watch on TV screens, movie theaters, or some faraway social media. For most Indigenous peoples, it is a common experience. From childhood to the dying days of elders, violence is surrounding our lives. Justice for most Canadians occurs quite quickly. For Indigenous peoples, it takes generations, if any. Justice has tests to meet to determine if it is justifiably infringed. Justice for Indigenous peoples will continue in jails and in grave sites. Missing and murdered for most Canadians are terms they hear in the media about Indigenous women. For Indigenous families, a far too common experience. Reports after reports are not making the systemic changes to stop this genocide. There are far too many basic emotions to express all the heartache experienced by Indigenous peoples. Crisis is another word that we hear all too often in this House. First Nations, Métis, Inuit have been experiencing crisis for generations. Let us choose to be more careful when we use the word crisis in this House. Suicide, something that's been a reality far too long in Canada. For most Canadians, it is a debate with legislation that allows people who are suffering medical conditions to choose. Suicide for Indigenous communities is something chosen by youth because they have no hope left. I am still hurt. It's still very fresh in my mind about the young pregnant woman who committed suicide because she was given the news that she would not have a home. Reconciliation for most Canadians is a term that the federal government needs to act on. There is no sense of obligation for regular Canadians. It is a term used by politicians to make promises during campaigns. It is a term that costs too much, so the piecemeal approach is often taken. I have not even mentioned the environment, housing, culture, languages, and so much more. These disparities demand that the National Council for Reconciliation finally be established. I thank the work of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission who heard and voiced such important calls to action. The National Council on Reconciliation must take a rights-based approach to monitoring the work of the government whose side of reconciliation has failed for generations to date. I conclude by sharing some Indigenous role models who have proven that Indigenous peoples are vibrant, strong, and are vital to the continued success of Indigenous peoples. These names are people who are leaders and voices we must continue to amplify, as they are the ones who have advanced reconciliation, whether they tried it or not. This is an incomplete list, and I challenge you all to name more. Governor General Mary Simon, Sheila Watt Cloutier, Ukalik Yitzhak, Daly Sambo-Doro, Cindy Blackstock, the member for Winnipeg North, the member for Winnipeg Center, Justice Murray Sinclair, John Amahwalik, Tagat Curley, Member of Parliament Romeo Saganash, John Boros, Tracy Lindbergh, Duncan McHugh, Pam Palmater, and James Iktuluk. I know that this is not an exhaustive list in any way. We must all do what we can to make sure that the National Council on Reconciliation is established through the great work of the interim board. We will see the advancement of Indigenous peoples' rights, advancement of self-determination, and the expectation that the federal government do better to support the work of Indigenous peoples in Canada. Kayan nami.
Questions and comments, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member opposite for her speech today, but also for her work on INAN Committee. I know that it was her insights have been tremendously helpful for me and for the rest of the committee. And I wonder if I thought there was really good collaboration that happened between all parties to strengthen this bill. In fact, there are two specific sections I'd like her to speak to. A lot of the testimony that we heard around INAN is to make sure that we ensured that gender parity, and that we made sure that not only were we looking at the calls to action moving forward as part of the National Council for Reconciliation, but we also had our eye on the calls to justice for murdered and missing Indigenous women and girls. as well as an amendment to ensure that there's effective representation from Northern Indigenous communities. I'm wondering if the member opposite could speak a little bit about what she heard and what were the important parts of us amending these to reflect not only looking at the calls to justice for missing and murdered Indigenous women, but also representation for Indigenous people from the North.
A member for Nunavut.
And I thank the member for his question. Indeed, the bulk of our conversations and on this work was very much about representation and making sure that we do ensure that Indigenous women are better represented in the board, given that a lot of the issues that Indigenous peoples do experience should center around solutions and the need for reconciliation to better meet the needs of Indigenous peoples. And I was absolutely happy to support the motion to make sure that Northern Territories are represented in this board as well. Given our fewer populations in the North, we do tend to need to ensure that there are ways to ensure that Northern Territories' voices are amplified.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Kenora. Sorry.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I apologize for the confusion there. I appreciate the comments from the member from Nunavut. She touched on a number of very important issues, and I just have to say I really appreciate the passion that she brings to this place, and she really speaks from the heart on a lot of these issues. I've had the pleasure of working with her on the Indigenous and Northern Affairs Committee, as the Parliamentary Secretary has as well. And a lot of the issues that are experienced in the northern part of my riding in Kenora are experienced similarly and in many ways exacerbated and quite more severe in the Honourable Member's riding. So I just want to ask, particularly around food security. The government has spent more on Nutrition North subsidy every single year it's been in office, but we see rates of food insecurity continuing to increase. And I'm just wondering if the member has any thoughts on how to improve that Nutrition North program, or perhaps bring in other methods to ensure that everyone across the North can have access to healthy, affordable, and culturally appropriate food.
The Honourable Member for Nunavut.
I thank the member for his question. It is an important one. While off topic, it is still quite important. I think the biggest change that needs to happen in the Nutrition North program is that the government needs to do better to monitor what's going on with the program. Currently, the way it's operated is the government allows the for-profit corporations to monitor their own program. So there is no external review that's going on. So the for-profit corporations are allowed to continue to profit off these subsidies.
Questions et commentaires.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague. She is really a unique voice in this House. It's always relevant, especially today, to hear what she has to say on these issues. There's a certain sense of powerlessness with regard to the Truth and Reconciliation Initiative in our country. Yesterday, there was an article in a Quebec newspaper that said that Indigenous women are still being sterilized against their will. And there was an announcement of $300 million for Indigenous housing, but that still hasn't been launched. It hasn't been begun. And we can feel that, we can see that things are moving very slowly. Now, we in the Bloc agree with this bill in principle, but I'd like to hear from my colleague, in addition to what we see here, if she had one recommendation to make to take a meaningful step towards reconciliation, to make it go more quickly, then what would her recommendation be to come to a real solution to emerge from this sort of vicious cycle, because we always talk over and over about the same thing? Thank you.
I'd like to thank the member for his important question. I think the biggest solution that we all can approach is for not just I'm very glad that the federal government has acknowledged that there is systemic racism. what we need to make sure now are that all provinces and all territories acknowledge the existence of systemic racism, because continuing to deny the existence of systemic racism will not allow solutions to emerge.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And just to add on a couple of thoughts, when the member makes reference to names, I think of individuals such as Diana Red Sky, or Sharon Red Sky, or Cindy Woodhouse, or individuals like Amy Chartrand. These are all individuals that have committed so much of their life and efforts towards Indigenous people on the issue of reconciliation in a very real and tangible way, Madam Speaker. There are many others, obviously. I'm referring just to Winnipeg North, and that's just a relatively small number of individuals that I could recognize. I would go to the Parliamentary Secretary for the Crown and Indigenous Relations and pay a compliment to how effective he has been as an Indigenous caucus chair, providing whether it's advice to our Prime Minister or to members of Parliament like myself. Providing us that very valuable information to ensure that we continue to be on the right track. You know, back in 2015, when the Prime Minister was the leader of the Liberal Party in third party status, that's when we had the 94 calls for action actually tabled here, Madam Speaker. And you will find that the leader of the Liberal Party then made a solemn commitment to Indigenous people from coast to coast to coast and beyond, Madam Speaker, to implement and work towards getting all 94 calls for action moving in a positive direction. Upon the election results later that year, making it very clear in terms of the priority of Indigenous reconciliation. And that is something that was not an option. If one was to check with the mandate letters that ministers were provided, you will see a very clear indication, again, of Indigenous people. This is something in which it's been a very strong personal nature for our Prime Minister. It has been something in which, with the guidance of individuals like our Parliamentary Secretary from the Crown Indigenous Relations, to our entire caucus, Madam Speaker. And if you take a look at budgetary measures or legislative measures, virtually from day one to today, you will see calls of action being put into place or being responded to in a very real and tangible way. And it's interesting, you know, we hear some members of Parliament that are saying we're spending too much, implying there's too much waste that is going on. Others will say we're not spending enough. What is clear, Madam Speaker, is never before have we seen a government invest so much in terms of financial resources and other resources in dealing with truth and reconciliation and justice for Indigenous people in Canada. There should be no doubt. You know, it's interesting, when I was in opposition, I often, or on occasion, made reference to the murdered and missing Indigenous women and girls from Indigenous communities, Madam Speaker. That is an issue in which I can recall asking that there be a public inquiry. That was even before the actual call to action, Madam Speaker. So if I were to start there and just read call for action 41, and it reads, Madam Speaker, we call upon the federal government, in consultation with Aboriginal organizations, to appoint a public inquiry into the causes of and remedies for the disproportionate victimization of Aboriginal women and girls. The inquiry's mandate would include investigation into missing and murdered Aboriginal women and girls, links to the intergenerational legacy of residential schools. Madam Speaker, I raise that because one of the very first actions of this government was to call for the public inquiry, Madam Speaker. And we have well into 100, I think it's 150, I'm not really sure of the actual number, actions being requested of the government that have come out of that public inquiry. Fast forward to today. Today we're talking about Bill C-29. And if you take a look at what C-29 is all about, Madam Speaker, let there be no doubt, specifically, it is in response to the calls for action. In particular, as has been pointed out, calls for actions from 53, 54, 55, and 56. Madam Speaker, I would quote 53, "We call upon the Parliament of Canada in consultation and collaboration with Aboriginal peoples to enact legislation to establish a National Council for Reconciliation. The legislation would establish the Council as an independent national oversight body with membership jointly appointed by the Government of Canada and the national Aboriginal organizations and consisting of Aboriginal and non-Aboriginal members. Its mandate would include but not be limited to the following." And then I'll just go on, Madam Speaker, but it lists 5 points. Go on to call 54. We call upon the Government of Canada to provide multi-year funding for the National Council for Reconciliation to ensure that it has the financial, human, and technical resources required to conduct its work, including the endowment of the National Reconciliation Trust to advance the cause of reconciliation. Clause 55, just the highlight of it, Mr. Speaker. Madam Speaker, we call upon all levels of government to provide annual reports or any current data requested by the National Council for Reconciliation so that it can report on the progress towards reconciliation. The reports or data would include but not be limited to, and then list off things, Madam Speaker. And then finally, if we go to 56, we call upon the Prime Minister of Canada to formally respond to the report of the National Council for Reconciliation by issuing an annual State of Aboriginal Peoples report which would outline the government's plans for advancing the cause of reconciliation. Madam Speaker, those 4 calls for action in itself are within this legislation and the amendments that are brought forward. So I highlighted the call for action number 41, which started virtually immediately after we had taken government back in 2015, to the 4 calls for action that we are debating here today. I would suggest to you, Madam Speaker, when I made reference to the fact that, it's not only budgetary and legislative measures that the government makes on a daily basis, but if we focus our attention strictly in regards to truth and reconciliation, we can talk not about millions, but billions of dollars, Madam Speaker, that the government has allocated in working in a partnership with Indigenous people, whether it's on issues such as systemic racism, healthcare, housing, and so much more, Madam Speaker. When I think in terms of legislation, we can talk about enactments to support Indigenous child welfare. We can talk about legislation to support English language. Indigenous language. We can talk about C-15, which was the actually UNDRIP legislation that was brought forward, Madam Speaker. What about the statutory holiday that was brought forward in legislation? Legislation dealing with the oath of citizenship, Madam Speaker. When we hear the saying that every child matters, think in terms of resolutions 72 to 76, all of which were brought, are well ongoing, Madam Speaker. We can even go outside with some of the lobbying in terms of the call for action on 58, which was the formal apology that came from the Pope, Madam Speaker, here in Canada. If you take a look at the 94 calls for action in total, well over 80% of those calls have been acted on in one form or another, many of which have been completed. And it's important to recognize that as a national government, our responsibility is to demonstrate that where there's our responsibility, that we are acting on it, Madam Speaker. That is a commitment that the Prime Minister and the Liberal Party gave before we formed government, and now that we have the reins of government, we are implementing these calls for action, Madam Speaker, because it is the right thing to do. Madam Speaker, I'm very much recognizing that there is a lot more that needs to be done. And I suspect if you were to check with whether it's the Prime Minister, the Cabinet, or any individual member of Parliament from our caucus, you will find the same sentiment. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Dedite-Mississippi Churchill River.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I want to thank my colleague for his comments today. And I listened to him intently as he actually literally read call to actions number 53 to 56. My question for the member would simply be this, and he did refer to the legislation with amendments, so that's fair. But my challenge would be this: if you look at those calls to actions, 53, 55, and 56, the spirit and intent of those calls to action were not met in the original draft of this legislation. Without conservative amendments proposed at committee, the spirit of those calls to action would have failed. And I give you the example. On call to action 53, it was supposed to be an independent body. And if you read the draft legislation, independence was not met in the sense of governance, as the minister had total control over how the board was structured and how the organization was set up. He had total control on the information that was going to be set up in a protocol. And finally, call to action 55 was about measurables, and there was no measurables in this bill until we proposed an amendment. And he actually referred to call to action 56, where the Prime Minister to respond, and in the legislation it was the Minister.
To give the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary the opportunity to comment.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And that is one of the nice things in which we have as parliamentarians in terms of a process when you have a second reading followed by committees. And I think there's a lot of fine work that's done at the committee stage, and that's why you'll often find I'm anxious to get bills into the committee stage. And where you have a sense of openness, you will see that there is amendments that have been brought forward that have made the legislation even better, Madam Speaker. Even better in terms of, as the member puts it, reflecting the actual intent of what those calls for action are. And that's why I suspect that we're going to see the amendments pass. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions et commentaires?
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member? The Honourable Member for Rimouski-Neigette-Témiscouata-les-Basques. Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I heard my colleague's speech. Obviously, the Bloc Québécois is favorable to the principle of this bill because we're an ardent defender of Indigenous peoples. My colleague mentioned that there remains much to do. Yes, there is still a lot to do for true reconciliation with the First Nations. Madam Speaker, I'm referring to the Indian Act, which is a racist and colonial and discriminatory act. The Minister of Indigenous Services has already said that it's an unacceptable act and that it should be eliminated, but thus it needs to be replaced. So I'd like my colleague from Winnipeg North to say concretely when his government is going to act to amend the Indian Act and ensure that a genuine reconciliation can be reached with Indigenous peoples.
Madam Speaker, I suspect that's one of the reasons why we saw such unanimous support in regards to Bill C-15, which we had passed not that long ago, dealing with UNDRIP, the implementation of the United Nations Declaration of Rights of Indigenous people. Madam Speaker, that is something in which all of us can take a great deal of credit for, and sharing and promoting and encouraging what it is that UNDRIP is all about. Madam Speaker, I represent an area in Winnipeg North where it has to be one of the more higher per capita populations of Indigenous people. I have a very good understanding of many different issues related, and I, like many others inside this House, want to have and make a positive difference on reconciliation, and that's why I often comment on the issue of reconciliation and just how important it is as a nation.
Honourable Member for Edmonton, Griesbach.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. In addition to having one of the largest Indigenous populations of our relatives in Winnipeg North, that member is also home to one of the largest apprehension rates from the Child and Family Services in Canada. In addition, Madam Speaker, this is a member of the government. But don't take it from me. Take it from the Auditor General. The Auditor General said in 2011, at the end of the mandate of the third Auditor General ago, that she was not impressed after 10 years of audits, that they had said it was simply unacceptable. The Auditor General after that said it was more unacceptable. This Auditor General made a report that published just recently says that this government is failing to have the interest of First Nations at the heart of their mandate. Madam Speaker, when will this government truly take Indigenous issues seriously? This government has 7 years. We can't wait. When?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, 20 seconds.
Madam Speaker, in the dying days of myself being an MLA, before I became a member of Parliament, I released in the Manitoba legislature condemning from the Child Advocate saying that Manitoba had a child care crisis. The NDP failed the children of the province of Manitoba in the managing of children, Madam Speaker, of foster children. And in fact, that's one of the reasons why I supported wholeheartedly when we came up with legislation to deal with Indigenous-led child welfare. I believe that will make a positive difference because in good part of the failure of the Gary Doer regime back a number of years ago.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Elgin, Middlesex, London.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. And thank you to all of my colleagues for making me feel so welcome today. I'll get started when the member can. Thank you.
Please, the Honourable Member.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And obviously, this is a very important debate that we're having today, as we can see in the chamber debates taking place. It's truly an honor to stand here and talk about C-29, the act to establish a National Council for Reconciliation at third reading. And I'd really like to thank the committee who worked on this, who adopted many amendments to ensure that we do have a good piece of legislation, although we know we can still do more. In the preamble of this legislation, it's very clear the goals, and I just want to start off, for anyone watching today, what are the goals of this Reconciliation Council and why do we need to have it? And I quote from the preamble, "The Government of Canada recognized the need for the establishment of an independent, non-political, permanent and Indigenous-led organization to monitor, evaluate, conduct research, and report on the progress towards reconciliation, including in relation to the respect for and the protection and promotion of the rights of Indigenous peoples and all sectors of Canadian society, and by all governments in Canada in order to address the truth and reconciliation of Canada's call to action number 53. Mr. Speaker, like many parliamentarians, we are taking what is talking about truth and reconciliation, and we are all working towards it. I can tell you that from going to the second annual Truth and Reconciliation Day just in Elgin, Middlesex, London, Canadians, Indigenous community, Indigenous people are coming together because we recognize there must be work done, and reconciliation is part of that. But one thing that I'd want to quote is my friend Chris Patrick Quinn. Chris is actually a member of the St. Thomas Chamber of Commerce, has a great business, and does tons of work. He is a leader in our community. But coming from the Oneida Nation, he said to me, "Karen, there cannot be reconciliation unless we have clean water." And to me, that is very important. And the reason he says that is because from the Reserve of Oneida, just 20 kilometers to the west of the City of London, there has been a water boil advisory for over 2 years. This community is probably about 50 meters from a pipeline or from a water line. There's so many options. And I know that it takes all levels of government, Indigenous people, Indigenous communities, municipalities, provinces, and territories to work together. And that is why I am saying we must work together if we're actually looking for reconciliation. These solutions are when everybody is on side. Madam Speaker, when we look at this piece of legislation, I recognize that there must be good governance and there must be accountability. There must be transparency, but most of all, there must be trust. This trust has been broken. This trust was never there, has not been broken. The trust was never there. And so it's important that we recognize that when government comes with their hands wide open, that we have to understand why there is pushback, that everybody needs to be part of that, and why this Reconciliation Council is very important. If the government's truly committed to implementing the United Nations Declaration of the Rights of Indigenous People, we need to ensure that Indigenous peoples and Indigenous communities are at the table. Reconciliation is about collective efforts from all people, from all generations. And today there was an amendment that was tabled during this third reading, removing the Congress of Aboriginal Peoples, known as CAP. And their seat was removed from this board of directors as this amendment. I'm sorry to hear that. I believe that we do have one of our other opposition parties who are now choosing to side with the government on this, but it concerns me because I'm looking at the Congress of Aboriginal Peoples. And when we're talking about inclusion, when we're talking about representation of different ideas need to be at that table. And by removing this, for unknown reasons, I don't know why they would want to remove this, what it's doing is taking a voice away from that table. And this is a voice that represents thousands of Indigenous people living in urban and rural centers. So I would question the Liberal government and the NDP party, why they are changing this, why they are going to accept this amendment today, and why we are taking CAP off the table. Our mandate is to improve the social economic conditions of our constituents, and that is exactly what having CAP at this table would do. It is another organization. I can tell you that it's really interesting because I sit on the Status of Women Committee, and I'm bringing that work that I do to that committee here. Because we are coming forward and we will be putting forward under Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women, we have finished a report that we should be very, very proud of, where we are talking about the calls to justice 13.1 and 13.5 from the National Inquiry. We got this work done, and I'm going to be very excited when we can actually table it. But it's when we bring different voices, different opinions together, where we can actually work together and be able to get a report done that is bringing forward very, very strong recommendations about the safety for women. And to me, that is why it is important that we have everybody at the table. We know in the Status of Women Committee, we have 4 different political parties that are there, and you must work together with different political parties if you're trying to move an amendment, an option, or a recommendation. But when the people aren't at the table, it makes it much easier if you don't want any chaos. And so I once again would question why this government is not only removing CAP, but not allowing groups such as there's an organization, it's funny, every time I start my speech, I stop reading it, and then I'm thinking, oh, where am I? I'm probably on page 6. But we're talking about the Indigenous Economic National Organization. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, you know me. We're talking about the Indigenous Economic National Organization. And when we're talking about reconciliation, we also need to talk about the economic reconciliation. If we're trying to create vibrant communities where there is safety, there are opportunities for Indigenous people, it also comes with economic engines. And that is why I think it's very, very important that we do have organizations that are representing different views at this table, and perhaps that would have been the Indigenous Economic National Organization, but unfortunately, we will never know. Karen Bristol, she was actually at the committee, and I would like to quote from her what she stated, and I quote, "Adequate funding and support for education, child welfare programs, and health investments as the core of how we're able to succeed to achieve what I've just referenced in terms of robust challenges and objectives for ourselves." And she also stated, end quote, "Economic reconciliation is the vehicle forward in terms of setting our people, our communities, back on path to prosperity, not only our nation, but the country as a whole. It really does need to have a stronger social fabric." Madam Speaker, I arrived here in 2015, and probably like every other member who arrived here, we received 2 books. It was the final version of the final report of the Truth and Reconciliation. These 2 books, yes, they're massive, but they have really good, insightful information in there. But I would like to question this government why it has taken 7 years for us to finally start taking actions against some of these very simple things. This, to me, is a very simple process of what we can do. They started some processes back in 2018, 2019, but it's 2022, and we're finally about to appoint our first council. To me, that is a concern. I also look at the Truth and Reconciliation Commission that was established in 2008. And for me, it's really important because I came here as a new parliamentarian with very little knowledge of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission. But sitting here in Parliament and listening to other parliamentarians, listening to people with lived experience, listening to my colleagues who have represented Northern and Indigenous communities, we need to be working on this. If we are looking for a journey of truth and healing, we need to create these relationships on a basis of inclusion, understanding, and respect. I would like to quote also from the final report, because as a parent, I think this is something that really knocks me off my feet. As any parent would recognize, it would be so hard. But this is the quote from the very first page of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission. It can start with a knock on the door one morning. It is the local Indian agent or the parish priest or perhaps a mounted police officer. The bus for residential schools leaves that morning. It is the day that the parents have long dreaded, and the children have been warned advanced in the mornings about this shock. The officials arrive, and the children must go. Madam Speaker, this is the truth, and we have to recognize this truth, the truth of Indigenous people who have gone through this for many, many decades. Let's move together, let's work together, and let's ensure that if we're going to have a council, that it is appropriately appointed, not by the Prime Minister, not by the Minister, but properly appointed by organizations that are going to be working together. There needs to be proper oversight, but if we're putting in an appointed council that is going to be representing the wants and needs of the Prime Minister and the Minister, that is not appropriate. We need to make sure that all are at the table and that it is an inclusionary, because the path to journey is the truth. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes, I'd like to thank the member for her comments. And, you know, when I look at the calls to action and I look at the number of things that are in the Truth and Reconciliation Commission that are actually the numbers 1 to 94, I can frame it in three things that, you know, it's about closing the gap between Indigenous people and non-Indigenous people, addressing the harm and creating pathways to prosperity. Now, calls to action 30 to 33 talk about the high incarceration rates and needing to fix the justice system. And one of the things that one of the sections, number 33, actually talks about, 32, is eliminating mandatory minimums for Indigenous people. And I think that's important work that our government is moving forward on. But I've often heard questions from the other side questioning this as something that our government's moving forward on as we move forward on making sure that we eliminate the mandatory minimums. I'm wondering if the member opposite could comment about the work that we need to do to address the justice system and to make sure that we take steps moving forward to eliminate mandatory minimums.
Member for Elgin, Middlesex, London.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I think myself and this MP come to this issue from very different sides. I come here from the point of the victim. And I look at the fact that in many of the cases that he is referring to, when we talk about Indigenous people and racialized people, we also have to look at who those victims are. And in many cases, we may find that they are from the same groups. So that, to me, is very, very concerning there. When it comes to mandatory minimum sentences, I do have some very strong beliefs on that. I believe that when you're impacting somebody else in a way of murder, trafficking, sexual abuse, things like that, go for it. You have taken the dignity away from another person. I do not believe that we owe somebody more. I am a person who will always stand for victims, and that is who I am. Sorry. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Winnipeg Centre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I just want to start out by acknowledging my honourable colleague. I have the privilege of working with her on the Status of Women Committee, where we're just completing a study that was mentioned on the connection between resource extraction and increased violence against Indigenous women and girls, where we managed to sit down and talk about some hard truths about the history of this country, but the ongoing genocide as well for Indigenous women. I know that she noted the importance of truth-telling, and I've always appreciated her openness to hear truths, even hard truths, in such a respectful way. And I'm wondering how she feels in terms of, we're all women on the committee. One of the things that has been spoken about is the importance of representation. I think on the committee we need to not lose sight of the important voices of women, but also our grandmothers on the committee. I know we're speaking a lot about organization. We cannot lose sight of why we're even having this discussion. It's because of survivors and the sacrifices they made telling their stories. And I'm wondering if my honourable colleague can reflect on that.
For Elgin Middlesex, London.
Thank you very much, and it has truly been an honor to work on this committee. When we're talking about people working together, it is there that when we're asking the member from Winnipeg Centre, can you just explain this to me? Those are the types of things that we talk about. It's that interconnections where the member stories are helping us learn, and that when it's my turn, maybe I can teach her something as well. But when it comes to this, it's exactly about having the truth. It's about having those stories from the elders, from people that are representing organizations with stories. The truth can only come out when people are willing to tell it and when they're invited to the table. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Lambton, Kent Middlesex.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my honourable colleague from Elgin Middlesex, London, for that very thoughtful speech. And she mentioned in her remarks today about Oneida, which is actually in my riding, and I had the opportunity to visit another one of my First Nations, Chippewa of the Thames, a couple weeks ago, and we were talking about the boil water advisories, the drinking water advisories that have been in place in these First Nations for years. And I'm wondering if the member can comment on how she would like to see the government work together with these First Nations, because a lot of the issues around the boil water is infrastructure, and what can the government be doing to help our First Nations make sure they do have clean water, especially when they're 20 kilometres from a major city centre. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Elgin Middlesex, London, very brief answer.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and it truly is working in cooperation. It is actually reaching out to these Indigenous communities to see if they have solutions as well, because I do know that in the cases of Oneida, that they do want to work with their community partners and that they have opportunities. We need to make sure that the federal government is not in the way if we want to do things on the ground and with local infrastructure, and I think the government needs to be there to support those efforts. Thanks very much.
In debate, the Honourable Member for Fleetwood Port. Yes, the Honourable Member for Winnipeg Centre on a point of order.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker, and I mean this respectfully, but I just want to remind members in the House not to use possessive terms like our Indigenous people when referring to Indigenous people. We are our own people with our own independent rights. Okay, thank you.
Well noted. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Fleetwood Port Kells.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Kwekwe, Lukut, Tansi, hello, bonjour. Madam Speaker, I'd like to begin by acknowledging that our Parliament, this very building, is located on the unceded traditional territory of the Algonquin Anishinaabe people. We're on a collective journey here, a collective journey that's framed by what we believe very fervently we need to accomplish, and the debate is all about how we do that. We have to acknowledge and understand, though, at the beginning, the devastating impacts of colonization on First Nations, Inuit, and Métis communities, and we know there's a lot to do. Since the first identification of unmarked graves in May of 2021, communities have been leading the work to locate and commemorate the children who died at residential schools. The residential school system and colonization has had an impact on every Indigenous community, from health to culture and tradition, self-sufficiency, displacement, housing, land, environment, and more. These are truths that we have to remember, and we have to carry them forward. And we can't undo the past, but we can use what we know of the truth to do better. As my honourable colleagues have shared so far, the Truth and Reconciliation Commission's 94 calls for action represents a pathway forward. The calls to action are a roadmap for all levels of government, education, health and religious institutions, civil society, and the private sector in order to redress the legacy of residential schools and advance the progression of Canadian reconciliation. In this sense, living up to the calls of action presents Canada with one of the greatest challenges and opportunities in our country's history. And that's what makes Bill C-29 so significant. This proposed legislation is a concrete step toward implementing the calls to action. It'll contribute to societal changes through education, dialogue, and other functions that the Council will lead. It would keep all levels of government accountable for progress on reconciliation. Over the course of the past 2 months, we've taken important steps to strengthen this bill, and we've heard many recommendations from many Indigenous groups and individuals, and indeed from the House. And we've worked collaboratively with all members of this House through the INAN Committee. And through this collaborative process, we've implemented their feedback in the amendments to the proposed legislation. Madam Speaker, let's be clear. The version of the bill that's before Parliament today was developed in a truly collaborative fashion and strengthened by the feedback we received. Now, we'd like to share the bill's proposed next steps for establishing the National Council for Reconciliation. How it's chosen and its composition has already been the focus of some debate here. Following royal assent, the first step would be to establish the Council's first Board of Directors. The Minister of Crown Indigenous Relations and the Transitional Committee for the National Council for Reconciliation would jointly select its first Board of Directors. Inclusion of the Transitional Committee in the process supports the independence of the Council as a foundational principle. Having a diverse and inclusive board is critically important, and there may be various opinions and ideas on how that's to be achieved. The Assembly of First Nations, Inuit, Tapirit, and Kanatami, the Métis National Council, and the Native Women's Association would each have an opportunity to nominate one board member. Through the amendment process and on the advisement of partners, we're also making sure we include additional voices on the board, such as the directors from the territories, as well as representatives of survivors or their descendants, elders, and Indigenous peoples who speak French. The Council's board would also include First Nations, Inuit, Métis, Indigenous organizations, youth, women, men, and gender-diverse persons representing various regions of Canada, including urban, rural, and remote areas. The board will contribute their expertise and knowledge to drive the Council's work. Through the board's establishment and subsequent work, the protection and promotion of Indigenous languages will be a crucial part of the process. This means supporting board members in their usage of traditional languages. The board will take steps to incorporate the National Council for Reconciliation under the Canada Not-for-Profit Corporations Act for not-for-profit status. Doing this is essential as it would give the Council legal status. This would allow it, for example, to enter into contracts and have bank accounts under its own name. Bill C-29 would also establish that the Council be recognized as a qualified donee that can accept donations and issue official donation receipts. Once incorporated, the board would then set up the Council through steps that include developing bylaws, hiring an executive director and other staff, making financial and banking arrangements, and developing operational and strategic plans. Moreover, Madam Speaker, Budget 2019 provided a total of $126.5 million to support the establishment of the Council. This includes $1.5 million to support the Council's first year of operations, and importantly, a $125 million endowment for the Council's initial operating capital. A key responsibility of the Council would be to monitor and report on the progress. In this respect, the Council must, within 3 months after the end of each financial year, submit to the Minister an annual report on the state of reconciliation and the Council's recommendations. Within 60 days of the release of this report, the Prime Minister must, on behalf of the Government of Canada, respond to the report by publishing an annual report on the state of Indigenous peoples that outlines the Government of Canada's plans for advancing reconciliation. These timelines are going to ensure that the momentum on reconciliation can continue. All of these steps, Madam Speaker, would position the Council as a non-political body. That's the objective, led by strong Indigenous leadership. It would require that the Council is an independent voice that promotes and monitors progress toward reconciliation, including Canada's implementation of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission's calls to action. Together, the Council's mandate would be to monitor, evaluate, conduct research, and report on the progress being made toward reconciliation, including in relation to respect for and the protection and promotion of the rights of Indigenous peoples in all sectors of Canadian society and by all governments in Canada. Madam Speaker, there'll be an opportunity for different representatives to sit on the Council. The expertise and experience they bring will contribute to the Council's priorities and goals, and their voices will come from many diverse groups across Canada to ensure that the Council reflects the lived realities of Indigenous peoples. I know these voices may share some pretty hard truths with us. That would be part of their mandate. And as we've heard already, some of their feedback is constructive and informed. It's highly valued. We know this because we need a council that'll be truly able to make a difference. We need all levels of government, including our own, to be held to account. The Honourable Senator Murray Sinclair once said that if we agree on the objective of reconciliation and agree to work together, the work we do today will immeasurably strengthen the social fabric of Canada tomorrow. I think we can all agree that we need to act swiftly and decisively, Madam Speaker, to achieve the goal, and it's clear that we've worked together in a true partnership to develop this proposed legislation to achieve that goal. Madam Speaker, I encourage all honourable members to support the bill and the objective. As we know, reconciliation is not an Indigenous issue. It's a Canadian one. Every Canadian has a part to play in renewing the relationship with Indigenous peoples and bringing about the transformative changes needed to ensure inclusive growth for Indigenous peoples. Madam Speaker, if not now, when? And if not us, who? Today, we have the opportunity to make good on our promise of reconciliation. So let's get to work. Pass this bill without delay. Miigwech, Kuyanamik, Marcy, thank you, merci.
Questions et commentaires. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for, oh my God, Battle River Crowfoot, yes.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I listened with great interest to my Liberal colleague's speech, and he talked specifically about the need for diverse voices around the table, including that of those who would share hard truths. And I hope that that member is familiar with Daniels Accord and the Daniels decision related to the legal battle between the Congress of Aboriginal Peoples and the Government of Canada, and the whole associated issues surrounding ensuring that both status and non-status Indigenous peoples are recognized by the government. But specifically, I'm very disappointed, Madam Speaker, and I'm wondering if this member is going to support his government's amendment, the amendment put forward today, that would remove the Congress of Aboriginal Peoples from this, from an amendment that passed at committee, but an amendment and an amendment brought forward in the House here at report stage that would remove the Congress of Aboriginal Peoples from this council. Very, very concerned, Madam Speaker, that although that member talks about hard voices around the table, hard truths being shared from voices around the table, I'm wondering if he supports his government's agenda to remove those voices.
Member for Fleetwood Port Kells.
I appreciate the honourable member's question because, if anything, it really sort of lays out the challenges of including the wide universe of voices that are present. I would have very similar concerns about how we accommodate band councils, which was kind of a construct of the government back in the day, versus hereditary leadership. I think, in specifically answering the question, I'd have to refer to my colleague, the parliamentary secretary, who identified the three groups that are sort of constitutionally recognized as where we start. But I think it's a start. Will it forever be a situation where the group the honourable member mentioned is not directly included? Well, who knows? This will always be a work in progress, and I think we have that opportunity in the future.
The Honourable Member for Longueuil, Saint-Hubert. Thank you. I have a similar question. We're talking about Indigenous people this morning, but in the budget last April, there was $300 million, which was announced by the federal government for to create, along with Indigenous peoples, and implement a housing strategy for Indigenous peoples in urban, rural, and northern areas. And we had meetings about that in Ottawa recently, and there was a group that's very concerned that nothing's been done 6 months later. So here, the government's, it says here, is investing, is aware of housing issues, but nothing's been done. Could my colleague have any additional information on when this will actually be implemented?
I'd like to begin this answer by noting that I've lived up north. I've traveled the Highway of Tears. I've lived in Kenora and seen the abject misery on the White Dog and Grassy Narrows reserves. And I've seen over the years, particularly my years in media, various attempts to improve housing and many other services. Housing is an ongoing issue, and if I can digress just a little bit, to me, there is an opportunity here as we look at the transition in our petrochemical industry. The opportunity to maybe move to a pilot program to 3D print houses, which we can now do using some of the very compounds that we extract from the ground right now. We don't burn them for fuel. Instead, we can build far more dependable and durable houses for people in areas where getting supplies is very difficult. So that's part of the answer, I believe.
Comments, the Honourable Member for Edmonton Grisba.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And the member opposite just mentioned a very critical part of this act that I hope will benefit the dialogue of all members of Parliament on this very incredibly important topic. When we're talking about the Constitution of Canada, it was mentioned several times as a defense of the government to why they chose 3 national organizations. The Constitution under Section 35 is explicit. It says that it will protect and affirm the existing Aboriginal inherent treaty rights of First Nations, Inuit, and Métis. Not once does it make mention of the Assembly of First Nations, the Métis National Council, or the ITK. These 3 national organizations are, in many cases, incorporated after the Constitution in 1982 was ratified. So the question really is, why did they choose these 3 national organizations? And they can't use the Constitution because that's not what it says.
The Honourable Member for Fleetwood Port Kells, 15 seconds.
That's a far deeper dive into the issue than I'm capable of making to my honourable friend. I will defer to our scholar on this issue, the parliamentary secretary. All I could say, though, is that we're challenged here because even the process that we're going through today, even the government funding, still represents the vestiges of a colonial approach to this community or these communities across the country. And we need to take steps to break with that and really start treating these people with the dignity and the independence that they deserve.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Prince George, Peace River, Northern Rockies.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Guess who said, get the gatekeepers out of the way and put First Nations in charge of their own destinies? Who said that? It was our very own Conservative leader said this November in Kitimat, BC. I was there. We spoke with local leaders, Ellis Ross, a former Haisla chief and current MLA, and the current Haisla chief, Chris Smith. And they're all asking for economic reconciliation. And that was what the speech was about. It was about economic reconciliation. We thought it was important to be included in the bill. The bill, the title of it actually is, as many of you have already heard, Bill C-29, an act to provide the establishment of a National Council for Reconciliation. So, we heard many witnesses at Indigenous Northern Affairs Committee, and surprised to hear that we heard economic reconciliation over and over and over. And you'd think with a bill that deals with reconciliation that it would be an easy inclusion, especially if witness testimony had said that, look, you really need to include this. But I'm going to actually list some testimony other than our leader as a Conservative leader, but actually leader testimony in committee. And I thought Manny Jules, Chief Commissioner of the First Nations Tax Commission, did a great job of explaining what is economic reconciliation. I believe it will help you understand why there is no real reconciliation without economic reconciliation. When I say economic reconciliation, I'm talking about 2 fundamental components. One is that First Nation governments must have jurisdictions and unassailable revenue authorities that help fund the exercise of those jurisdictions. The second is that First Nations need to implement their jurisdiction and fiscal powers in a way that attracts investment from their members and others to participate in the economy on equal terms with everyone else. I recommend that Bill C-29 be amended so that the Council's first Board of Directors also includes a member of the First Nations Fiscal Management Act institutions to ensure economic reconciliation is addressed as a foundation for reconciliation. Madam Speaker, it doesn't get much more clear than that. Being foundational, prosperity being the foundation of what Manny was requesting there for First Nation peoples. And I'll list another one too. I'd already mentioned the current MLA for Skeena, Ellis Ross, former chief of the Haisla. His testimony at Indigenous Northern Affairs Committee. A number of Aboriginal leaders feel strongly that economic reconciliation not only lifts up First Nations, but also obviously lifts up the provinces and the country. The proof is out there. In my community, for example, the economic reconciliation that we participated in not only made us one of the wealthiest bands in BC, but it also got rid of other ills in their community. I'll continue the quote. We have young Aboriginals getting mortgages in their own right without depending on Indian Affairs or their band council. They're going on vacation, they're planning their futures with their children. One more quote from another Indigenous leader. Carla Buffalo, Chief Executive Officer of Athabasca Tribal Council. In our traditional territory in Treaty Number 8, the First Nations are leaders in the advancement of economic reconciliation at a remarkable pace. Our focus is not just on fiscal sovereignty, but also on cultural revitalization and fostering strong and thriving communities and Indigenous people. So, Madam Speaker, you would think it would be obvious, and I have more quotes, there's a stack there. You'd think that with all those quotes of Indigenous leaders saying we want economic reconciliation, the vote, it would be obvious that we'd see this amendment. So I'll back it up just a little bit. In seeing that testimony, the members sitting right behind me, the member for Desnethi, Mississippi, Churchill River, put forward this following amendment. Under representativeness, that Bill C-29 in Clause 12 be amended by adding, after line 16 on page 5, the following. Indigenous organizations that focus on economic reconciliation and prosperity as the path to self-determination. It was pretty clear, right? And yet you'd think that members across the way in committee, they were all listening to the testimony like I was. You'd think that that amendment would pass with overwhelming support, but it didn't, sadly. What happened was, when we put the amendment forward, and I'll read it right from our notes, the other parties, one NDP, one Bloc, and 4 out of 5 Liberals voted down the amendment to give Indigenous Economic National Organization a seat on the Board of Directors. And I'd like to say, really as a compliment, is one of the Liberal members voted for this amendment, and we had other support for the amendment as well. And I think it gets down to the whole purpose of why we're even seeking economic reconciliation. It's really to see Indigenous peoples thrive and prosper in our country, and that's what we were asked to do, and that's what I think reconciliation really seeks to reestablish, right? It's meant to reestablish a relationship, and I think if we can do that with this legislation and really complement it with economic reconciliation as a key component of that, it would have been a far better piece of legislation going ahead. So sad to say, there's still hope, I guess, that the government will fix it, but it doesn't look like that's the case. I'll just finish with a couple more quotes. And this is Chief Willie Sellers of the Williams Lake First Nation. I look at economics through reconciliation and our aspirations to be a self-governing community. That has been through the treaty process, but we've also taken these incremental steps to self-government. We are under the First Nations land management regime. We are governing over our reserve lands. We have financial administration law. So these sectoral forms of self-government have allowed us to move at the speed of business and become this machine that works efficiently and is able to make decisions, because the capacity that we have on board helps us negotiate these deals and these agreements and start these other businesses that we've been able to see a lot of success and prosperity with. So I'll finish with this. You know, I think it's one thing to say in this place what we heard in testimony in committee, but a couple of examples. Teresa Tate-Day is a good friend. She is a hereditary chief of the Wet'suwet'en. She was the one that I met at a natural resource forum in Prince George, and it was all around saying we're in support of our resources getting developed. And you would have sworn by the media coverage of the Wet'suwet'en situation, the blockades, that no Wet'suwet'en person would want to develop their resources. Well, she said it was quite the opposite. And she informed me, she says, well, Bob, the member for Prince George, Northern Rockies, it's easier just to say my name, said to me that, 80 to 85% of the people of the Wet'suwet'en want to see this project go through because we benefit from it, we prosper from it. Our First Nation has jobs and has the economic prosperity that comes from that. So they see the benefit, and then I was kind of intrigued by her response, and she said, well, it isn't just me you can talk to. We talked to the elected chiefs, elected leaders of the Wet'suwet'en, who all said they support this particular natural resource project that was so contentious a couple of years ago. And I thought, isn't it interesting that often the public that, goes from coast to coast to coast doesn't hear that true story of the First Nations that really want to develop that. So that number has really become key to me. I've gone around the Northwest Territories in the north, whether it be Nunavut and other northern communities, and that number, 80 to 85%, is a consistent. I was recently up in Nunavut and asked a minister up there about a particular project in natural resource development. And I said, well, by the way, how many people do you think support this particular project in the community? He says, oh, easy, 80 to 85%. And I guess what I'm getting to, I know my time is short, but Madam Speaker, economic reconciliation is such an important part of reconciliation to our Indigenous peoples. They're our friends, they're our neighbors, and really fellow Canadians, and we want to work together to see that reconciliation really occur and really be realized. And as my leader in our party said, get the gatekeepers out of the way, put First Nations in charge of their own destinies. I couldn't agree more. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Crown and Indigenous Relations.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And, when I look through the calls to action, and I've done quite substantial work before I was a Member of Parliament on teaching about the calls to action as well as reviewing them, and I look at all of the harms that were caused by the residential schools. And they talk about the loss of language, the loss, the high incarceration rates, the deep need for healing in our communities. But one of the things I don't see once is this term economic reconciliation in the calls to action. So I'm going to ask the member really straightly, which specifically call to action do you get economic reconciliation in terms of us addressing the healing that needs to happen in our Indigenous communities?
Remind the honourable member to not use maybe the word you because he should be addressing all questions and comments through the chair. The honourable member for Prince George, Peace River, Northern Rockies.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I recognize and respect the member from INAN committee in that question. Absolutely support all of what's requested and all the past wrongs that have happened that really need to be reconciled. And I would absolutely agree with all what he's saying. What I guess I would ask him back is, did we not hear testimony after testimony after testimony after testimony at INAN that asked for economic reconciliation to be added to Bill C-29? How many? And I know the member heard those as well, but chose to vote that down. And so I just would challenge the government, if they really want to pursue reconciliation, true, fulsome reconciliation, they need to add economic reconciliation to this bill.
Questions et commentaires. The honourable member.
I'd like to thank the member for his intervention. I sat in those committee meetings with the witnesses and all the questions that were raised by all parties. And I do specifically remember the witnesses only responding to questions raised by the Conservatives about economic reconciliation. Most times, witnesses did not voluntarily talk about economic reconciliation. Can the member, through you, concede that when the witnesses actually did talk about it, it was in response to Conservative questions and not of their own?
Honourable Member for Prince George, Peace River, Northern Rockies.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I respect the member from Nunavut on our committee, and I respect her greatly. I just would, again, more of a question back to her. Do not, Manny Jules, Chief Commissioner of the First Nations Tax Commission, in his testimony, even before asking questions, before we got to ask him a question, talked about economic reconciliation being fundamental to this bill. I'll quote it again. I recommend that Bill C-29 be amended so that the Council's first Board of Directors also includes a member of the First Nation Fiscal Management Act institutions to ensure economic reconciliation is addressed as a foundation for reconciliation. Manny has a right to ask for this when he comes before our committee, and I think we owe him the respect to respect what he's asking for it included in this bill.
For a brief question, questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Edmonton Griesbach.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I listened attentively to the member's speech in regards to this economic reconciliation. Nowhere in the TRC does it mention this, but I do understand the principle the member is discussing in relation to the need to ensure First Nations, Métis, and Inuit folks actually have the economic tools to ensure that they're fit and prepared to participate in the economy. Madam Speaker, the truth and reality of the member's statement, however, are in only direct relation to natural resource projects. What if, for example, Madam Speaker, an Indigenous group would to take an approach to build renewable green energy, and would an economic reconciliation principle exist in something like that for the Conservatives?
George, Peace River, Northern Rockies.
Yeah, and thank you for that question. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I will say on a couple of fronts, those projects are already happening as we speak, even in my own jurisdiction in northeastern BC. But the calls to action, so at number 92, it actually says at the end of the paragraph, ensure that Aboriginal peoples have equitable access to jobs, training, and education opportunities in the corporate sector, and that Aboriginal communities gain long-term sustainable benefits from economic development projects. If that isn't economic reconciliation, Madam Speaker, what is?
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice and Attorney General of Canada.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'm pleased to speak on Bill C-29, an act to provide for the establishment of the National Council for Truth and Reconciliation. And I want to begin by acknowledging that we're gathered here on the traditional unceded lands of the Algonquin peoples. And I want to, at the outset, Madam Speaker, really acknowledge the incredible work of many of my colleagues in the House from the different parties, including the member for Sydney Victoria, who's the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Crown Indigenous Relations, the member for the Northwest Territories, for Nunavut, for Winnipeg Centre, for Edmonton Griesbach, and others who, over the many years we've been here, have really been inspirational in their work and their advocacy, and also to make sure that that we, as a government, move forward on reconciliation. As you're aware, Madam Speaker, reconciliation is multi-layered. It's often complex, and is an issue that I think will take generations to achieve in Canada. Canada has gone through 154 years of colonialism and deeply rooted legislation that often disempowered and displaced First Nations, Inuit, and Métis across Canada. We have gone from having over 90 Indigenous languages to one where only a handful are spoken today. We've seen the horrific results of residential schools, intergenerational trauma that it's created, and the lasting effects of the hurt and the loss. And we saw this with unmarked graves starting last year, and I suspect we'll see it again and again and again as we unpack this deeply hurtful issues over the next few years. And as I do want to acknowledge that Parliament recently acknowledged what happened with the residential schools as genocide, and I think that too is a very important aspect of moving forward and speaking truth to power. As we look at establishing the National Council for Reconciliation, I do think it's important to look at the history. So if we look at 2015, when we took office, the commissioners of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission presented their findings, all 94 calls to action, in December of 2015. And they outlined the bare minimum that needs to be done in order for our path of reconciliation to move forward. And we know since then we've seen a number of different initiatives, including the report of the MMIWG, the Missing Murdered Women and Girls report, and the Calls to Justice, as well as several other very important findings, including Denmark Raised, which pose additional responsibilities on the government and all Canadians to address. With the 94 calls to action, it is an all-encompassing set of guidelines, both for the federal government, provincial governments, in some cases municipal governments, organizations, national Indigenous organizations, as well as all other Canadians. And I think it's an important recognition that reconciliation is not a journey that can be just undertaken by Canada as a government. It needs to be an all of Canada effort, including all stakeholders. Of course, when we talk about reconciliation, oftentimes we talk about what Canada is prepared to do, but it really comes down to how much trust and confidence Indigenous people can have in this process. And what we've seen in the last 7 years is, while we've moved ahead on a number of very important initiatives, we've seen this relationship to be oftentimes 2 steps forward, 1 step back, because there is a lot of unpacking to do. And as we approach and encounter these issues, I think it's important that as a government we double down and recommit to working harder to ensure that we do move forward on this process. And it's an imperfect process. It's an imperfect set of, I think, ideas that oftentimes may need reflection. And in that, I'm just pleased to just share with you some of my experiences over the past, I would say, 7 years, working across party lines with our members opposite. And I do want to start off with our work on Bill C-262, which is a private member's bill brought forward by my friend Romeo Saganash, which essentially called for the implementation of the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People. And I was fortunate to work with Mr. Saganash over the couple of years he was actively advocating for 262, and we in fact traveled a fair bit in our committee work and spoke to many individuals, young people, elders, band councils, Indigenous organizations, and the enormous support that it had across Canada, I think, within Indigenous people, I think, was remarkable. And what we saw, however, is that the same level of commitment was not here in our Parliament. And I think over time, sadly, 262 didn't pass, but we were able to get C-15 through Parliament in 2021. And basically, it is calls to action 43 and 44 that we were able to pass. The second part of UNDRIP is the implementation and a national action plan, and our department is working very hard with Indigenous partners, national Indigenous organizations, as well as rights holders and many others to make sure that we have an action plan that can really address the review of laws and move us forward on this path. I believe, Madam Speaker, one of the things that really humbled me is the work on Indigenous languages. It's an Act, C91, that again passed, I believe, in 2019, and it was a critical moment in Canada, because I think when we talk about language, it is so fundamental to all of us. And oftentimes I look at the passion in which my colleagues from the Bloc Québécois address the issue of bilingualism in language, the passion with which many of our colleagues in this side speak about the need to protect the French language. I think is so critical, and to ensure that linguistic minorities are protected across Canada. But oftentimes, missing in that conversation is the need to protect and in fact to save many Indigenous languages that existed prior to Confederation, and in many ways it's in the last stages of in medical terms it's on life support, because we have so many languages that are at such a point of being lost permanently. And I know that the member from London, Fenshaw, from London, spoke about the Oneidas of the Thames, and it's one of the groups that we met during the development of Bill C-91, and it was devastating to see that only a handful of people were able to speak that language today. So it's so important that C-91 is there, as well as mandatory minimum penalties that were repealed just last week by us, along with the support of the New Democratic Party, as well as the National Day for Truth and Reconciliation. These are some measures, I think, that speak to the work that's been done, but there's a lot more to do, and I believe the National Council is a very important tool for us to measure objectively what the work we need to do, to measure and to report back to this House as well as to Canadians on the need to fill in the gaps and to make sure that we fulfill all the commitments and in the calls to action of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission. Madam Speaker, I look forward to questions and comments from my friends, and I thank you for this opportunity.
Comments? The Honourable Member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I'd asked this question to another Liberal member earlier here today, and it's about the Congress of Aboriginal Peoples. Now, I hope that the Parliamentary Secretary is aware of the Daniels Accord and the Daniels decision related to the Congress of Aboriginal Peoples and the Government of Canada, a long legal battle between the two, and the recognition of that the federal government is legally accountable for Métis and non-status Indian interests. Now, Madam Speaker, that's key, because what was interesting is over the course of debate at committee, we saw that additional interests, important interests, national Indigenous organizations were added to this council. Yet we see an amendment table dropped here today, which by the Liberal minister, that would remove the Congress of Aboriginal Peoples, an important voice on Indigenous concerns, many that are not represented by other forums. Does this member support removing them from this commission?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'm very content that the government's moving forward in establishing the council with representation from a range of Indigenous organizations, and I believe that it is going in the right direction, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? L'honorable député d'Abitibi.
The honourable member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Call for Action 54 calls on the government to provide multi-year funding for the National Council for Reconciliation to advance the cause. And in the budget, there was a total budget of $126 million for reconciliation, and 1.5 million of that would be during its first year. So, with a view to sustainability, what does the Parliamentary Secretary think about how those expenses will be incurred, and if the amount is sufficient?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I can't really speak to the second aspect of my friend's question, but I can assure the House that as a government we're committed to ensuring that the National Council is supported. I believe oftentimes when these councils of this nature are established, there is a ramp-up period, so oftentimes the budget in the first year may not be the same in the fourth or fifth year, and I can assure this House that our government will continue to support the needs of the National Council for Truth and Reconciliation so that it can function to its mandate.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Winnipeg Centre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my honourable colleague across the way who I have such a tremendous amount of respect for, and certainly did some pretty critical work together on a committee to pass Bill C-15. In saying that, I know that my colleague, Madam Speaker, is very committed to human rights, but one of the frustrations that I've had, particularly as we're talking about this council, is the focus being shifted away from survivors, first of all, towards organizations. But secondly, this whole history of incremental justice. This current Liberal government, according to reports, only 13 out of the 94 calls to action, knowing that not all of them pertain to the federal government, have been responded to. The fact that they still fail to respond adequately to the calls for action or calls for justice from the National Inquiry. I'm wondering if my colleague agrees with me that true reconciliation is demonstrated through action and not rhetoric. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I too share an immense respect for my colleague from Winnipeg Centre, and I think she's well aware of many of the efforts undertaken by the government. I don't believe it's just 13, and that's the reason we need a council that can objectively give us a sense of where we're at in terms of the calls to action, and it doesn't just end there, Madam Speaker. Yesterday, for example, I had the honor of introducing Justice Abonswin to the Supreme Court. It again is another very important move forward in ensuring that our courts reflect the true nature and fabric of Canada.
Resuming debate, the Honourable for Red Deer Mountain View.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and it's always a pleasure to rise in this House and speak on behalf of the people of Red Deer Mountain View. And I'm rising today to speak on the government's Bill C-29, which is an act to provide for the establishment of a National Council for Reconciliation. And I believe that truth and reconciliation should be viewed as a partnership, a journey to reach a successful destination. Rebuilding relationships are not easy, particularly when there's been a history of distrust. Madam Speaker, it's necessary for us to view this legislation through that lens of distrust as we review Bill C-29, and that we use that lens to focus on building bridges and consensus. Bill C-29 is an attempt to address the calls to actions 53 to 56 of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission by establishing a mechanism of accountability on the progress of reconciliation across Canada. Madam Speaker, as previous members of my caucus have stated, our party supports accountability. Now, I had the honor to sit on Aboriginal Affairs and Northern Development many years ago when we established the Truth and Reconciliation Commission. And I'll say that up until these latest amendments were introduced, I was supportive to support Bill C-29 thanks to the strong work of my Conservative colleagues at committee that pushed to have common sense amendments passed, which ultimately made this bill stronger. The Liberal amendments now clouds that issue. No matter what, there are still other areas of concerns, and I would like to focus my comments on that. First, I have an issue with the appointments process of the Board of Directors of the National Council for Reconciliation, of its transparency and its independence. To address this, we need to reflect on the realities of the government's actions. the Prime Minister announced in December of 2017 that he would start the process of establishing a National Council for Reconciliation by putting in place an interim board of directors. So in June of 2018, that interim board of directors presented its final report with 20 specific recommendations. However, it took 3.5 years for the minister to then get around to appointing the new board of this National Council, or to prepare for that reality. The minister, in my view, needs to be accountable and transparent in this House when addressing the concerns Canadians have around the selection process, particularly to Indigenous peoples. So why did it take so long for this government and this minister to complete the appointments? Who is responsible for analyzing the process, and why was it acceptable to take over 3 years? Madam Speaker, as a former math teacher, I truly appreciate the importance of metrics and tracking, and I speak about this a lot, whether I'm on Environment Committee or Natural Resources Committee, which leads me to my next concern. Bill C-29 has nothing in it to measure outcomes. If we don't know what we have and where we're going, how will we ever know when we get there? We need that data to understand if what we are doing aligns with our desired goals. No one can see into the future, and no one can speak for Indigenous people better than they can themselves. However, data that can measure can help everyone ensure that the outcomes we all want are actually achieved. Madam Speaker, I understand that quantifying reconciliation is hard, but action number 55 shows us that there are several items we can measure. For example, the comparative numbers of Indigenous children to non-Indigenous children in care, and the reasons for that care. We can measure and track that, and I'm sure that such data would be extremely helpful in policy development for this very important cause. Another example would be to help deliver youth justice policy and social supports, and that would be tracking the progress made on eliminating overrepresentation of Indigenous children in youth custody, progress made on reducing the rate of criminal victimization in homicide, family violence, and other crimes. And I'm sure that these metrics would also be an asset to the policy development process. In order to measure accountability, we must first set targets to determine success from failure. We understand that the government has a poor track record with meeting targets and measuring accountability. Madam Speaker, the PBO released a report in May 2022 in response to the Standing Committee on Indigenous and Northern Affairs request to conduct research and comparative analysis on the estimates of the Department of Crown Indigenous Relations and Northern Affairs and Department of Indigenous Services Canada. The PBO was critical of the Departments of Indigenous Services Canada and Crown Indigenous Relations and Northern Affairs Canada, noting over the 2015-2016 to 2022-23 periods, there was a significant increase in the amount of financial resources allocated to providing Indigenous services. But then he added that this increase in expenditures did not result in a commensurate increase in the ability of the organization to achieve the targets that they had set for themselves. Further stating, and I once again quote, based on the quantitative review, the ability of the organization to achieve the targets that they have specified has declined. So increases in budgets without any improvements to outcomes is never a good thing. Whether we're spending money or implementing policy, we need to be accountable to taxpayers and Canadians. And I feel that our Liberal colleagues have forgotten that principle. When this bill appeared at second reading, I was concerned about the unacceptable timelines we saw in bringing this bill to the House for debate. I still remain concerned about the issues surrounding transparency, as well as the independence of the appointment process of the Board of Directors. I'm also concerned about the lack of measurable outcomes in this bill, as well barriers governments erect to curb Indigenous economic power. Mr. Calvin Heelan, a 7-time best-selling, multi-award-winning author, the son of a hereditary chief and the current CEO of Eagle Group of Companies and previous president of the Native Investment and Trade Association, recently appeared at Natural Resources Committee and talked about the need for Indigenous peoples to have access to capital and markets. He spoke about the need to develop resources on their land and the issues Indigenous peoples are having with the government in order to do that. In Mr. Heelan's book, Dancing with Dependencies, which I first read when I first came here in 2008, and I've made sure that everyone that works for me also reads it, he addressed the reality of eco-colonialists. And I fully agree with him that departments and governments are in the way of resource development for Indigenous peoples, particularly at a time when the world needs Canada's ethical resources.
Good point.
It would be a real shame to see that these assets are stranded and our Indigenous people further struggle for economic freedom because of the roadblocks the current government puts up around our oil and gas sector, or for that matter, many of our resource extraction activities. Madam Speaker, at committee, a proposed amendment was defeated that would have given the Indigenous Economic National Organization a seat on the board of directors. This contradicts multiple witnesses who testified on the importance of having a strong voice on economic reconciliation at the table. My Conservative colleagues at committee made strong arguments that economic reconciliation is the solution to eradicating poverty, solving the social issues that poverty creates, and ultimately creating a pathway to self-determination for Indigenous people. It has been said that if you can't be part of the solution, there's still money to be made prolonging the problem. While Crown Indigenous Relations and Northern Affairs Canada and Indigenous Services Canada, along with their ministers, seem content in prolonging the problem with our Indigenous peoples. We've seen this over the past 7 years with this Liberal government, especially on Indigenous issues. They make big announcements, hold press conferences and photo ops only to ignore and rag the puck in order to avoid the hard work needed to help our Indigenous people. Madam Speaker, 17 of the 19 proposed amendments that were brought forward to committee were brought forward by my Conservative colleagues. Those 17 amendments all passed with the support of the other parties, and I want to thank them for their cooperation. Sadly, today we see a backtracking on some of these initiatives. In closing, Madam Speaker, I want to go back to where this discussion started with our former Conservative government, which formed the Truth and Reconciliation Commission. We advocated for more transparency on reserve for Indigenous peoples. My former colleague, Rob Clark, passed the Indian Act Amendment and Replacement Act, which received royal assent in December of 2014. It's sad that no real action has been seen on this initiative. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm somewhat disappointed in many of the things that the member has said. The question I have for him is in regards to C5. When you think of the calls for action, a lot of things deal with the issue of systemic racism and the percentage of Indigenous people in our prison system. C5 attempts to deal with that by looking at least in part what the calls for action are talking about, minimum sentences, and repealing them. And I'm wondering if the member can provide the Conservative Party's position on addressing that aspects of a number of calls for action that are looking at ways in which we can decrease the high percentage of Indigenous people in jail. What are his thoughts in regards to, in particular, C5?
So I do want to remind the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary that the bill before the House is C29, and so I will allow the Honourable Member the opportunity to respond to that if he wishes, but I do want to remind the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary that we are on C29. The Honourable Member for Red Deer Mountain View.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And
point of order, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, with great respect, C5 is very relevant to this conversation, Madam Speaker. Calls to action 32.
This is a point of debate. I've already indicated that we are on C29, and the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary spoke about C5. I understand that there's a relevancy, but the relevance also has to be to C29. The Honourable Member for Red Deer Mountain View.
Well, thank you very much. And of course, one of the main themes that was presented was this government and its calls to action. And the member from the NDP had mentioned just a moment ago, we have 13 out of 94 that have been developed. And of course, having been there sitting with natives when in the territories when all of this was going on and having time to discuss with them their concerns, I think it's kind of important that that we realize that this government has been picking and choosing just how it is going to help our Indigenous people. And certainly, if you only can get 13 out of 94, we're not...
I have a point of order. The honourable member for Winnipeg Centre.
Madam Speaker, this is the second time I've risen in the House today to remind members not to use the words our Natives, our Indigenous people. We are not owned. We are individuals with independent people with our own individual rights as Indigenous peoples. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Yes, and I do want to remind members to respect the language that is before the House, and this is not the first time that this matter has been raised on a number of occasions in the House. So, the honourable member for Red Deer Mountain View.
Well, thank you, and perhaps just to that point of order, when I was there in 2008 and 2010, when the discussions were taken, these were terms, and I do apologize for not. For using a term that was the case at that point in time, and certainly has changed now. So, and I believe that my points that were made to the member of the Liberal Party have been addressed.
Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Abitibi-Témiscamingue.
The honourable member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you, Madam Speaker. The idea of creating a council like this on reconciliation is obviously the fruit of some reflection. So I'd like to know, how is this council going to report? How is it going to move forward and keep the public abreast of developments? How are Canadians going to find out and Quebecers going to find out what's been accomplished? Thank you very much.
Dear Mountain View.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And of course, I think that's important as we determine what the mandate of the Council is going to be. As I had said in my address, if we don't know what the mandate is going to be, then it's very hard to measure where the outcomes are and what it is that we have achieved. And of course, I know that there was a great amount of work that was done in committee. And of course, we have found out this morning that the Liberals have put a proposed amendment forward to remove the seat of the Congress of Aboriginal Peoples on the Board of Directors. And I'm sure that has come to a bit of a shock to the NDP members that were there supporting. I know the Bloc also supported this. And I somehow, not very often, but in this case, I feel sorry for the NDP if their coalition forces threw them under the bus while their leadership searched for a justification to prop up this Liberal betrayal.
Questions and comments. We have time for a brief question. The honourable member for Nunavut.
I know that point of order was already raised, but I did want to say that Indigenous peoples do not belong to governments, especially not to the Conservative Party, who keeps using that language. So I need to remind them from myself as well that we do not belong to organizations such as the federal government or the Conservative Party. I do have a quick question to the member in his statements about responses that he's heard from Indigenous peoples who say that they support such mining industry. Does the member not agree that maybe those peoples have been drawn to make those statements because that is the only form of economic development that has been made to them based on the failures that the federal government and provincial governments have done for Indigenous peoples? Clear?
The honourable member for Red Deer Mountain View, a brief answer, please.
Absolutely not. When I was on Aboriginal Affairs and Northern Development, I was in the territory speaking to leaders. Those leaders were asking for opportunities to bring their people out of poverty. And that was it. It was not because of any political party. It was not because of who belonged to whom. It was a case of them saying that needed to be done. And they had some of the most amazing individuals that I would love to have running a company if I was that sort of an individual or a person. So that's what we have in our northern communities. And we have to get off of this dependency approach. We can't allow this eco-colonialism to continue. And I think that is what Calvin Heelan has indicated, and certainly it's time now for us to give them the opportunities that they deserve, and that's what I'm standing up for.
Hear, hear. Hear, hear.
Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Tourism and Associate Finance Minister. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Udlukut Tanzi, bonjour. Before I begin, Madam Speaker, I would like to acknowledge that Canada's Parliament is located on the traditional territory of the Algonquin Anishinaabe people. And Madam Speaker, I'd like to also say what a privilege it is to participate in this third reading debate on an act to provide for the establishment of a National Council for Reconciliation. I'd like to acknowledge all of my colleagues in this House that have spoken so eloquently as to the importance of this bill. Au cours de la dernière année et demie,
over the last year and a half, reconciliation and the relationship of Canada with First Nations, the Inuit and the Métis, has evolved in a substantial way, Madam Speaker. The discovery of unmarked graves in former residential schools was a decisive moment. Survivors and Indigenous peoples from across the country have been heard, and new conversations have been started about the harsh reality of the residential schools and the colonial history of our country, and conversations on what that means for reconciliation and the way that we can move forward together.
nous devons savoir
We need to know where we're making real progress and, more important yet, where we are failing so that we can do better. As we continue to move forward, we need to be able to measure our progress to ensure that the federal government and all Canada are held responsible for promises made to Indigenous peoples. As the Truth and Reconciliation Commission mentioned in its final report, advancement of reconciliation at all levels of government and within civil society organizations must also be subject to vigilant attention and be monitored to ensure that progress has been made. However, as many partners and Indigenous organizations have highlighted, Madam Speaker, the government cannot self-evaluate during this process of reconciliation. We need help. That's why in 2015, the Truth and Reconciliation Commission asked Parliament of Canada to establish a National Council for Reconciliation. And, Madam Speaker, we now have this bill before us.
Mine would do exactly what was requested. It would establish the National Council for Reconciliation as an Indigenous-led, independent, permanent, and non-political body. The Council would monitor long-term progress on reconciliation in this country, and it would evaluate and report on the implementation of the 94 calls to action. This aligns directly with what many Indigenous leaders have been calling for many years. Greater accountability, greater transparency, and a way to hold the government and Canada responsible for our role in reconciliation. Madam Speaker, for the last number of years, this government has used the Truth and Reconciliation Commission's calls to action as a way to measure our progress on reconciliation. Establishing this National Council for Reconciliation would be a vital milestone along our path to implementing all of the calls to action. More specifically, it would also ensure the full implementation of calls to action numbers 53 to 56. If passed, this bill would allow for the creation of a National Reconciliation Council to immediately respond to call to action number 53. It would also respond to calls to action 54, 55, and 56, which elaborate on the roles, responsibilities, and expectations for the Council and the various levels of government and their involvement. Let me briefly explain by providing an overview of some of the key elements of this bill. The proposed bill defines a process for establishing the Council, including selecting the first Board of Directors, and that has been a topic of much discussion this morning. The bill states that at least 2/3 of the Board must be Indigenous. More specifically, the Council must include, over time, the voices of First Nations, Inuit, and Métis, as well as non-Indigenous peoples in Canada, Indigenous organization, including a a nominee, each from the Assembly of First Nations, Inuit, Tapiriit, Kanatami, and the Métis National Council, as well as the Native Women's Association of Canada. It would include youth, women, men, and gender-diverse peoples, elders and survivors, and people from various regions of our vast country, including the territories, urban and rural and remote regions. Madame la Présidente.
Madam Speaker, Indigenous people are asking us to be accountable. In total, 9 to 13 administrators would sit on the board of the Council. The bill stipulates that the responsible minister would work together with the Transition Committee to select the first board of directors. The board would then establish a process for electing future members. Our government will establish a protocol for the disclosure of information to the Council from the Government of Canada, and that within 6 months of their incorporation. Similar to our disclosure of residential school documents to the National Centre for Truth and Reconciliation, it is imperative that we ensure that the Council has the information that it needs so that it can do its work. I would also like to note that the Council would be completely independent of government and that it would function as an organization that would not be linked to Canada or to the Crown. We would not have control over the Council. The Government of Canada will provide initial funding, but let me assure you that it will be directed by Indigenous people. Even if it is established as a nonprofit organization, the Council will be required to report annually on progress when it comes to reconciliation in Canada and to formulate recommendations to make that work continue. So the Council will have to provide annual reports and financial reports, which the government will be required to answer. These reports will help the government establish goals and will allow us to create plans to move forward with reconciliation according to their recommendations.
Madam Speaker, this reporting back mechanism that's laid out in the bill ensures transparency, accountability, and it will ensure that we make further progress on the calls to action. I'll just point out a final aspect of the bill which outlines the purpose and functions of the Council. This is the most vital part of the legislation in my view. In short, the mission of the Council would be to hold the Government of Canada and all levels of government to account on reconciliation and on the calls to action. The Council would be responsible for developing and implementing a multi-year national action plan to advance efforts of reconciliation.
So that we have an exact impression of what's happening on the ground, Madam Speaker, the Council will undertake research and discuss with partners about progress that's been made in reconciliation in all sectors of Canadian society and by all levels of government. This would include monitoring of efforts made to implement the calls to action. This would also include monitoring of policies and programs from the Government of Canada, as well as federal laws which affect Indigenous people, and the production of reports on that progress. The Council would also be required to recommend measures to promote, prioritize, and coordinate reconciliation efforts.
Council will certainly chart their own path. Part of their role would be to make connections and harmonize the work being done in all sectors of Canadian society, including all levels of government. And so, to sum up, Madam Speaker, the purpose and functions of the Council would be multifold. Not only would it be there to react and report on Canada's progress, it would also be leading the action that we will take as a country on reconciliation. To close, I just wanted to emphasize one final but very important point. This legislation should absolutely pass without further delay, Madam Speaker. With each passing moment, survivors, elders, knowledge keepers, families, they grow older. Madam Speaker, this is urgent. Many survivors have already passed away without having seen the full scope of our efforts to advance reconciliation. That is why I ask the members here today to press forward to support establishing this Council as quickly as possible. We owe it to survivors, to Indigenous peoples, and to all Canadians. I'd like to acknowledge and thank residential school survivors once again for sharing their truths and their experiences. Without you, we would not be here today discussing the importance of our history. Miigwech. Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Desnethie, Missinippi Churchill River.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my colleague across the way for her comments today. Just one quick question. I want to talk a little bit about the time frames that it took to get this bill to the House. This process was initiated in December 2017. There was a bunch of work done by an interim board of directors that lasted from January to June of 2018. When they completed their work, they issued a report with a number of recommendations. They actually included a draft bill in that report back in June of 2018. And then nothing happened until December of 2021 when the minister appointed the new transitional committee. I'm just wondering if the member would like to speak to, this is a very important issue. We agree it's a very important issue, but why did it take 3.5 years to take that next step in the process?
Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, I'd like to acknowledge that that it has taken some time. I mean, the member is referring to events that preceded my election in 2019, but I understand and appreciate that this is of foremost interest to, it sounds like, all of us in this House, and so rather than focus on the time that has passed before coming to this point, I hope that we can focus on passing this bill now that it is before this chamber. We are at third reading. I do hope that we can get to a vote on this bill today, and I certainly appreciate the fact that that we are where we are and that we need to move forward, and the time is now.
Questions and comments?
Winnipeg Centre.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for her speech. This debate today, I've heard a lot about organizations, the importance of or the importance of some organizations and leaving other organizations. One thing that I don't hear enough of in this House today, which is deeply troubling to me, is about the voices of survivors. And I have concerns about that because their voice needs to be central in this Council for Reconciliation. I'm wondering if my honourable colleague can assure me that the voices of survivors will be the central voice on this Council and not be usurped by all this political mudslinging that I hear in the chamber today. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, this is a very important point being raised by my colleague. I would like to say that in looking at this legislation and in working as a whole of government on the importance of reconciliation, we rely very much, at least in our caucus, on the voices of Indigenous members. I believe that the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister for Crown Indigenous Relations was up on his feet many times this morning in order to explain from his perspective how we would put forward the voice of Indigenous peoples, ensure that this Council is indeed led by Indigenous peoples, and that is the advice that we took to heart. I am very, very sensitive to the fact that we should not be designing this or dictating even the exact composition of the Council. It is why in my speech I mentioned that the Council would be empowered going forward to designate its own members, and I think the Council being Indigenous-led is a critical part of the success of this piece of legislation.
We have time for a brief question. The Honourable Member for Rimouski, Nejet, Témiscouata, Basque. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I listened to my colleague's speech from Outremont, and Madam Speaker, the road to hell is paved with good intentions. So what I'd like to understand from my colleague and from her government is, what does she really think about the Indian Act? How can her government claim that they want to have a true reconciliation process with Bill C-29 without necessarily talking about replacing or eliminating the Indian Act, which the Minister of Indigenous Services has called unacceptable? So I'd like to hear my colleague on that subject. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, a brief answer, please. Well, Madam Speaker, I was present here in the room when you indicated that Bill C-5 was not appropriate for discussion in this House. I note that my colleague from the Bloc, with all the respect that I have for him and his party, is also referring to another act. From my point, I think that I would need more than 10 seconds to be able to speak about what I think about the Indian Act. But I am very aware of the issue that my colleague is raising, and I'll be happy to continue that discussion with him.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for Halifax West.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Kwei Udluktot Tansi, hello, bonjour, marhaba. I'd like to acknowledge before I begin that Canada's Parliament is located on the unceded traditional territory of the Algonquin and Anishinaabe people. Madam Speaker, I'm proud today to stand and participate in the third reading of debate on Bill C-29, an act to provide for the establishment of a National Council for Reconciliation. First, I want to thank my colleague, the Parliamentary Secretary to Crown Indigenous Relations and the member of Sydney Victoria, for the many years I have known him, and the information, the experience, his knowledge, and everything that I have learned from him throughout all these years has really enriched me and made me, I believe, a better representative of the people. So I want to thank him for that. In September, we marked the second National Day for Truth and Reconciliation, and I recognize that there's still a lot of work to do, and Canadians rightfully want to see more tangible progress.
For example, a few weeks ago, we saw, along with the National Centre for Truth and Reconciliation, the survivors' flag fly on Parliament Hill. This flag honors survivors and those affected by residential schools, and it represents our responsibility and our commitment towards reconciliation. During the ceremony, the Right Honourable Prime Minister reminded us that reconciliation is something that all Canadians and all levels of government in the country can and must participate in. Reconciliation doesn't just concern Indigenous peoples or the government. It's something that concerns us all, and it concerns all members present here today.
To know where we are making important progress on reconciliation, and more importantly, where we are failing and why, so that we can do better.
These conversations are not easy, but there has been progress, and it's the communities, the families, and the survivors who are guiding that progress.
I'd like to take some time to reflect on the genesis of this legislation. The road to get here required collaboration and a lot of work. Bill C-29 has been many years in the making, and as I just mentioned, the original idea for the National Council was laid out in 2015 by the Truth and Reconciliation Commission. Since then, we've been working from the foundation set by the TRC commissioners to advance and establish this council.
In 2018, a transitional committee made up of 6 eminent Indigenous leaders, including one of the commissioners of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission, provided recommendations based on their research and consultations concerning the mandate, the governance, and the operations of the Council. And those recommendations have served as the basis of a legislative framework for consultation. The Transitional Committee also recommended the creation of a Transitional Committee to move the initiative forward. Last December, our government announced the creation of the new Transitional Committee. The members of the committee examined the legislative framework, consulted technical experts, both Indigenous and non-Indigenous, and provided their recommendations. And that's what led us to the bill before us today.
As we heard from the members of the Transitional Committee, its Standing Committee on Indigenous and Northern Affairs, it's clear the bill is a culmination of a substantial amount of work, including many years of advocacy by Indigenous peoples and Indigenous leaders. The Council's mandate will be to advance reconciliation in Canada. including monitoring and evaluating the government's progress on all of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission's call to action. This means the Council must have access to relevant information about how governments are delivering on their commitments. Je tiens également
I would also like to emphasize that this council will be completely at arm's length from the government and that it would function as a non-profit corporation. Thus, it would not be linked either to Canada or the Crown. We will have no control over this council. The Government of Canada would provide it an endowment fund and startup funding, but please rest assured that it would be led by Indigenous peoples.
So far, it would be unwise to let the opportunity to accelerate the legislation slip through our hands. La création du Conseil
The creation of the National Reconciliation Council is one of the best options we have to help us achieve genuine reconciliation here in this country.
While there is much work to be done on reconciliation, there is innovative work happening across the country. Part of the Council's mandate would be to conduct research on new and promising practices to advance efforts on reconciliation. En plus de son
In addition to its monitoring and reporting work on the progress made in reconciliation, the Council would be a strong and respected authority in matters of reconciliation. It would not just act as an oversight body, it would preach by example. The Council would play a role in promotion of reconciliation in its own way. This would include showcasing the realities and stories of Indigenous peoples for Canadians and to foster dialogue and gestures leading to reconciliation. This research could be based on segments of Canadian society that already contribute to reconciliation efforts. The Transitional Committee, and the Interim Council have clearly indicated that these positive examples must be showcased as well. We can also learn from success stories that have gone before us.
Monitoring, the Council could determine additional priorities as it moves forward in its work. This bill is not exhaustive, but rather it's intended to be a flexible framework for the Council. We must give the Council the authority to pursue other measures it deems important and necessary to achieve its purpose. To get to this point, many Indigenous voices were included in developing the bill that we're debating. The Interim Board engaged with various Indigenous and non-Indigenous people and organizations on options to establish the Council. Board members helped define the scope and scale of the Council's mandate. The Indigenous process won't end with the passage of the bill. In fact, the bill itself contains provisions to ensure that Indigenous people, communities, voices will remain at the center of the National Council for Reconciliation's work moving forward. À tous ceux qui ont contribué à la conception de ce projet.
To all those who have contributed to the design of this bill, I say thank you. I am very grateful for the work of the commissioners of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission, the members of the Interim Council, the members of the Transitional Committee, survivors, families, and all Indigenous and non-Indigenous people who are working to ensure that the government remains responsible for its reconciliation promises. Together, we are furthering this difficult work that is also very important. This bill goes well beyond the creation of a National Reconciliation Council. It seeks to take an additional commitment with regard to reconciliation in the country. It wants to find meeting ground to be able to work, able to go forward.
Advance Bill C-29 and pass this proposed legislation without delay. We must work with purpose and action to fulfill the calls to action and establish the Council as quickly as we can. Miigwech, Kuyanamik, merci, thank you, merci.
Thank you.
Questions et commentaires, l'honorable.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubin. Thank you, Madam Speaker. When we talk about reconciliation, we have to make concrete gestures. Right now at the FIFA World Cup, we're seeing that there's a lot of pride, and the Iroquois Nation, for example, spans Ontario, Quebec, and the United States, and it invented a sport called lacrosse. And so they are among some of the best players in the world, and one of their concrete claims is that they want a team at the Olympic Games 2028. So they need Canada's support for this initiative. So when we talk about reconciliation with Indigenous peoples, doesn't my colleague think that this would be a good idea to ensure that they have a lacrosse team at the 2028 Olympics to represent their nation in a sport at which they excel? The Honourable Member for Halifax West. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Bill C-29 establishes a National Reconciliation Council, and that council will be a permanent independent organization led by Indigenous peoples who will support the progress of reconciliation in Canada, including the full implementation of all calls for action. So there is much to do by both Indigenous peoples and non-Indigenous peoples on this council.
That's the Honourable Member for Carleton Trail, Eagle Creek.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I certainly appreciated the debate here today on this very important issue. According to Stats Canada, almost 800,000 Indigenous peoples are not represented by the AFN, ITK, or MNC. Why would you only choose 4 of the 5 NIOs, knowing there will be thousands of voices left out?
I just want to remind the member that I'm not choosing. She might want to address the question through the chair to the member. So the Honourable Member for Halifax West.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Just want to remind everybody that following the recommendation of the interim board, a transitional committee was established to review the legislative framework and ensure that the proposed vision and function of a future council was well supported. Went to committee, and the key provisions of the bill were really to establish a composition of the Council's Board of Directors. And of course, there's a nomination from the First Nations, a nomination from the Inuit, Tapiritka, and by the Métis National Council. These are the 3 nations that are represented in our Charter of Rights and Freedoms. And of course, I'm very happy that of the addition of the Native Women's Association of Canada, because we all know that women and our elders are key in establishing truth and reconciliation, and thank you very much.
Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member Nunavut.
I have a similar question. According to Clause 9 and 10, in terms of the composition and the nominations, while only 4 national organizations as named as being able to nominate directors, there will be 5 to 9 other directors that can be nominated through other means. Does the member agree that these 5 to 9 other directors can represent those other Indigenous groups that that can be heard through other means?
The Honourable Member for Halifax West.
Thank you very much, and thank you to the member. I look forward to anytime she stands up, because she has lots of experience and personal connection, obviously, to it. Absolutely, yes. That is the purpose for establishing and having the composition of the Council's Board of Directors, that the board will establish a process for nominating and electing future directors and also completing the other posts. So there's a lot of opportunities for others to be on the board. So thank you so much for that question and for that clarification that I'm able to make.
I just want to ask members not to address other members directly. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member of Peterborough, Kawartha.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and good afternoon. As always, it is an honour and a privilege to stand in the House of Commons to represent my community of Peterborough, Kawartha. Today, I rise to speak on the third reading of Bill C-29, an act to provide for the establishment of a National Council for Reconciliation. If we are to show leadership, accountability, and transparency in this House, there must be proper follow-through on what has been promised. After 6.5 years under this Liberal government, Bill C-29 is the Liberals' attempt to address the Truth and Reconciliation Commission's calls to action 53 through 56. I would also like to take this opportunity, if you haven't, to encourage all Canadians to read the Truth and Reconciliation Commission. There are 94 calls to action. Actions 53 to 56 include, number 53, the establishment of a National Council for Reconciliation. 54, providing multi-year funding for the National Council for Reconciliation to ensure that it has the financial, human, and technical resources required to conduct its work. 55, to provide annual reports to show progress on reconciliation. And finally, number 56, the issuance of an annual State of Aboriginal Peoples report to outline the government's plans for advancing reconciliation. Now, if we are to work toward meaningful reconciliation with Indigenous peoples, a robust and inclusive response to calls action 53 to 56 is needed. We are the leaders in this country, Madam Speaker, and it is important we do what we say we are going to do. I had the privilege to debate this bill at second reading, where I outlined some of the issues Conservatives had with this bill, in specifics, and specifically, the Minister of Crown Indigenous Relations hand-picking the board members that were to hold the same minister to account. Concern number 2, a lack of accountability for the expenditure of the $126.5 million in allocated funds. And most glaringly, Madam Speaker, a lack of representation on the National Council, making sure that the voices of urban Indigenous advocates for women and girls, children, Aboriginal business associations, and Native development offices have a seat at the table when it comes to meaningful reconciliation. After meaningful consultation from community members and those most affected by Bill C-29, Conservatives brought forward 19 amendments to the areas with the most issues on the bill. And our amendments include strengthening the wording to add transparency, accountability, and independence to the Board of Director appointment process, 3 amendments which gave Native Women's Association of Canada, Congress of Aboriginal Peoples, and an Indigenous Economic National Organization a seat at the table, ensuring that the Truth and Reconciliation Commission's call to action number 56 is honored. In particular, asking the Prime Minister, not the Minister, to respond to the National Council for Reconciliation's annual report, and adding concrete, measurable targets to be included in its annual report, strengthening government accountability. Measurable targets are critical, Madam Speaker. There were significant concerns after the second reading of this bill and of the 19 amendments brought forth by Conservatives in committee. 17 were adopted into the bill and passed with the support of the other parties in this House. But we haven't reached a consensus yet, hence we are here today. The Liberals love to say this, and I hear it often in the committees that I represent, both HUMA and Status of Women. And their saying is, nothing about us without us. And yet this morning, the Liberals have repealed a key amendment brought forward by Conservatives that contradicts their philosophy of including those most impacted by their decisions and policy. Conservatives know it is imperative to include CAP, or Congress of Aboriginal Peoples, on the board to support the voices of Métis, Status and non-Status Indians, and Southern Inuit Indigenous people living off-reserve in Canada. The goal of CAP is to improve the socio-economic conditions in urban and rural communities. I do not understand why the Liberals do not support having the voices of off-reserve Indigenous people. You don't suddenly become non-Indigenous when you move off reserve. Why do the Liberals believe Métis, Status, and non-Status Indians and Southern Inuit Indigenous people living off reserve in Canada do not deserve a voice of their own at the table? It's shameful, Madam Speaker. One of the biggest concerns which needs to be addressed, Madam Speaker, is the Liberals' refusal to acknowledge the critical role economic reconciliation plays in truth and reconciliation. This voice must be represented at the table. Conservatives proposed an amendment put forward because of testimony heard during consultation that economic reconciliation is the solution to eradicating poverty, solving social issues that poverty causes, and ultimately being the path to self-determination for Indigenous people. Now, for those who follow politics, primarily my mom and dad now, let me tell you, they watch CPAC a lot, they know how imperative committee business is to democracy. It is a crucial process to listen to witnesses. And as elected officials in this House of Commons, it is our job to listen to Canadians and make decisions that best serve them. During consultation on the bill, committee members were heard loud and clear, and they listened to the importance of economic reconciliation. Karen Restoule quoted, "Economic reconciliation is the vehicle forward in terms of setting our peoples or communities back on a path to prosperity. Not only our nation, but the country as a whole. It really does lead to a strong social fabric." Manny Jules, quote, "I recommend that Bill C-29 be amended so that the Council's first Board of Directors also includes a member of the First Nations Fiscal Management Act institutions to ensure economic reconciliation is addressed as a foundation for reconciliation." And Ellis Ross, quote, "A number of Aboriginal leaders feel strongly that economic reconciliation not only lifts up First Nations, but also obviously lifts up the provinces and the country. The proof is out there." Yet only the Conservatives felt it was important to give an Indigenous economic national organization a seat at the table. Why? Madam Speaker, I'd like to take this opportunity to recognize the current work happening in my community on economic reconciliation. Curve Lake First Nation is on a path towards self-sufficiency and economic autonomy with the construction of a 45,000 square foot facility on their reserve that will be home to both a fish farm and a greenhouse. 19,000 square feet within the facility will be dedicated to fish production. Curve Lake First Nation plans to sell the homegrown fish and vegetables at local farmers markets and is in talks to form partnerships with grocery chains, with seafood markets also expressing interest. The facility will bring 15 jobs on reserve, with the project being a Curve Lake First Nation owned and operated business, providing a revenue source for the community alongside the employment and educational opportunities. The development of the facility was born out of a common desire from community members and leaders to foster self-sustainability. Mr. Speaker, the members of this House should be fostering more of these ideas and supporting their establishment as we look to meaningful reconciliation. As I mentioned earlier, economic prosperity of Indigenous peoples is a key solution to eradicating poverty, solving the social issues that poverty causes, and ultimately providing the path to self-determination for Indigenous people. I look forward to a Conservative government that recognizes this work and advances it further. Today, I would ask the Liberals to support our amendments and take meaningful action toward truth and reconciliation. Madam Speaker, they are only words if there is no action to follow. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member Fleetwood Port Kells.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And to the Honourable Member, the colonial approach that we've taken historically with Indigenous people across the country and up the north, east coast to west coast seems to still be playing through on the fact that making this commission work is still going to require government funding for which they will be made accountable to Parliament. And I'm wondering if the Honourable Member sees this as a conflict of the intent of reconciliation and what we might possibly do differently to make reconciliation work even in this context.
For Peterborough, Kawartha.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my colleague for the question. And I think, we have to look at the end goal here. And the end goal is very much what we talk about when we speak of economic reconciliation and prosperity and self-autonomy, much like the example I gave in my speech of Curve Lake. We want to eradicate poverty. We want to, end systemic trauma. We want to help facilitate, but we want to get out of the way. And so I think to his point, it is important to listen to the voices, which is what we heard in committee. And again, I would put it back to that member. It is their philosophy, nothing about us without us.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Winnipeg Centre.
Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my honourable colleague who I have had the pleasure of working with on the Status of Women Committee and appreciate working with her tremendously. One of the observations I've made of the Conservatives' contributions to the debate today is their complete focus on economic reconciliation. And I did read something from the Yellowhead Institute that basically said the focus, including by the Liberal government, is on things like economic reconciliation. But certainly, I don't feel that they have demonstrated the same sort of respect for Indigenous nations who make other decisions about their lands outside of resource extraction, going to free, prior, and informed consent about how they wish to use their land. It's one thing to talk about economic reconciliation and having respecting Indigenous people's rights to make decisions about their own affairs, but I haven't seen that demonstrated in practice. Does my honourable colleague respect nations who choose not to participate in resource extraction on their own lands and territories? Does she support that? Thank you.
Member for Peterborough-Kawartha.
Thank you to my honourable member for the question, and I too enjoy very much working with her on Status of Women Committee. I think the discussion always has to be about, back to what I said in my speech, about listening to the people who are coming to the table. You cannot make a decision about somebody's area, reserve, without their input. So if there is not a desire or a wish to have that economic prosperity or self-autonomy, then we have to listen. If there is, we have to listen. I think what we've put forward in our amendments is that it is included among all of the other things. It is a key factor in self-autonomy. So that is what we are asking for. But we've also added all those other amendments. So I hope she sees that as well. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
We have time for a brief question. The honourable member for, Saskatoon Grasswood. I knew it.
Thank you very much, Madam. It will be a brief question to my honourable member from Peterborough-Kawartha. I was on the school board for over 10 years, Madam Chair, and I am really happy with the amendments that Conservatives have made for off-reserve urbanites, if I can say that, because in school divisions across this country, that's a big issue, and I'd like her to address that. Those that have come off reserves that are unnoticed now when they get into the big cities. So I like the amendments that were proposed by the Conservatives here.
The honourable member for Peterborough-Kawartha, a brief answer, please.
Thank you so much to my honourable member for the question. It's absolutely true. 800,000 Indigenous live off reserve, and they are incredible, important, and if we are not addressing that. So it's a very critical amendment, and we hope the Liberals listen to it. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Indigenous Services.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. First, Madam Speaker, I would like to acknowledge, before I begin, that Canada's Parliament is in fact located on the unceded traditional territory of the Algonquin and Anishinaabe people. Madam Speaker, it is a pleasure to begin report stage debate on Bill C-29, an act to provide for the establishment of a National Council for Reconciliation. We have concluded an in-depth, detailed study on C-29 at INAN Committee, and over the past month, Madam Speaker, a total of 32 witnesses gave their testimony during 7 meetings on Bill C-29. Witnesses including representatives from the national Indigenous organizations and Indigenous groups, Madam Speaker. The members of the Transitional Committee were also invited as witnesses. We worked together in a collaborative spirit and listened to the many witnesses with open minds. Madam Speaker, during clause-by-clause consideration of the bill, 41 amendments were proposed and 26 were adopted to strengthen the bill in terms of diversity, representation, transparency, and accountability. These amendments respect the Council as an independent, Indigenous-led organization. The vision of the Council was set forth by the Truth and Reconciliation Commission. The interim board and the transitional committee has been strengthened, not changed. Madam Speaker, I would like to highlight some of the key amendments that were made by the committee to this bill. First, Madam Speaker, many of the amendments that have been adopted focused on strengthening the composition and representation of the board of directors of this Council. The original bill outlined the board should include First Nations, Inuit, Métis, as well as other peoples here in this great nation. Other Indigenous organizations, youth, women, men, and gender diverse people, and people from various regions of Canada, including urban, rural, and remote regions. Amendments have been adopted that include 2 directors from the territories to ensure representation of the North. Madam Speaker, all parties submitted amendments to have the Native Women's Association of Canada nominate a director to the board in recognition of the need to respect women's voices, contributions to policy, research, and more broadly, reconciliation. This includes the implementation of the Murdered and Missing Indigenous Women and Girls Calls for Justice. There are also broad consensus that the committee must include representation of elders and survivors of residential schools and their descendants, in recognition of the knowledge they carry and the origins of the National Council for Reconciliation. In the TRC calls to actions, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, we know that elders are central figures in Indigenous cultures and, equally as important, individual communities. Survivors and their descendants are important voices in the advancement of reconciliation, Madam Speaker. Finally, the committee added representation for Indigenous persons with French as their first or second language learned. These amendments ensure that the Board of Directors is representative of the diversity and plurality of Indigenous peoples. Madam Speaker, the bill has also been updated to recognize that the revitalization and the celebration of Indigenous languages is part of reconciliation, and more importantly, the resurgence of that reconciliation. The functions of the Council now include protecting Indigenous language rights. This includes, Madam Speaker, including and supporting the participation of Indigenous peoples in the work of the Council through translation and interpretation services. Madam Speaker, as you will recall, this House passed the Indigenous Languages Act to preserve, to promote, and revitalize Indigenous languages throughout this great country. And Ronald E. Ignacy was appointed as the Commissioner of Indigenous Languages. These amendments align with our government's commitment to implement the Indigenous Languages Act in order to reclaim, Madam Speaker, and strengthen Indigenous languages. Madam Speaker, it will be the National Council's work to monitor, to evaluate, conduct, research, and report on the progress being made towards reconciliation. To do so, they will need to access information from all levels of government as outlined in Call to Action 55. The original bill included the development of an information sharing protocol that would obligate the government to share with the Council information that is relevant to its purpose. Establishing this protocol through legislation is an innovative tool to hold the Government of Canada accountable for supporting the Council's needs to efficiently as well as effectively implement its mandate while also preserving its independence from government. It will be developed within 6 months of incorporation of the Council. Another amendment has been adopted which requires the government to provide the Council with the information identified in Truth and Reconciliation Call to Action 55, such as the number of Indigenous children in care, compared with non-Indigenous children, data on comparative funding for education, health indicators, and the overrepresentation of Indigenous people in the justice as well as the correctional systems. Madam Speaker, like other amendments adopted at INAN, this respects the work of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission. As I noted at the beginning of my remarks, the legislation would obligate the Minister of Crown Indigenous Relations to table the Council's annual report in both Houses of Parliament, and, as amended, the Prime Minister to formally respond to the Council's report. This responds to Call to Action 56, which calls on the Prime Minister to formally respond to the report of the National Council for Reconciliation by issuing an annual State of Aboriginal Peoples report, which, Madam Speaker, would outline the government's plans for advancing the cause of reconciliation. It is important that the Council's report leads to action, Madam Speaker. The Government of Canada is committed to reconciliation, but recognizes the important role of other levels of government and sectors in supporting this work. Finally, Madam Speaker, I would like to discuss the amendment that was introduced today. As I previously mentioned, the bill now includes a provision to ensure inclusion of Indigenous persons whose first or second language is French. The government is proposing revised wording to the amendment in Clause 12 to remove the term mother tongue, as it is a gendered term. This will ensure that the wording is clear, so the Council will know how to interpret and implement it. Before I conclude, I want to take this opportunity, Madam Speaker, to acknowledge and to express my sincere appreciation to the residential school survivors once again for sharing the truths of their experiences. Without you, we would not be where we are today. In closing, I would encourage each and every member of this Parliament, our colleagues, who work together to bring this forward, to move quickly, to pass this important legislation, and to move forward, once again, Madam Speaker, with reconciliation. Thank you. Merci.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member Desnette, Mississippi Churchill River.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague from INAN and the Parliamentary Secretary for his comments, and he did talk a lot about the collaborative work that was done at the committee, and there was a lot of good work done there. But in that democratic process at committee, we agreed with the majority of the votes to include a seat at the table for CAP, an organization that represents over 800,000 Indigenous people. I'm curious, through you, Madam Speaker, to the Parliamentary Secretary, why now, between the work done at committee, that democratic work done at committee, and coming back to this House, are we surprised this morning with an amendment that would undo that democratic work that was done at committee to include CAP having a seat at the table?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the member who does a lot of great work on this file. We sit together on INAN, and I appreciate the work that he, as well as his colleagues, do on the committee. Madam Speaker, we spoke earlier about reconciliation. We spoke earlier about, as a member from opposite mentioned, opening a door and getting out of the way, and ensuring that self-determination is first and foremost when we embark on this new committee. And frankly, Madam Speaker, the key to that is to ensure that decisions that are being made are not being made necessarily from this House. Yes, we're creating that foundation, and yes, we are giving an opportunity to move forward with this committee. But Madam Speaker, in terms of self-determination, it will in fact be up to members of this committee to move forward with what they think should be a seat at the table, as well as the actions being taken ultimately by the committee and the mandate that they have before them. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? L'Honorable Député de Longueuil-Saint-Hubert.
The Honourable Member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. Madam Speaker, last week I had to triple my question to the Conservatives because I wasn't getting any answers. So I'll try again because I didn't get an answer earlier from my government colleague. So there's the World Cup going on right now. There's a lot of pride. And there's the Iroquois Nation, which straddles Ontario, Quebec, and the U.S. They invented a sport called lacrosse. They're the best in the world at it, but as they won't be able to compete at the Olympics as the inventors of this sport. It would be a huge gesture if this House were to support that recognition. I wonder if my colleague agrees with that.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I would agree with the member across. And what I would encourage the member to do is come on over, and my door is wide open. We can chat about it, and hopefully we can make some efforts toward getting this, your desire, as well as, quite frankly, I would assume that all our desires move forward with respect to their participation. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I just want to remind the member he's to address the questions and comments through the speaker and not to the member directly. Questions and comments. The Honourable Député de Nunavut.
The Honourable Member for Nunavut.
I'd like to thank the member for his intervention. I have a question regarding the composition and nomination that can happen. As we've learned, as we've discussed in this House, there are 4 national organizations that can make nominations, but there are 5 to 9 other directors that can be nominated from others. So this does not prevent other Indigenous organizations to make their nominations. Does the member agree that these 4 members are what is sufficient to ensure that there is national representation, but that others are not excluded as well from submitting their nominations?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Speaker, and I do apologize for directing my earlier answer directly to the member. I have a habit of talking eye to eye and straight on, but Madam Speaker, I do apologize, and I'll keep my comments through you. To the member opposite, and again, a member that does great work and has a passion for Indigenous issues, and on both the committee as well as her daily work here in the House. Madam Speaker, I believe yes. The short answer is yes to the member. But again, in terms of self-determination, reconciliation, a lot of the composition and those that will be part of this committee will be brought forward by the committee itself. We did put the minister has put the foundation in place, but the expectation is that we will allow them. We will be getting out of their way, as was mentioned earlier, to ensure that they have and they're not abiding by any of the old practices of government when it comes to colonialism. That in fact it's opening the door for them to make their decisions through, again, self-determination and the composition being a part of that effort. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, the member for Edmonton-Griesbach.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I'm very honored today to rise on behalf of survivors, community members, and elders who had to unfortunately live through the traumatic experience that is Canada's horrific residential schools. Madam Speaker, today we're talking about an issue that is living in the hearts of children, their parents, and their grandparents. Madam Speaker, today, throughout this debate, we heard from the government about the importance of finally tabling this much-awaited legislation. Legislation survivors and their families have been calling for years now. The Truth and Reconciliation Commission traveled across our country, spoke to survivors, spoke to families about the importance of finally building an independent body that would be tasked with seeking justice on behalf of Indigenous families who are still with us today. Madam Speaker, that is the need. That is the goal of the call to action that we're speaking of today. Madam Speaker, we also heard from the Conservatives. We heard about the need for economic reconciliation. Although much of what they're advocating for ignores the reality and plight of survivors, I do recognize the need to see true economic opportunities for Indigenous people, but they must go beyond resource extraction. They must truly meet Indigenous people and their values and truly lead to a better outcome for Indigenous people led by them through self-determination processes. This work, Madam Speaker, is real. People right now across the country are deciding in their families, with their kids, in public schools, even in churches, having discussions with regular everyday folks about what it means when we say reconciliation. And Madam Speaker, when I say reconciliation, it's important that we understand where I'm coming from, where members of Indigenous community are coming from when we use that language. Reconciliation implies that there was at some point some kind of conciliation that took place in Canada. It's important to recognize that Indigenous people have often found themselves in the back seat of government decision making. Madam Speaker, this is something we must avoid at all costs in this legislation. The prescriptive use of government control to insist who sits at the table, to guide and maybe in some ways influence the nature of the independent purpose of this legislation. Madam Speaker, Section 35 of the Constitution Act 1982 is new for some Canadians, but not all Canadians. Some might remember what happened in the late 70s and early 80s as Indigenous people across the country organized. They built new organizations. They fought for their voice. They brought their voice into this place to demand justice, that the rights of Indigenous people, their inherent and treaty rights, would be protected. Madam Speaker, we are not far from that moment in our history. Canada is a very young country. But what's needed is truly concrete action rather than words. And what I mean to say is this isn't only Indigenous people saying this. This is in fact Canada's top Auditor General. She stated just last week, quote, in 2011 at the end of her mandate as Auditor General of Canada, Sheila Fraser summed up in her impression of the government's action after 10 years of audits and related recommendations on First Nations issues with the word, quote, unacceptable. 5 years later, her predecessor, Michael Ferguson, used the words, quote, beyond unacceptable, end quote. We are now into decades of audits of programs and government commitments that have repeatedly failed to effectively serve Canada's Indigenous peoples. It's clear to me that strong words are not change. Concrete actions are needed to address these long-standing issues, and government needs to be held accountable. Madam Speaker, those are not the words of New Democrats. Those are the words of Canada's Auditor General, to which I stand firmly by. The age of accountability is upon us. Indigenous people are done waiting. Indigenous people are done asking. Indigenous people are now demanding that this government take seriously and earnestly the words of their own Auditor General in echoing the facts of the failures of this government almost 10 years ago are still echoed by the Auditor General today. Madam Speaker, we must do better. And by better, I point to some jarring statistics. But before I do that, I want to mention that when we use numbers in this place, it has to be founded with the earnest understanding that those numbers represent people, real children, people in each and every single one of our communities. There is not one MP in this House that does not and is not affected by the policies of this place, in particular the policies directed at Indigenous people, and most importantly, children. Canada's history in the prosecution of children continues still today. Madam Speaker, Statistics Canada says that in 2021 census showed that Indigenous children accounted for 53.8% of all children in foster care. This has gone up since the 2016 census, which found that at that time, 52.2% of children in care under the age of 14 were Indigenous. And Madam Speaker, if I ask the government this question, which I have today, they'll simply deflect and say it's the provincial governments who are responsible. But that doesn't stop the advocates, the strong members like former Chief Norman Cassie, who said, quote, the doors are closed at the residential schools, but the foster homes are still existing and our children are being taken away. Madam Speaker, this is the truth. These are real truths. Truths that may not be spoken in this place, but are spoken across this country every single day, including in the courtrooms. And what I mean, Madam Speaker, is the very Honourable Cindy Blackstock, a champion and true warrior for Indigenous people, fighting for the most vulnerable, children, Madam Speaker, says this, quote, "The last residential schools closed in 1994. That trauma echoed forward. And then these First Nations children and their families had fewer public resources to be able to deal with them. But they were often judged by the Canadian public who didn't know any better and perpetuated a cycle of racism and the cycle of trauma." Madam Speaker, what she's telling us is that members of Parliament must listen earnestly to the fact that if we don't act now, this will continue generation after generation after generation. That is how deep these wounds truly are. When we think about the mistreatment of Indigenous children, not just in residential school period, but also in the 60s scoop, to which I'm an intergenerational survivor of. The 60s scoop wasn't all that long ago and affects families every single day. Members of the family members we would never meet. I've never met all of my family members, and this is not a rare story. This is a common story of many Indigenous people from coast to coast to coast. Madam Speaker, it gets even worse. There's been many who face mistreatment, even now as we speak, such as physical, sexual, spiritual abuse. They're facing right now. There's at least 14,114 maltreatment incident investigations for Indigenous children, according to the Canadian Child Welfare Research Portal, according to most recent statistics. 14,000 children, Madam Speaker. If we are not talking about the basic principles of justice in this place for the most vulnerable people in our society, what are we truly doing here? 14,000 children are malnourished in Canada, and we're talking about who gets to sit on the National Board for Reconciliation. I challenge this government, Madam Speaker, to go far beyond rhetoric, far beyond tabling legislation that I agree with. I need to use this opportunity to echo more must be done. This is barely the first step to ensuring that the government truly does what must be done. Madam Speaker, we know that these children will continue to need our support. They're going to continue to need Indigenous people, they're going to continue to need their language, and they're going to continue to need access to land that is critical to our people's rebuilding. And Madam Speaker, I want to thank my honourable colleagues, finally in conclusion, for debating this very serious topic. And I hope that we can unite this House, not just in the principles of fairness found within this legislation, but towards justice for Indigenous people, not just today, but every single day in this House, Madam Speaker. That is my hope. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Crown Indigenous Relations.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member opposite for his speech. And within his speech, he touched upon the importance of the children. And within the calls to action, there are several that talk about education and the need to talk about the true Indigenous history all across Canada, Métis history, Inuit history, First Nations history. And I'm wondering if the member opposite could talk to me a little about what he sees in his province. We have now a National Day of Truth and Reconciliation. We have a National Council for Reconciliation, 126.5 million. And I'm wondering if the member opposite could talk a little bit about if he thinks within his current province, if the education that children are currently receiving on reconciliation and Indigenous history is adequate or more needs to be done.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton Griesbach.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I want to thank the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for ensuring that this question is asked today. So I want to thank that member because it's an important one. It touches on the very basis of where our society goes and the purpose of public education in that journey. Madam Speaker, we are in an age not just of reconciliation, but I mentioned in my speech, we are in the age of action, but also consequence. If we do not act in every facet of society, including our public schools, Madam Speaker, a whole new generation of Canadians will have been failed. They would have not understood more deeply the importance of residential schools and the impact they have on children. They would not have the information of the 60 scoop. They would not have the information of the CFS system. Madam Speaker, it's important we continue to do work to ensure our public schools from coast to coast to coast are equipped with the tools to discuss this important history.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member Kenora.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank the member from Edmonton for his comments. I've appreciated the opportunity to work with him on a number of files over the last year. I just want to go back to the amendment that's been proposed by the Liberals Now, in 2018, the government signed an accord recognizing the Congress of Aboriginal Peoples as one of the 5 national Indigenous organizations, which is why in committee Conservatives brought forward a motion to add a seat at the table for this organization. That passed with the support of the NDP and the Bloc Québécois members. So given that the Liberals are now bringing forward an amendment to remove that seat, I'm just wondering if the member from Edmonton can clarify if the NDP will vote, as they did in committee, in favor of reserving a seat on this board for the Congress of Aboriginal Peoples.
The honourable member for Edmonton-Griesbach.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I want to thank my honourable colleague from the Conservative bench. I want to mention something very critical to the important understanding of this place, Canada, and this government in relation to the conversation of representatives who represent Indigenous people. When we say national organizations, who is the nation we're talking about and who belongs to those nations? It's critical that we flip that question upside down and understand that Indigenous people are truly grassroots people and that Canada must meet them where they're at, not the other way around. And so to appease the member, I do in fact understand where they're coming from. The composition of this board is seemingly and perceptively looking as though it's lacking independence because the government is appointing members. And the Conservatives are trying to appoint members right now. New Democrats are saying it doesn't matter the composition. The composition needs to be one that truly understands that Indigenous people have to be met where they're at on the ground.
We have time for a brief question. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think it is worthy of noting in terms of the, when we talk about the calls for action, today's C-29 with its amendments is a significant achievement in recognizing that there are, in fact, 4 calls that have been asking. Timing aside, politics aside, I think it's important for us to recognize the significance of this legislation. Would the member not agree?
The honourable member for Edmonton-Griesbach has a little bit less than a minute to respond.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. A minute is certainly enough to describe how important it is to say thank you to the survivors, to the important members of Indigenous governments, to the grassroots leaders, but in some ways an important shout out to children who are enduring this pain every single day and who are relying on parliamentarians in this House to provide the kind of justice that Indigenous children, albeit all children, deserve in this country. And Madam Speaker, when we talk about not being political about these issues, it's important that we also understand that there's far more to do to ensure that these children actually get the justice and get the kind of compensation that they deserve for mistreatment.
Resuming debate. La Chambre a-t-elle prête?
Is the House ready for the question?
La mise au vote.
The question is on motion 1.
Mr. Miller, seconded by Mr. Boissonnault, move that Bill C-29 in Clause 10 be amended by deleting lines 11 to 13 on page 5.
If a member of a recognized party present in the House wishes the motion to be carried or carried on division, or wishes to request a recorded division, I would invite them to rise and indicate it to the chair.
The honourable member for Desnete, Missinippi, Churchill River.
Madam Speaker, we'd requested a recorded division, please.
Okay. The recorded division on the motion stands deferred. The question is on motion number 2. Monsieur Melilot, appuyé par...
Mr. Melilot, seconded by Mr. Vidal, moved that Bill C-29 in Clause 10 be amended by replacing line 15 on page 5 with the following. In paragraphs 1A to E, the remaining directors may.
If a member of a recognized party present in the House wishes that the motion be carried or carried on division, or wishes to request a recorded division, I would invite them to rise and indicate it to the chair. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Crown Indigenous Relations.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to request a recorded division.
Recorded on the motion stands deferred. The question is on motion number 3. Mr. Miller, seconded by Mr. Boissonnault, move that Bill C-29 in Clause 12 be amended by replacing line 9 on page 6 with the following. F, Indigenous persons whose first or second language learned. Si un député d'un...
If a member of a recognized party present in the House wishes that the motion be carried or carried on division, or wishes to request a recorded division, I would invite them to rise and indicate it to the chair.
The honourable member for Edmonton-Griesbach.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. We'd like to request a recorded division.
Le vote par...
The recorded division on the motion stands deferred.
Normally at this time, the House would proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded divisions at the report stage of the bill. Cependant, conformément...
However, pursuant to order made Thursday, June 23, 2022, the recorded divisions stand deferred until later today at the expiry of the time provided for oral questions.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader has a point of order.
Yes, Madam Speaker, on this point of order, I suspect you would find consent to suspend till 2 o'clock where we can commence SO31s.
No.
Does the Honourable Member have unanimous consent to suspend the House till 2? Agreed? Agreed and so ordered. The House will now suspend until 2 p.m. we're going to be starting question period now. Statements by members. Déclaration de député. The honourable member for Spadina, Fort York.
Madam Speaker, I am rising today to commend the Toronto Police Service, and specifically Sergeant Jeff Zammit and the Major Crimes Unit at 14 Division. Yesterday, they raided an illegal cannabis store operating right across the street from 2 elementary schools and a community center in Spadina, Fort York. 6 adults were arrested for selling illegal cannabis and magic mushrooms. They were charged with possession of a Schedule III substance for the purpose of trafficking, possession for purpose of selling, and possession of the proceeds of crime. Madam Speaker, imagine right across the street from 2 elementary schools, an illegal store set up shop with dried cannabis, pre-rolled joints, oil, hash, including 48 kilos of edibles, and believe it or not, psilocybin in chocolate bar format. The raid sent a message to illegal cannabis stores sprouting up throughout Toronto. You will be found out, you will be closed down, and you will be arrested.
The honourable member from Nepean.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Today, the International Day of Solidarity with the Palestinian people is an occasion to remember, to reflect, and to renew our commitment to the just cause of the Palestinian people. On this day in 1947, the United Nations adopted the resolution on the partition of Palestine, which is yet to be implemented. Millions of Palestinians have been deprived of their fundamental human rights. Millions are refugees, and a third of registered Palestinian refugees lives in camp and need humanitarian assistance. I call on Canada to stand up to its reputation as the defender of human rights and immediately take steps to implement its policies. I also call Canada to join 138 other countries and recognize the sovereign state of Palestine. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Provencher.
Mr. Speaker, last week many Canadians were saddened by the unexpected passing of Leon Fontaine, pastor of Springs Church with campuses in Winnipeg and Calgary. He was also CEO of the Miracle Channel, Springs Christian Academy, and Springs College. Leon's motto of love, accept, forgive is what grew Springs to be among the largest churches in Canada. His faith inspired the good he did in his community and around the globe. Leon's passion was for folks to join God's family and accept Jesus as their Savior and to live a miraculous, Spirit-led life. He had a heart for Winnipeg, a heart for Calgary, and a heart for Canada. Every service, Leon would open by praying for our leaders, business, medical, and political, that God would raise up great leaders who have a heart for people and a heart to serve people. If Leon could have addressed this Parliament today, this is what his message would be. When it comes to matters of faith, we don't all have to agree, but we need the freedom to agree. Leaders that would keep Canada the greatest and freest country in the world. We join Sally, their 5 children, and their families, and celebrate together with them a life well lived. Till we meet again.
The honourable member for Halifax West.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to recognize the achievements of the most decorated Canadian gymnast 2019 Pan Am Games and 3-time Olympian, Ms. Ellie Black, a Haligonian, who has put Canadian athletics on the map and inspired future female athletes. At her 7th World Championships in Liverpool, Ellie anchored her team of rookies to a historic bronze medal and earned herself a silver medal in the balance beam. Despite her numerous international accolades as a 2-time Pan Am Games champion, Commonwealth Games champion, a World Championship silver medalist, she distinguishes herself by placing team results first, earning landmark successes for Team Canada. Mr. Speaker, over 90% of girls decreased or stopped playing sports during the pandemic, and 1 in 4 are not committed to returning to their sport. Ellie reminds us that we must celebrate the successes of our female athletes and encourage them as we do men and boys. Let us all work to make sport safer for girls and ensure they feel proud and supported in pursuing their athletic endeavors. Congratulations, Ellie, you make us proud. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Thérèse de Blainville. I would like to commend the determination of thousands of workers of Avios who have been seeking justice from Air Canada for 10 years. They had to take on a company that had decided to trample on their rights and break the law by dismissing them illegally. They had to deal with a federal government that was completely insensitive to this injustice. The Bloc Québécois was thrilled to learn that the Quebec Superior Court found in favor of the workers and ordered Air Canada to compensate them for years of financial stress and anguish. I would particularly like to congratulate Jean Poirier, former Avios employee, who, along with others, led the charge and led this long battle with conviction and tenacity. In solidarity with the workers and their families who are still dealing with the fallout from this saga, we call on Air Canada not to appeal this ruling and to finally do the right thing. The Honourable Member for Alfred Pellan. Mr. Speaker, the Italian Chamber of Commerce in Canada held last week the 4th edition of the Canada-Italy Business Forum on AI and cybersecurity, bringing together experts to discuss problems and solutions. Protection of critical infrastructure such as energy, transportation, aerospace, defense, the manufacturing and financial sectors, and the healthcare system is among the major challenges of the 21st century and depends on cybersecurity. Forums of this type are an excellent initiative to have dialogue on innovative solutions and accelerate the response capacity with regard to this emerging threat. It is motivated by new geopolitical demands. Congratulations for this intergovernmental cooperation among researchers, scientists, and private business to deal with this threat.
Mr. Speaker, the pensions of approximately 125,000 UK expats currently living in Canada are still frozen. These pensions are frozen because the UK government and Canada do not have a reciprocal social security agreement. As a result, it punishes British pensioners living in Canada like 83-year-old Peter Sanguinetti, who served in the Dorset Regiment and was stationed in the West Indies, but now has to work part-time as a school bus driver because his pension has been frozen at a mere £90 per week. Or 97-year-old Anne Puckridge, who moved to Calgary to live near her daughters, but because of this cruel and indefensible policy, Anne receives just £72 per week. Simply put, people who've worked all their lives in the United Kingdom and paid into the United Kingdom system deserve to be treated fairly. The UK government needs to get around the table, agree to the new reciprocal agreement, and end this injustice.
The member for St. John's East.
Mr. Speaker, Dr. Nazar Lauder was a prominent Newfoundland and Labrador psychiatrist and mental health activist who passed away unexpectedly but peacefully on November 12th at the age of 80. St. John's and the entire province has lost a true friend and an advocate for vulnerable persons. Simply put, he was kind, decent, and caring for all. He fought against the stigma of mental illness long before it was openly talked about, and he was a remarkable trailblazer. Dr. Lauder practiced general and forensic psychiatry for nearly 50 years, served as the president of the Canadian Psychiatric Association, and was an associate professor at Memorial University School of Medicine. I am honored to have known Nazar and can personally speak to his passion and advocacy for the dignity and respect of all persons. I send my deepest condolences to his wife, Dr. Linda Ingpen, and their 3 sons, Justin, Michael, and Jonathan, and their families. He will be remembered fondly.
For Kitchener-Conestoga.
Last week was the start of commemorating 16 days of activism against gender-based violence. The campaign strives to eliminate all types of gender-based violence through education and through action. Ending gender-based violence and intimate partner violence in our communities will take all of us. It does not occur in a vacuum, but rather in a society that condones and encourages it. Change is possible when we take collective responsibility. It takes courage for women to come forward, but it's not reasonable to expect survivors to be the only ones to lead the change. We need more male allies, so I ask men to stand up and help break the cycle, to question complicity within the systems of violence, silence being one form of complicity. Men must speak up when they hear oppressive language or comments. From amplifying the voices of survivors to supporting women's organizations, we can all act to empower survivors, reduce and prevent violence against women and girls, and protect women's rights. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Dauphin, Swan River, Neepawa.
Mr. Speaker, rural Canadians are at a breaking point under this Liberal government's carbon tax. These are the Canadians who are lining up at food banks because grocery prices are too high. These are the Canadians who cannot afford to drive to the city because gas prices are too expensive. These are the Canadians who are wearing winter jackets inside because home heating has emptied their savings account. But this Liberal government doesn't care about these rural Canadians. When speaking about the carbon tax, this is the government's own members said, and I quote, there needs to be a bit of pain there. That's the point. Mr. Speaker, rural Canadians are out of money, and this Liberal government is out of touch. Only the Conservatives will fight for rural Canada and cancel the painful carbon tax.
Hear, hear, hear. The honourable member for Scarborough Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, November 29th is recognized by the United Nations as the International Day of Solidarity with the Palestinian people. It was on this day in 1947 the UN adopted the Partition Resolution, calling for the establishment in Palestine of a Jewish state and an Arab state. One of the two states to be created under this resolution, only one has so far come into being. On this day, we express solidarity with the Palestinian people who still wait decades later for their rights to self-determination. We call on all governments, including Canada, to stand up and champion the inalienable right of the Palestinian people to have the same human rights that we hold dear to ourselves, and for a just and fair two-state solution to be negotiated. As chair of the Canada-Palestine Parliamentary Friendship Group, I will continue to be a voice for justice and human rights for the people of Palestine.
The honourable member for Charleswood St. James, Assiniboia, Headingley.
This Liberal government says that inflation in Canada is not their fault. Blowing up people's mortgage payments is not their fault. High interest rates are not their fault. Can't afford gas, groceries, or home heating, not their fault either. But now, Mr. Speaker, we know the truth. The Governor of the Bank of Canada has confirmed that inflation in Canada increasingly reflects what's happening in Canada. Even former Bank Governor Mark Carney now says inflation is quite broad. Most of it is now domestically generated. Mr. Speaker, the truth is that the cost of government is driving up the cost of living. The more Liberals spend, the more things cost. Just last week, the Governor of the Bank of Canada admitted as much when he confirmed if government spending had been just half of what it was during the pandemic, we'd be seeing lower inflation today. He said inflation is costing each Canadian an extra $3,500 per year. This Prime Minister is out of touch and Canadians are out of money. Instead of creating more cash, it's time to create more of what cash buys. Thank you.
The honourable member for Yorkton Melville.
How do you encourage someone when they're discouraged? Can hope be restored when everything feels broken? So many Canadians have given so much in the worst of these recent times. Our nurses and doctors put their lives on the line, sacrificed time with their families, championed as heroes by this government until they revealed their personal medical choice. Farmers across Canada, the cutting-edge best in the world, burdened with Liberal high taxes and tariffs. Veterans promised that they and their families would be cared for, now informed by back employees that they can use MAID to end their lives. Canadian Armed Forces members serving for all of our freedoms until the Liberal election call when they were forced to retire. Our truckers became a voice of pride for millions of Canadians, though they were labelled fringe, racist, misogynist by this Prime Minister. There's a wonderful proverb that says, hope deferred makes the heart sick, but a longing fulfilled is a tree of life. Everything feels broken. Don't lose hope. We'll fix it.
The Honourable Member for Argenteuil, La Petite Nation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm hearing Christmas music while I'm shopping, and my calendar is filling up with festive events, and I am not the only one. Holiday time is also the time of year when community organizations move into action to help the most underprivileged of our fellow citizens. Generosity, citizens who are engaged in funding campaigns. We have all of this in Argenteuil, La Petite Nation. On November 19th, thanks to the extraordinary generosity of La Chute residents in Argenteuil RCM, the 32nd Guignolée of La Chute raised over $29,000, a record. Congratulations to its honorary president, Municipal Councillor Hugo Lajoie, and to all the volunteers. Other Guignolées are going to be held in my riding, and I urge all residents to contribute just as generously. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
If I can have your attention, order. I just want to remind everyone that Standing Order 31s are in process, and I'm sure the honourable members want to be heard and let you know about what's going on. That's important to them. The honourable member for Courtenay Alberni.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Doug Komodo spent almost 60 years dedicated to commercial salmon trolling and his family's livelihood on the west coast of Vancouver Island. He was a tireless advocate for the salmon trolling industry and for salmon enhancement. In 1985, Doug's industry was sacrificed in Canada's Pacific Salmon Treaty with the United States, which resulted in a 50% cut in the Chinook catch, for which the Government of Canada received $30 million in compensation. Doug Komodo passed away last year without receiving 1 cent of this compensation. He equated his treatment by the Canadian government in his fishing career with the way his own Japanese-Canadian family was treated in 1942. To this day, DFO has still not spent more than $10 million of the Pacific Salmon Treaty settlement, while Doug Komodo lost half of his income from 2008 to 2019 as a result. Doug Komodo was a proud Canadian who fought hard for the commercial salmon trolling industry and the compensation he and his fellow fishers were owed. Their treatment by the Canadian government has been a national disgrace. Doug is gone, but not forgotten, and his fight will not end until there is justice for the West Coast commercial salmon fishers.
The honourable member for Beauport-Limoilou. Mr. Speaker, Quebec is a football city. I'm referring to the extraordinary victory of the Golden Red of Laval University because it won the 11th Vanier Cup. I should underline the performance of Kevin Mittal, who was the best university player in Canada and who received the Heck Crichton Trophy. Congratulations to head coach Glenn Constantin, who celebrated his 10th victory in the finals. But the Vanier Cup is not the only trophy won by the Quebec City region. All school levels were victorious. The Blizzard of the St. François Seminary won the Juvenile Division 1 Golden Bowl, and the Limoilou Titans won the College Division 1 Golden Bowl. Whatever some of my colleagues might think, Mr. Speaker, Quebec is where the best football is played. These successes are due to the teamwork on the part of the coaches, players, support staff, and, of course, the parents. So, Rouge et Or, Titans, and Blizzard, congratulations. We're so proud of you.
The honourable member from Northumberland, Peterborough South.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians cannot afford their homes. And a house is not simply 4 walls and a roof. A house is the single largest investment most Canadians will ever own. Even more importantly, a home is a place where people start their families, where they celebrate with families, and mark some of the most important events of their lives. The reality is, if you own a variable mortgage, or you've just renewed your mortgage, your interest rate payments have doubled. Mr. Speaker, we must get these inflationary policies under control. So I call upon the government to stop deficit spending, to get interest rates and inflation under control. However, these Liberals, they can't help themselves. They just want to spend, spend, spend. So the only way that Canadians will be able to retain their homes is for the Prime Minister to lose his taxpayer-funded house.
Hear, hear. Honourable member for Ottawa Centre.
Thank you, Speaker. Housing is a human right. I'm proud of our government that is investing in building affordable and social housing in our communities. In fact, Speaker, these investments in building new homes is taking place now. Just last week, I was honored to announce funding for 240 new affordable homes in my community of Ottawa Centre, along with our Minister of Housing. This includes projects led by CCOC and Ottawa Community Housing, two of most important not-for-profit housing providers in our city. Another project from the John Howard Society will offer supporting housing for Indigenous women experiencing homelessness. And this is all in addition to previous investments by our government since 2015, Speaker, that add up to almost 2,000 new affordable homes and with over 11,000 retrofitted units just in my community of Ottawa Centre. Wow. Monsieur le Président, la loi...
Mr. Speaker, housing is a human right.
Its work until every Canadian can find a safe and affordable home. We can end chronic homelessness in our country.
Before we go to question period, I just want to point out that yesterday things got a little noisy and heated, and I would have called out a certain member, and by the sounds of it, I've got to admit, when I do make a mistake, I did call out the wrong member, so my apologies go out to the honourable member for Edmonton West for calling him out incorrectly. I want to ask all of you to not shout out or do what I perceived him to do yesterday and help me not make mistakes again today. We'll see how that goes. Oral questions. Question orale, the Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Do our security services and our officials or our police officers, did they ever inform the Prime Minister of Beijing's interference in our elections? Yes or no? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. As I've said many times, Mr. Speaker, our security and intelligence services and police take the importance of fighting against foreign interference very seriously, including Chinese interference. But I can assure the member and all Canadians that in the 2019 and 2021 elections, there was no foreign interference in a way that would have changed any of the results in any significant way. That's what the Independent Committee found. The Right Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Has used words to obscure the answer. He says there was not interference in a significant way that would have changed the outcome. Was there any interference of any kind?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
As our intelligence services have highlighted many times in many different forums for Canadians, interference in Canadians' affairs by foreign powers is an ongoing thing, whether it's cyber interference, whether it's interference with communities here in Canada, whether it's attempts to influence the media. These are things that go on an ongoing basis, and things that our intelligence agencies and police agencies work very, very hard to counter. But Canadians can be reassured that the integrity of our elections was not compromised.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
He still won't answer the question. The question was specifically about whether intelligence, law enforcement, or public servants briefed him or in any way informed him of any interference in any of our elections.
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, back in 2019, we established a professional, a nonpartisan, independent group of top civil servants and intelligence officials to ensure that the integrity of our elections would not be compromised. They watched and reported in the 2019 election. They watched and reported for the 2021 election, and in both cases confirmed that the integrity of our elections was not compromised.
Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
The question was not whether the election was compromised. The question was whether officials in intelligence, law enforcement, or the public service at any time informed the Prime Minister of allegations of any interference in our elections? Yes or no?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the member opposite brought in the element of allegations of interference. I can confirm, based on the news reports that a number of people have been remarking on for the past number of weeks, that I have never gotten any information from any of our security agencies or police officers or intelligence officials or public servants on any information on anyone receiving, as a federal candidate, receiving money from China, as the allegations highlighted.
Leader of the Opposition.
The question wasn't whether or not he heard allegations of money going to a candidate from China. Obviously, money doesn't travel on a big ship from the other side of the Pacific and then go to the shore and then be delivered to a candidate. That is obviously a denial of an absurdity. The question is whether or not the Prime Minister ever got information from the public service, the police, or intelligence bodies on any interference of any kind by Beijing in our elections.
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I got a report back from our panel that was established, the experts established in the national security agencies, to report back on whether or not our elections were subject to foreign interference, and they confirmed that the elections were held in full integrity. The outcome was not impacted, that Canadians can have full confidence in the integrity of our elections in 2019 and 2021.
L'honorable député de Belleuil-Chambly.
The honourable member for Belleuil-Chambly. My fear is that this is going to be even more confused in French. They said that there was no investigation by the RCMP, but now they're investigating. And I hope there's no one here that benefited from illegal funding, but if the reports suggest that there are up to 11 of them. Is this about protecting democracy? If so, the Prime Minister should reveal which ridings we're talking about. The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, as I said, we all heard the media reports which alleged that there was some funding by China of certain candidates, federal candidates, and I can confirm that all the experts and all the authorities from our intelligence services, among all of them, no one shared anything about interference whereby Canadians received money directly or indirectly from China. The honourable member for Belleuil-Chambly. The Prime Minister says what he doesn't know. He should tell us what he does know. It's hardly reassuring if he doesn't know anything about these allegations. So this is a Prime Minister who stands up to the Chinese leader without taking the trouble of getting any allies on board with him before he stands up to him. So if China is to be isolated or pressured, shouldn't the Prime Minister seek some allies instead of just doing it solo and for grandstanding purposes? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, Canada does work with its allies and has been doing that for years to counter foreign influence, including Chinese interference in our cybersecurity systems, in our media, and in our population. So we're working very closely with our allies in the U.S. and in England and elsewhere to counter that influence, and we will keep working with our allies to promote our values and principles that we all hold so dearly. The honourable member for Burnaby South.
Leaders are trying to privatize healthcare across the country. Doug Ford is setting up a for-pay virtual pediatric hospital, so parents have to pay for access to care. Daniel Smith is telling people that you have to fundraise to pay for your own operations. When will the Prime Minister get serious and stop the privatization going on across our country so people can get the care they need without having to pay for it?
Right, Honourable Prime Minister.
Speaker, it's interesting because some days from the opposition we get, why aren't you sending money to the premiers to solve the healthcare problems? And other days we get like this one, be careful, don't send money to the premiers because they're trying to privatize healthcare. Mr. Speaker, regardless of what the opposition says, we're going to continue to do the work of making sure Canadians get reliable results and outcomes from their healthcare systems across the country, which means standing up for the Canada Healthcare Act, but also ensuring that any work we do with the provinces delivers concretely in line with the Canada Health Act.
Honourable member for Burnaby South.
And that means stopping the privatization that's happening across the country. That's the question. Le système de santé croule à travers.
The healthcare system is crumbling all over Canada, including in Quebec. In Montreal, the Children's Hospital, the capacity is at 175%. That means they can no longer provide the care that's needed. Our children deserve better. When will the Prime Minister take action to save our healthcare system in Quebec and all across the country? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, we were there with billions and billions of dollars, $72 billion in additional funding over the pandemic years to help the provinces deliver health care. And we will continue to be there with billions in support to help the healthcare system. But we need to ensure that that is tied to improvements, to better service, to better access for Quebec and Canadian families, better access to health care. That's why we're working with the provinces to deliver real results for children, families, and everyone.
Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, I asked the Prime Minister some very specific questions today about whether he was informed of allegations that Beijing interfered in any of our elections. And he refused to answer, so I will give him a sixth try. The question is not whether he knows of a candidate that received money. It's not whether there's a committee somewhere that said that the election turned out as it should. The question is if at any time, prior to the recent media reports, he was informed by his officials of interference by Beijing in our elections. Yes or no?
The Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Very encouraged by my Conservative colleagues who can also be assured that Canadians know that the elections in 2019 and 2021 were free and fair. And why do we know that? Because we had two independent panels who looked at allegations of foreign interference and confirmed as much. More importantly, Mr. Speaker, we are putting in place the tools that are necessary to protect all of our democratic institutions so that Canadians can have their voices reflected and heard in this chamber. Thank you.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
The RCMP wrote a letter to a parliamentary committee confirming that it is investigating foreign interference, and it said in particular that interference includes in democratic processes. Democratic processes. The Constitution defines democratic rights as voting, which of course is elections. The RCMP put that in writing. CSIS officials testified that there is foreign interference that includes in elections and ridings. Would CSIS and the RCMP have made these comments publicly without informing the Prime Minister first?
The Honourable Minister for Intergovernmental Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, as the Prime Minister has said very clearly, and my colleague, the Minister of Public Safety, has repeated, our government put in place an independent process of experts chaired by the Clerk of the Privy Council, something the previous Conservative government hadn't thought important enough to do. And Mr. Speaker, that group of experts, chaired by the Clerk of the Privy Council, including the heads of our security and intelligence agencies were given the important responsibility of ensuring that Canadian elections were free and democratic. And the good news, Mr. Speaker, I know it won't impress the Leader of the Opposition, the good news is they confirmed that both elections were exactly that.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Well, that was exactly not the question. The question was not whether a committee confirmed the validity of the overall election result. The question was not whether or not the Prime Minister is aware of an individual candidate getting money from another country. The question was whether he was briefed by police, intelligence, or public servants on any interference by Beijing in any of our elections. Once again, the Prime Minister would please stand up and speak for himself, yes or no.
The Honourable Minister for Public Safety.
I appreciate my honourable colleague's concern, and that is why we had two independent panels look at, with great forensic detail, allegations of foreign interference. Now, this review was carried out by nonpartisan, professional public servants so that we could all be sure that our elections were free and fair, and that is precisely what they confirmed. And now our government continues to be vigilant against all forms of foreign interference by giving law enforcement and national security partners the tools that they need to do so. Thank you.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Well, the Prime Minister has the tools that he needs to stand up and answer the question. He would know if his officials, if the police or the intelligence bodies briefed him on any foreign interference in elections. That's the specific question that I have now asked 7 times. At first, the Prime Minister refused to give a proper answer, and now he's refusing to even take to his feet and face the question. So one last time, was he ever briefed on interference by foreign actors in our elections, yes or no?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we obviously share the concern of all members of this House about the importance of protecting Canadian democracy from any foreign interference. And we know that authoritarian regimes around the world have attacked other Western democracies for many reasons and for many years. That's why we thought, Mr. Speaker, it was important to take all the steps necessary to protect our democratic institutions. And as the Leader of the Opposition will know, we also set up the National Security and Intelligence Committee of Parliamentarians, something that the previous Conservative government didn't do, and they have access to that confidential information.
L'honorable député de Chicoutimi.
The Honourable Member for Chicoutimi, the Fjord. Mr. Speaker, as you know, the holiday season is fast approaching, but Canadians aren't really in the mood for festivities. Inflation is strangling families. Food banks are overwhelmed with requests, and the face of the typical user is changing. People who used to donate food are now coming to get some. Even people with good jobs are coming for food. Families' wish list for 2023 is short. Can the Liberals guarantee that they will not increase taxes? The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to begin my answers today with some good news for Canadian families. This week, on Thursday, December 1st, Canadians can begin to apply for the Canadian dental benefit. That means that parents of children under 12 will be able to apply for $650 for visits to the dentist. This is good news for Canadians, and I hope everyone will take advantage of it. The Honourable Member for Chicoutimi. I agree to having children cared for, but before they get their teeth fixed, maybe they need something to chew on, because 30% of food bank users are kids. They're hungry. They're going to school on empty stomachs, and they need to be able to eat, drink, and have a roof over their head and have access to drugs when they're sick. These are the basic needs. Can this government guarantee that they will not increase taxes? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, I'm a bit surprised by the response because I would have expected, well, I know that he voted against dental care for Canadian families. And it's important to be upright with Canadians and forthcoming and tell them who voted in favor of dental care for kids and who was it who voted against it. So I just want to take this opportunity to point out that this good program, which begins on Thursday, is a program the Conservatives voted against. The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. Mr. Speaker, this government wanted to add China to the Trans-Pacific Partnership. They wanted a free trade deal with China. They seem to be ignoring the advice of their own security and intelligence services. How credible is this, Prime Minister, if his policy toward China, which could always start up again, a government that hides facts from its own people? Could we at least know, Mr. Speaker, of the 11 ridings in question, did any of them get any funding and were any of them elected? The Honourable Minister of Public Safety. As the government has already said, we share concerns about threats of foreign interference, and that's precisely why we created 2 independent panels. Both panels found that the results of the federal elections in 2019 and 2021 were free and fair. We will continue to invest to provide the authorities with all the tools they need to protect Canadian interests. Thank you. The Honourable Member for Shefford. Mr. Speaker, a study by the AQDR and the Observatoire Québécois sur les inégalités shows that 1 in 2 seniors is in a precarious situation. And they're not just seniors 75 and over. These figures don't even take into account the record inflation that's currently affecting the cost of groceries and housing. Inflation, unlike this government, does not discriminate against seniors based on age. The study shows that half of seniors do not have a sustainable income. What more is it going to take for this government to increase the OAS for all seniors? The Honourable Minister.
Challenges that seniors are facing, and our government has been there for them. Mr. Speaker, we're delivering for them by doubling the GST credit. That is going to help 11 million people. That's why we're providing dental and rental support. Mr. Speaker, this summer we permanently increased the old age security for seniors age 75 and over. That's $800 more for a full pensioners, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, that's why we increased the guaranteed income supplement. Mr. Speaker, that is helping over 900,000 seniors. That has lifted 45 seniors out of poverty. On this side of the House, we're going to continue to deliver for seniors. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Shefford. Mr. Speaker, that's not what I'm talking about. They gave a $500 vote-getting check to everyone over 75, but not a penny more for those 65 to 74. They raised the pension for 75 plus by 10%, but not a penny more for 65 to 74-year-olds. That's the discrimination I'm talking about. It has to stop. Half of all seniors are in a precarious situation, and the government knows this. They could increase the pensions of all seniors starting at 65 by $110 a month, as we have been suggesting, but they choose to do nothing. Why? The Honourable Minister for Seniors.
Been there to support seniors. Mr. Speaker, this summer we're delivering on our promise. We delivered on our promise to increase the old age security by 10% for those 75 and older, Mr. Speaker, strengthening support for Canadian seniors. Mr. Speaker, on this side of the House, we increased the guaranteed income supplement that has helped over 900,000 single seniors, Mr. Speaker, that has lifted over 45,000 seniors out of poverty. Mr. Speaker, that is why we doubled the GST. That's going to help 11 million Canadians, Mr. Speaker. On this side of the House, we're going to continue to make sure we support all Canadians, including seniors. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Wellington Halton Hills.
Mr. Speaker, the government isn't answering our very legitimate questions. We know the Prime Minister was briefed at least 3 times about foreign interference since the 2019 election. In the briefing, CSIS mentioned Beijing's foreign interference and also mentioned politicians and riding associations being targeted. Simple question. Was the Prime Minister told about Beijing targeting candidates in the 2019 or 2021 elections?
The Honourable Minister for Public Safety.
Speaker, as my honourable colleague has heard on many occasions now, we had independent panels look at allegations of foreign interference. He can also be assured, and all members can, that we also have the RCMP and CSIS who are eyes wide open when it comes to potential threats of foreign interference. We're giving the community all the tools they need, the resources that they need so that we can protect all of our institutions, including elections, Mr. Speaker. That's something that all members should share as a common objective. Thank you.
For Wellington, Halton Hills.
Mr. Speaker, CSIS also said in those briefings that the government's response to foreign interference be, quote, grounded in transparency and sunlight, end quote, so that foreign interference is, quote, exposed to the public, end quote. This government's response to our legitimate questions has been anything but. They've stonewalled us for weeks. Commissioner Luckey said yesterday that the RCMP has investigations into broad foreign interference, including interference in democratic processes. Simple question, do these investigations include the 2019 or 2021 elections?
Hear, hear.
The Honourable Minister for Intergovernmental Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, my colleague is an experienced member of this House. He sat in a cabinet. He would know that ministers don't answer questions on details of specific police investigations in the House of Commons. What governments do, Mr. Speaker, what governments do is put in place the appropriate processes to ensure that our democratic institutions are protected from foreign interference, a concern that all members of this House share. Exactly. And as my colleagues have pointed out, Mr. Speaker, we took steps that previous Conservative governments didn't think they should take to put in place the appropriate mechanisms to ensure the integrity of our elections, and that's exactly what we did.
Well, member for St. Albert, Edmonton.
Yesterday, we learned from the RCMP and Commissioner that there are ongoing RCMP investigations into Beijing's election interference in 2019. The Leader of the Opposition has asked a very straightforward and specific question to the Prime Minister, one he has repeatedly refused to answer, and that is whether he was briefed about election interference by Beijing. Election interference. Canadians deserve transparency. So again, election interference by Beijing, was the Prime Minister briefed, yes or no?
The Honourable Minister.
Colleague and all members in this chamber can be assured of the integrity of the 2019 and 2021 elections because we had independent panels who looked with great detail, great attention at documents, who interviewed witnesses and confirmed the result, Mr. Speaker. And more importantly, we will continue to give all of the tools that are necessary to our independent police community, to our independent national security community, so that they can protect all democratic institutions, so that Canadians can have their voices reflected in our governments. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Yesterday, at a request of a parliamentary committee looking at foreign interference in our elections, the RCMP refused to provide documents in its possession because those documents could compromise undergoing investigations. CSIS was a little bit more open. We have a document, a top-secret document called Briefing for the Prime Minister on Foreign Interference. There are only two people who deny foreign interference, the Prime Minister and the Chinese spokesperson. Nobody believes either one of them. When will the Prime Minister tell the whole truth? The Honourable Minister of Intergovernmental Affairs. Mr. Speaker, my colleague knows very well that the government was very transparent. The colleague across the way is referring to documents that a committee of the House requested. Mr. Speaker, the good news is that there is also a committee of parliamentarians which is specifically tasked with looking at this kind of issue when it comes to intelligence and national security. And I invite my colleague to ensure, as we will, that this committee, which is appropriate, we'll be able to look at these documents and we'll have access to all necessary information.
Member for Churchill, Kiwatnuk-Aski.
Royal Bank is about to take over another bank. Loblaws announced profits are up 30%. Large corporations avoided paying $30 billion in taxes. With the Liberals' help, corporate Canada is raking it in, while workers, people on fixed incomes, Northerners, and Indigenous peoples are paying the price. But this government is missing in action. The Deputy Prime Minister refuses to bring in a windfall tax. Instead, Her solution, cancel Disney Plus. Instead of catering to billionaires, why won't the Liberals stand up for working people and make the ultra-rich pay their fair share?
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, our government absolutely is committed to ensuring that everyone in Canada pays their fair share. And in fact, we have brought in a COVID windfall tax. It's called the COVID Recovery Dividend. It is levied at 15% on financial institutions and insurers. We have also brought in a permanent 1.5% tax on banks and insurers. And, Mr. Speaker, we've introduced a luxury tax of 10% on private planes, luxury cars, luxury boats. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Great. Member for Hamilton Centre.
Highest ever second quarter profits. Shareholders are getting richer at the expense of Canadian workers by outsourcing 11,000 of their jobs overseas, and it's grotesque. And Canadian workers are fed up. USW Local 1944 has reached a 97% strike mandate, and this government is giving TELUS millions of dollars in federal procurement contracts. Will this Liberal government stand up for workers by ending lucrative contracts with companies like TELUS, who use taxpayer dollars to ship our Canadian jobs overseas?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
We're concerned that Canadians pay some of the highest prices in the world to stay connected, and that's why our government is taking action to make services more affordable and to hold the big national carriers accountable. And our plan is working, Mr. Speaker. In 2020, our government announced an historic program to reduce mid-range cell phone plans by 25%, and I'm happy to report that our government reached this ambitious target ahead of schedule. But we know more work remains to be done, and that's why we will continue to push for lower prices for Canadians.
The Honourable Member for Kings Hants.
Mr. Speaker, we know how important EI sickness benefits are for Canadians who are impacted and have to be able to leave the workforce as a result of an injury or a sickness. That is exactly why our government in budget of 2021 extended the EI sickness benefit to be able to make sure that those Canadians that face an income gap between by the time their benefits expire and they're able to get back to work are protected. Can the Minister of Workforce Development, Employment and Disability Inclusion provide an update to this House on the work of that extension on how we're protecting Canadians?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the member from Kings Hants for his tireless work on behalf of his constituents. We know many workers face a stressful income gap between when they exhaust their EI sickness benefits and when they're able to return to work. That's why I'm pleased to announce that as of December 18th, we are permanently extending EI and sickness benefits from 15 weeks to 26 weeks, benefiting approximately 169,000 Canadians each year. This extension to 26 weeks will give workers more time to recover from serious illness or injury before they rejoin the workforce.
Honourable Member for Medicine Hat, Carson Warner.
Mr. Speaker, the Liberals have made life easier for criminals in this country. After 7 years of their soft on crime approach, violent crime has increased 32%, gang homicide is up 92%, and the overall incidents of violent crime in 2021 are up 124,000 compared to 2015. For a government who claims to make evidence-based decisions, they appear to be willfully blind to the evidence. Will this government stop their soft on crime policies?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice.
Mr. Speaker, for the first time in Canada's history, we've repealed mandatory minimum penalties, giving judges the flexibility to impose sentences that fit the crime. We've repealed the MMPs that contribute most to the over-incarceration of Indigenous, Black and racialized people. Right. The adoption of C5 means prosecutors and police can dedicate more resources and time to fighting serious crimes. And I want to thank all those who supported us in getting this through, including members of the opposition as well as the senators in getting Bill C5 through Royal Assembly, Mr. Speaker.
Excellent. The Honourable Member for Medicine Hats and Corner.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaking of Bill C5, this government's misguided approach continues with it. C5 reduces the mandatory minimum sentences for numerous violent crimes, including crimes with firearms. Bill C-75, it makes it easier for criminals to get out on bail. And now, rather than going after the illegal guns used by criminals and street gangs, the Liberals are targeting law-abiding hunters, farmers, and sport shooters with Bill C-71, or C-21, sorry. When will this government stop their soft on crime approach and get serious about public safety?
The Honourable Minister for Housing.
Mr. Speaker, the honourable member is of course entitled to his opinions, but he's not entitled to the facts. The fact is they cut $390 million from CBSA, further weakening our border. In addition to that, they're comfortable with attacking C5, the first real government to tackle the issue of the massive overrepresentation of Indigenous and Black Canadian people in our prison system. That is a scandal, and they shouldn't fight that. We are trying to fix the systemic discriminatory effects of mandatory minimum sentences that have not reduced, that have not improved community safety, but have led to a massive increase in overrepresentation of disadvantaged groups, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Bruce Grey, Owen Sound.
Mr. Speaker, violent crime has risen 32% since the Liberals formed government in 2015. This is a fact across all of Canada, and including in my riding, where I'm reading local headlines titled, "Arrested Again for Participation in a Criminal Organization, Failure to Comply with a Probation Order, 11 counts of knowledge of the possession of a firearm while prohibited, 2 counts of disobeying a court order, 2 counts of breach of a weapons prohibition." Why are the Liberals removing mandatory minimums on repeat offenders, and when will they repeal their soft on crime policies?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, serious crimes will always have serious consequences. C5 is about moving past failed policies of the Conservatives who clogged our system and filled our prisons with low-risk first-time offenders. Time and resources that should be devoted to fighting serious crimes, Mr. Speaker. In fact, former Supreme Court Justice Moldover, whom no one can accuse of being soft on crime, recently stressed the need for a different approach to less serious offenses. In the past decade, we saw the impact of harsh, ineffective policies on Indigenous and racialized people or on those who suffer from addiction, Mr. Speaker. This is smart criminal justice policy.
Excellent.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Bruce Grey, Owen Sound.
Mr. Speaker, let's make sure talking points don't get in the road of the facts. 10 of the 12 mandatory minimums the Liberals are removing were introduced by previous Liberal governments, i.e. the Trudeau Senior and Chrétien governments. What did these previous Liberal governments get so wrong? As violent crime continues to increase in the last 7 years under this Liberal government, why are they so focused on helping criminals and repeat offenders by standing up for the victims? When will they repeal their soft on crime agenda?
Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, the opposition is defending those failed policies because he is defending himself. Him and the party opposite have been in the forefront of the Harper era implementing policies targeting Indigenous, Black, and marginalized people. Those policies did not protect our communities. In fact, even Conservatives in the U.S. are abandoning mandatory minimum penalties and recognizing that they do not work, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Rivière-du-Nord. Mr. Speaker, Sunday, during an interview on Radio-Canada discussing the Emergencies Act, the Minister of Public Safety said that the Act needs to be modernized and that it has some gaps. And he said candidly that his government knew that it hadn't reached the necessary thresholds to invoke the Act, but they did it anyway. Mr. Speaker, in a state of law, the end does not justify the means. Do the Liberals realize and accept the precedent that they've created, which would now authorize any government to suspend individual liberties just because they want to? The Honourable Minister of Intergovernmental Affairs. Mr. Speaker, I respect my colleague across the way, but the number of times that he repeats something which is not true does not make it true. Mr. Speaker, nothing that our government has done suspended Canadians' individual liberties. We took an important decision to protect the Canadian economy, the safety of Canadians. We were transparent every step of the way, including before the inquiry last week, and we are looking forward to seeing Justice Rollo's report, which will shed light on these decisions. The Honourable Member for Rivière-du-Nord. Mr. Speaker, it's exactly this precedent that the father of the Emergencies Act, former Minister Perrin Beatty, was afraid of. At the inquiry, he said that he was afraid that once the Act was used once, the temptation would exist to use it for other crises. he consciously inserted in the Act specific criteria which need to be respected to prevent arbitrary use or abuse of the Act, as was the case with the previous War Measures Act. The Liberals ignored that criteria when they invoked the Act. Can the Minister please tell us what's preventing any future government from arbitrarily using the Act to suspend individual liberties? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, my colleague knows very well that all of the criteria were respected. We respected the rights of all Canadians in this process, and we also felt, Mr. Speaker, that it was important with the criteria that we've discussed with the Rouleau Commission, is to ask for opinions and suggestions about the possibility of modernizing the Emergencies Act, to listen to experts, and that's why we are looking forward to seeing the recommendations from the Commission.
The Honourable Member for Dauphin, Swan River, Neepawa.
Mr. Speaker, first the Liberals promised not to raise the carbon tax, and then they tripled the tax. Then they said Canadians would get more money back but when they paid the carbon tax. But then that was proven false. And then the Liberals promised the carbon tax would lower emissions, but emissions went up. When will this Liberal government stop misleading Canadians and cancel the failed carbon tax?
Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I've said in the House a number of times, affordability is extremely important to all members of this House. This government has taken very significant actions to address that. But I would also say that 8 out of 10 Canadian families actually get more money back from the carbon tax, from the price on pollution, than they actually pay. And in terms of misleading the House, I would actually ask the honourable member who asked the question what he campaigned on in the last campaign. It included putting a price on pollution. Not sure exactly how he explains that to his constituents. Misleading. Yes, very much misleading.
The Honourable Member for Beauce. Mr. Speaker, the Liberals have no compassion for workers who are having a hard time making ends meet. And they're making the situation for small and medium-sized businesses even more difficult in January with the increase in taxes. And what's worst, these Liberal policies are hurting businesses in Beauce who hire foreign workers, who spend thousands of dollars to recruit them, with no assurance that they'll be able to keep them for the length of their contract. What is the government waiting for to help our small and medium-sized businesses by fixing this problem? And what are they waiting for to abandon their tax increases? The Honourable Minister.
Thank the Honourable Member for that question. I would say on this side of the House, every day we think about what we can do to help Canadians and to help those small businesses. We have cut taxes for small businesses throughout the pandemic. We have helped them keep their staff on staff. We saw so many businesses pivot to being e-commerce friendly so that they can help their customers So on this side of the House, every day it is about helping small businesses, and we'll keep doing that.
Yes, good job. Member for King Vaughan.
Mr. Speaker, it's only 1 month. 1.5 million individuals use the food bank. The fact is that a lot of seniors now depend on the food bank for survival. Unfortunately, due to this Liberal government's careless spending practices, the life of people who founded this country is no longer affordable for our seniors who raised us, fed us, and cared for us. Will this Liberal government show compassion and stop the tripling of the carbon tax on food, gas, and home heating? Yes or no?
The Honourable Minister for Seniors.
The Honourable Member mentioned the word facts, so let's look at some facts, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the fact is when the Conservative Party was in power, their plan for seniors was to raise their age of retirement to 67. Mr. Speaker, the fact is the first thing we did on this side was to reverse that back to 65, Mr. Speaker. The fact is the party opposite has opposed every single measure that our government has put forward to support seniors, Mr. Speaker, including the increase to the guaranteed income supplement, including the increase to the old age security by 10%, including our enhancements to the CPP, Mr. Speaker. We won't take any lesson from the party opposite on seniors. We're going to continue to deliver for them. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Mississauga, Streetsville.
Mr. Speaker, November 25th marked the beginning of 16 days of activism to end gender-based violence. This year's theme, it's not just. reminds us of both the injustice of gender-based violence and how often society dismisses or minimizes behaviors and beliefs that contribute to its pervasiveness. Can the Minister of Women and Gender Equality and Youth share what our government is doing to address the injustices and provide support to those experiencing gender-based violence?
Good question. The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, thank you so much to the member. To anyone experiencing gender-based violence, we see you and we hear you. We know that crisis lines are being used more than ever across this country, and we've responded, Mr. Speaker. We've entered into agreements to fund crisis lines with Nova Scotia, the Yukon, British Columbia, Saskatchewan, and Manitoba. We are committed to expanding those services in the coming days. I have to tell you, Mr. Speaker, I am honored to continue to do this work in every province, in every territory, to know that if you need help, there is someone to listen on the other end.
The Honourable Member for Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Unfortunately, this Liberal government has showed us that they're always in retard and working on reaction. They have no vision. No other country has seen the Tylenol and Advil shortage for kids like we've seen in Canada. And as parents, to save our kids, what do? We go to the hospital. Well, Saint-Justin in Montreal is at 135% of its full capacity. Since April, they've had this problem. So my question is very simple. Why is this government always reacting? Why are they always behind? The Honourable Minister of Health. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And we share all of the concerns of parents and grandparents and teachers when it comes to the health care situation for children across Canada. But talking about being behind, maybe my colleague hasn't been listening in recent weeks, but for 2 weeks now, we've announced an emergency importation of over 2 million units of medication for kids. And last week, we announced an additional 500,000 units that'll be coming in the coming weeks. And I'll be happy to keep my colleague up to date on those measures. The Honourable Member for Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier. Well, unfortunately, the minister has never gone to the pharmacy in the last few days. Nothing's available, and since April, they've been aware of the problem. Now, let's talk about the economy, Mr. Speaker. We're going into a recession, and the Liberals are increasing taxes. They don't even have the heart to give a hand to Canadians who need some help. What does it need? Individual bankruptcies are up by 22%. 1 business out of 6 is considering shutting down. The average balance on credit cards is at a record level of over $2,000, and the need for food banks is exploding. Will the Liberals listen to reason and stop increasing taxes? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to remind my colleague across the way that the best slogan for the Conservative Party has always been and will always be chop, 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 Mr. Speaker. They are the ones who don't accept any of the programs that we have put in place, who have cut. They don't agree with the Canada Child Benefit. They don't agree with the Canada Worker Benefit. They don't agree with any of the help that we've given for seniors. We have no lessons to take from the Conservatives, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Lambton, Kent, Middlesex.
This Liberal government has created a mess. Everything they touch is broken. The Arrive scam app, huge passport backlogs. Nexus is at a standstill. The fact that 1.5 million Canadians used a food bank in a single month, and seniors are telling me that they're skipping meals. And they're not alone. 1 in 5 Canadians are skipping meals. This is all thanks to the Liberals' inflationary spending. Mr. Speaker, this is completely unacceptable. When will this government stop making life hard for Canadians and give them back control of their lives?
Honourable Minister for Families.
Mr. Speaker, to the contrary, on this side of the House, we actually understand how hard life is for Canadians right now, which is why we have put forward significant benefits to help Canadians, whether that be the Canada Child Benefit, the Canada Dental Benefit, the Canada Housing Benefit, Mr. Speaker, an increase to the Canada Workers Benefit. We are there for Canadians at every single stage of their life because we understand that these are difficult times right now. Unfortunately, I can't say the same for my colleagues opposite. The Conservatives have voted against Canadians, against supporting Canadians every single time. If they want to join us and help Canadians, they're welcome to do that. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Don Valley North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Canada is working day and night
to ensure that Afghans and their family who help Canada's mission to help women and girls read and write, maintain peace, and building democracy in Afghanistan will have a safe haven here. We know that the Taliban is trying to reverse this progress and making it harder for those fleeing prosecution to escape the country. Can the Minister of Immigration, Refugee and Citizenship give us an update on how Canada is stepping up to provide safe passage to Afghans most in need of protection?
Good question. Good question.
Well, Minister of Immigration.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the honourable member for his question and his continued advocacy to support some of the world's most vulnerable people. The circumstances in Afghanistan are absolutely heartbreaking, and that is why Canada made one of the most substantial commitments of any country in the world to welcome at least 40,000 Afghan refugees. Mr. Speaker, I am so thrilled to share with my colleague that Canada has now welcomed more than 25,000 Afghan refugees who are safe that have been given a second lease on life here in Canada. And Mr. Speaker, they are here wanting to make a difference. I have met women judges and parliamentarians. I have met members of the LGBTQ2+ community. I have met members who have served alongside the Canadian Armed Forces to help us in our time of need. It's our turn to help them, and that's exactly what we're going to continue to do.
The honourable member for Courtenay Alberni.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians are already dealing with the high costs of food and utilities, and now they'll have to pay a whopping 39.5% fuel fee on Canada Post packages this holiday season. It's price gouging, and this government is approving it. It's already hard to be away from loved ones during the holidays, and the Prime Minister is making it worse by allowing a Crown corporation to gouge families. Will the Prime Minister stop piling costs onto families and cancel Canada Post's holiday surcharge?
The Honourable Minister.
And as I'm sure the member opposite is aware, Canada Post Corporation operates at arm's length from the government. But we do have regular conversations with Canada Post in terms of their initiatives. We monitor this very closely. I'm in communication with that board, and I commit to the member to continue that type of conversation.
The honourable member for North Island, Powell River.
Mr. Speaker, last week 3 people in my riding died in a tragic float plane crash off the coast of Port Hardy. Travel by air and water are a reality in communities like mine, and that's why we need reliable information from the weather stations. Safety is at risk when they are not working. The owner of the plane showed me his letters to Transport Canada, desperately requesting that weather stations be fixed. Some not working for months and even years. Wow. What is the Minister of Transport doing to ensure those weather stations are properly maintained and working?
The Honourable Minister of Transportation.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank my colleague for her important question. Safety in the aviation sector is our #1 priority. Myself and our government are working with Transport Canada, with our stakeholders, with all airline operators to make sure that we maintain the highest level of safety in Canada and around the world. So, Mr. Speaker, I'm willing to work with my colleague and other members of the House to ensure that we maintain that highest level of standard of safety. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I'm afraid that's all the time we have for question period today. Nous avons un rappel au règlement.
Point of order. The Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, during question period, I quoted a document from a briefing info session for the Prime Minister on foreign interference. I seek the consent and collaboration of the House to table one of the many documents shared with us by the CRS.
Tous ceux qui s'opposent.
All those opposed to what the member is proposing will please say nay.
On n'a pas l'unanimité.
We don't have unanimous consent.
If I can have your attention, I just want to say that during question period, everything went rather smoothly, and I just want to thank you all for being so kind to each other. It being 3:15, conformément à l'ordre adopté.
Pursuant to order made on Thursday, June 23, 2022, the House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on the motions at report stage of Bill C-29. Call in the members.
Call in the members. The question is on motion number 1. Monsieur Miller, appuyé par Monsieur.
Mr. Millender, seconded by Mr. Boissonnault, moved that Bill C-29 in Clause 10 be amended by deleting lines 11 to 13 on page 5.
The 10-minute period for members voting electronically has started, and the House will now proceed to the vote for members participating in person. All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Monsieur Duclos.
Monsieur Duclos.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Jazik.
Ms. Jazik.
Ms. Chagger.
Ms. Chagger.
Ms. Scrow.
Ms. Scrow.
Madame Saint-Onge.
Madame Saint-Onge.
Ms. Cara.
Ms. Cara.
Monsieur Vandal.
Monsieur Vandal.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Monsieur McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Monsieur Miller.
Monsieur Miller.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Monsieur Serré.
Monsieur Serré.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Monsieur Serré. Pardon me. Monsieur Sanson.
Monsieur Sanson.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mrs. Romanato.
Mrs. Romanato.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Ms. Sahota.
Ms. Sahota.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Varani.
Monsieur Fergus.
Monsieur Fergus.
Mr. Ananda Sangari.
Mr. Ananda Sangari.
Madame Koutrakis.
Madame Koutrakis.
Mr. Dogood.
Mr. Dogood.
Monsieur Lauzon.
Monsieur Lauzon.
Madame Lalonde.
Madame Lalonde.
Madame Bendayan.
Madame Bendayan.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Mr. Fonseca.
Fonseca.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Monsieur Yakano.
Mr. Yakano.
Mr. Vancouverden.
Vancouverden.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Mr. Kellaway.
Mr. Kellaway.
Ms. Sachs.
Ms. Sachs.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. Sidhu Brampton East.
Mr. Sidhu Brampton East.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Baptiste.
Mr. Baptiste.
Mr. Fragascados.
Mr. Fragascados.
Monsieur Drouin.
Monsieur Drouin.
Mr. Chang.
Mr. Chang.
Mr. Jauhari.
Mr. Jauhari.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Mr. Lightbound.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Mr. Sobara.
Mr. Sobara.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Ms. Yip.
Ms. Yip.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Baker.
Mr. Baker.
Mr. Dong.
Mr. Dong.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Pulowski.
Mr. Pulowski.
Mr. Turnbull.
Mr. Turnbull.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Monsieur Zuberi.
Mr. Zuberi.
Mr. Ali.
Mr. Ali.
Ms. Bradford.
Ms. Bradford.
Mr. Hanley.
Mr. Hanley.
Ms. Hefner.
Ms. Hefner.
Ms. Kayabaga.
Ms. Kayabaga.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Mr. McDonald Malpeck.
Mr. McDonald Malpeck.
Mrs. Valdez.
Mrs. Valdez.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Ashton.
Ms. Ashton.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Ms. Blaney.
Ms. Blaney.
Ms. Idlout.
Ms. Idlout.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Ms. Gazan.
Ms. Gazan.
Mr. Green.
Mr. Green.
Ms. Barron.
Miss Barron.
Mr. Backrack.
Mr. Backrack.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Ms. Zarillo.
Ms. Zarillo.
Ms. Collins Victoria.
Ms. Collins Victoria.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Massey.
Mr. Davies.
Pardon me, Mr. Davies.
Mr. Davies.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Mr. Desjardins.
Mr. Desjardins.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Ms. May, Saanich Gulf Islands.
Ms. May, Saanich Gulf Islands.
Mr. Morris.
Mr. Morris.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Mr. Poliev.
Mr. Poliev.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Kamich.
Mr. Kamich.
Mrs. Thomas.
Mrs. Thomas.
Monsieur Deltel.
Monsieur Deltel.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Monsieur Paulus.
Monsieur Paulus.
Mr. Shear.
Mr. Shear.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Ms. Lanceman.
Ms. Lanceman.
Mr. Hallan.
Mr. Hallan.
Ms. Lewis Haldeman Norfolk.
Ms. Lewis Haldeman Norfolk.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Mazer.
Mr. Mazer.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Monsieur Berthold.
Monsieur Berthold.
Ms. Findley.
Ms. Finley.
Mr. Aboutaif.
Mr. Aboutaif.
Mrs. Gray.
Mrs. Gray.
Mr. Barrett.
Mr. Barrett.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mr. Vidal.
Mr. Vidal.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Lloyd.
Ms. Rude.
Ms. Rude.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Monsieur Godin.
Monsieur Godin.
Mr. Genereux.
Mr. Genereux.
Ms. Gladue.
Ms. Gladue.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mrs. Goodridge.
Mrs. Goodrich.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Ms. Ferrari.
Ms. Ferrari.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mr. Chambers.
Mr. Chambers.
Mr. Aitchison.
Mr. Aitchison.
Mr. Malillo.
Mr. Malillo.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. McLean.
Mr. McLean.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Steinley.
Mr. Steinley.
Mr. Lawrence.
Mr. Lawrence.
Mrs. Cramp-Nyman.
Mrs. Cramp-Nyman.
Monsieur Lehoux.
Monsieur Lehoux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Mr. Tucker.
Mr. Tucker.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Madame Vien.
Madame Vien.
Monsieur Gould.
Mr. Gould.
Monsieur Brassard.
Monsieur Brassard.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Ms. Rempel Garner.
Ms. Rempel Garner.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Dreesen.
Mr. Dreesen.
Mr. Currick.
Mr. Currick.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Redicop.
Mr. Redicop.
Mr. Morant.
Mr. Morant.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Monsieur d'Entremont.
Monsieur d'Entremont.
Mr. Dowdle.
Mr. Dowdle.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Motts. Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Ruff.
Mr. Ruff.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Soroka.
Monsieur Terrien.
Monsieur Terrien.
Madame Normandin.
Madame Normandin.
Monsieur Simard.
Monsieur Simard.
Monsieur Bergeron.
Monsieur Bergeron.
Monsieur Garon.
Monsieur Garon.
Madame Gill.
Madame Gill.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame Michaud.
Madame Michaud.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Madame Gaudreau.
Madame Gaudreau.
Madame Larouche.
Madame Larouche.
Monsieur Villemur.
Monsieur Villemur.
Monsieur Barcelou-Duval.
Monsieur Barcelou-Duval.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Madame Vignola.
Madame Vignola.
Monsieur Savard-Tremblay.
Monsieur Savard-Tremblay.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Lemire.
Monsieur Lemire.
Madame Chabat.
Madame Chabat.
Monsieur Trudel.
Monsieur Trudel.
Madame Desbiens.
Madame Desbiens.
Monsieur Blanchette-Jonca.
Monsieur Blanchette-Jonca.
Madame Bérubé.
Madame Bérubé.
Monsieur Désilé.
Monsieur Désilé.
La Chambre attendra maintenant la fin de la période de...
The House will now wait for the end of the electronic voting period before continuing its...
I wish to inform the House that the electronic voting period has ended. If members were not able to vote due to technical difficulties, they may now use the raise hand function, and the chair will recognize them. Ms. Suds.
In favor?
Pour.
Le bureau va maintenant compiler les...
The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour 177, 177. Nays contre 144, 144.
I declare motion number 1 carried. The question is on motion number 2. Mr. Melillo, seconded by Mr. Vidal, moved that Bill C-29 in Clause 10 be amended by replacing line 15 on page 5 with the following. In paragraphs 1A to E, the remaining directors may. I believe the Honourable Government Whip is rising on a point of order.
Oui, merci, Monsieur le Président. Je crois... Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think that you'll find that there is unanimous consent so that the previous vote is applied to this vote. The Liberal Party voting yes.
Okay. The Honourable Opposition Whip.
Mr. Speaker, Conservatives agree to apply the vote with Conservatives voting yea.
Le Whip du Bloc.
Mr. Speaker, the Bloc Québécois agrees to apply the vote and will vote for.
The Honourable NDP Whip.
The NDP agrees to apply the vote and will be voting yes.
The Honourable Leader of the Green Party.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Green Party agrees to apply the vote and will be voting yes.
Mr. Vuong.
Mr. Speaker, I agree to apply the results of the previous vote, voting in favor.
Monsieur Reyes.
Mr. Speaker, I agree to apply the vote and I vote yea.
Do I have to go to... Okay, perfect. Good.
Yeas pour 321, 321. Nays contre 0 aucun.
I declare motion number 2 carried. La mise.
The question is on question number 3.
By Mr. Boissonneau, move that Bill C-29 in Clause 12 be amended by replacing line 9 on page 6 with, may I dispense? Okay, very good. The Honourable Government Whip is rising.
Monsieur le Président, encore une fois. Mr. Speaker, once again, I think you will note unanimous consent for the application of the previous vote to this one. The Liberal MPs voting yea.
Liberal Opposition Whip.
Mr. Speaker, Conservatives agree to apply the vote with Conservatives voting yea.
L'Honourable Whip.
The Honourable Bloc Whip. Mr. Speaker, the Bloc Québécois agrees to apply the vote and votes yea.
The Honourable Whip for the NDP.
The NDP agreed to apply the vote with the NDP voting yes.
The Honourable Leader for the Green Party.
They're doing it on. Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Green Party agrees with the application of the vote and votes yea.
Monsieur Reyes.
Mr. Reyes. Mr. Speaker, I agree to apply the vote and I apply yea.
Mr. Vuong.
Also the previous vote, voting in favor.
Will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour 321, 321. Nays, contre, zero, aucun.
Je déclare la motion.
I declare motion number 3 carried.
Mr. Miller, seconded by Mr. Macaulay Cardigan, moves that Bill C-29, an act to provide for the... May I dispense? Very good. Is the Honourable Government Whip.
Once again, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think that you will note unanimous consent has been given, so the result of the previous vote is applied to this one. The Liberal MPs voting yea.
The Honourable Opposition Whip.
Mr. Speaker, Conservatives agree to apply the vote with Conservatives voting yes.
The Honourable Bloc Whip. Mr. Speaker, the Bloc Québécois agrees to apply the vote of the previous vote and votes yea.
The Honourable Whip for the New Democratic Party.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. The NDP agreed to apply and will be voting in favour.
The Honourable Leader of the Green Party.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Green Party agrees to apply the vote and will be voting in favour.
Mr. Vuong.
Mr. Speaker, I agree to apply the results of the previous vote, voting in favor.
Monsieur Reyes.
Mr. Speaker, I agree to apply the vote of the previous vote and vote yea.
The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour 321, 321. Nays, contre, zero, aucun.
I declare the motion carried. When shall the bill be read a third time? Now? Now. Very good. Okay. Oh, we have a point of order. Yes, the Honourable Member for Cold Lake. Fulk McMurray, Cold Lake, yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In the process of applying the vote, before we applied the final vote, the member for Saint Laurent happened to leave the chamber, and I just wanted to raise this to your attention because I believe that impacts the count of the vote.
I want to thank the Honourable Member for her point of order, and the vote count will be adjusted accordingly. Thank you. I wish to inform the House that because of the deferred recorded division, government orders will be extended by 19 minutes. Orders of the day.
Order amendant du gouvernement, projet de loi amendant du gouvernement commune, third reading of Bill C-29, the National Council for Reconciliation Act.
Pursuant to order made on Tuesday, November 15, 2022, the House will now proceed to the consideration of Bill C-29 at third reading stage. Mr. Miller, seconded by Mr. Macaulay Cardigan, moves that Bill C-29, an act to provide for establishment of a National Council for Reconciliation, be now read a third time and do pass. Before we go to debate, I want everybody to just take a deep breath. Order. Order. Very good. Debate, the Honourable Minister of Crown Indigenous Relations.
Kwekwe ulukut tanse, hello, bonjour. First, before I begin the more formal parts of my speech, I do want to acknowledge that we are on the unceded traditional territory of the Algonquin and Anishinaabe people. And Mr. Speaker, at this time, I'd also like to seek unanimous consent of this House to split my time with the member from Sydney, Victoria. I assume that's
very good. Do we have unanimous consent? Okay, all those opposed to the honourable member or minister moving the motion will please say nay. Agreed. The House has heard the terms of the motion. All those opposed to the motion will please say nay. Carried. The honourable minister has the permission to split his time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a pleasure to begin third reading debate on Bill BC 29, an act to provide an establishment of a National Council for Reconciliation. Tout d'abord, j'aimerais remercier mes...
First of all, I'd like to thank my colleagues from all the House that supported the bill and highlighted comments and preoccupations. When it came to second reading, we heard everyone's comments, and many were raised and adopted at committee. In that respect, I would also like to thank all members of the Standing Committee of Indigenous and Northern Affairs for their great study of Bill C-29 over the past 6 weeks. During the 7 meetings for this bill, 32 witnesses put forward their testimony.
Who took the time to present their perspectives and answer the committee's questions. Every piece of testimony was critical and allowed us to make important amendments to strengthen the bill before us today. Following the advice of the Transitional Committee on June 22, 2022, we introduced Bill C-29 to establish a National Council for Reconciliation. Mr. Speaker, INAN's study was extensive, and it's worth noting once again the 32 witnesses provided testimony to the committee, including representatives of national, provincial, and territorial Indigenous organizations, councils, and governments, a former commissioner of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission, federal officials from the Departments of Crown Indigenous Relations and Northern Affairs and Justice Canada, and 4 of the National Council for Reconciliation Transitional Committee members. Through their testimonies, many witnesses proposed concrete suggestions on how we can strengthen this legislation. Monsieur le Président,
Mr. Speaker, many of these amendments are now contained in the version of the bill that is before Parliament today. I can say that these amendments are consistent with the overall legal and policy objectives of Bill C-29, do not raise legal risks, and have no immediate financial implications. Let me explain some of the main changes we have made together. First, we made several changes to ensure that the Council promotes inclusion and diversity. One of the things that we have heard repeatedly in our consultation with Indigenous peoples and organizations, and again in committee, is the importance of having a board that is representative of the realities of Indigenous people in Canada. The original bill called for the Board of Directors to consist of between 9 and 13 people, 2/3 of whom would be Indigenous. It also provided for the inclusion of persons from the following groups: First Nations, Inuit, and Métis, as well as other peoples of Canada, Indigenous organizations, including a representative from the Assembly of First Nations, Inuit, Tapiriit, Kanatami, and the Métis National Council, and youth, women, men, and people of diverse genders, and people from various regions of Canada, including urban, rural, and remote areas. During the committee process, we worked with partners and committee members to increase the diversity of the Council. We needed to ensure the participation of additional voices, including people from the territories, elders, and, very importantly, survivors of residential schools and other discriminatory policies and their descendants.
Amendment to ensure the board must ensure and equitably reflect gender diversity. Gender balance is vital in respecting the rights of women and making progress on issues faced by women and gender-diverse peoples. Adding the Native Women's Association of Canada to the list of national Indigenous organizations ensures women's voices will be centred and attention will be given to the MMIWG calls to justice. While the bill already guarantees regional representation, more was needed to ensure the inclusion of a northern perspective based on the fact that Indigenous peoples represent a higher percentage of territorial populations. The amended bill provides that at least 2 of the board's members must be from the north. This is a good development. In all Indigenous cultures, communities, and organizations, elders are central figures, and as such, an amendment has been made to ensure elders are included in the composition of the Council. Finally, reconciliation can't happen without including the voices of survivors of residential schools and other discriminatory policies and their families. This ethos was central to the Truth and Reconciliation Commission's work and needed to be reflected in the composition of this Council, which is why we've made an amendment to guarantee their participation. When I was in Winnipeg earlier this month, I had the opportunity to speak with survivors, elders, and many Indigenous peoples at the groundbreaking of the National Centre for Truth and Reconciliation. Those I listened to reminded me of the importance of education for everyone in Canada about the truth of the residential school system. The Council and Canada will benefit from hearing from a diversity of experiences, perspectives, and voices. I truly think we've accomplished that with this bill, and I thank the House.
Mr. Speaker, these amendments were proposed on the advice of opposition members, committee members, and Indigenous people themselves. These amendments would ensure regional, gender, and cultural diversity would be reflected in the composition of the Council. We have added key provisions to the bill on respecting, protecting, and enhancing Indigenous languages. Our goal is to support the participation of all Indigenous people in the work of the Council and the revitalization of Indigenous languages. This is consistent with the government's commitment to fully implement the Indigenous Languages Act to preserve, promote, and revitalize Indigenous languages in Canada, and contributes to the implementation of the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. The protection and promotion of Indigenous rights, including Indigenous language rights, is part of reconciliation and is therefore a natural extension of the Council's mandate.
Here, the National Council for Reconciliation would provide a structure for advancing reconciliation in Canada. Inclusion of measurable outcomes will support the Council by demonstrating progress. To ensure the Council is as effective as possible at advancing reconciliation, we've clarified its core duties and functions, allowing the Council to determine measurable outcomes and monitor and report on progress towards those outcomes. Placing this responsibility on the Council reinforces its autonomy and authority to choose the best indicators for measuring progress on reconciliation. Maintaining the autonomy of the Council is a top priority, and the government supports the independence of the Council as a foundational principle. To uphold the autonomy and the authority of Council, we've modified the selection process for the first Board of Directors. To remove some of my own authority, the Board of Directors will be jointly selected by the members of the Transitional Committee and myself in my role as Minister of Crown Indigenous Relations. This change enhances the independence of the Council by strengthening the role of the Indigenous-led Transitional Committee. And it also helps ensure the selection process to determine the Council's first Board of Directors is open and fair. As we strengthen the roles and responsibilities of the Council, we must also ensure it has access to the information it needs to carry out its work. Mr. Speaker, even with the amendments we propose, I recognize this bill isn't perfect. I'd like to highlight something that was raised during the committee study of this bill. More engagement with Indigenous communities and Canadians will be done after the Council is established and they build their plan and goals for the Council. Monsieur le Président,
Mr. Speaker, throughout the development of this legislation, our government has ensured that members of Indigenous communities and political leaders have had the opportunity to express their views on the creation of the Council. However, the Truth and Reconciliation Commission made it clear in its final report that reconciliation is not just for Indigenous peoples but for all Canadians. Often the responsibility for educating people like me falls on Indigenous people, but this should not be the case. There is still a lot of work to do and ignorance to fight. Reconciliation is something that all people in Canada, including all levels of government and all sectors of the country, must be involved in. It is not just about Indigenous people or the federal government. It is about all of us. During the committee's consideration of the bill, one of the members of the Transitional Committee of the National Reconciliation Council, Dr. Mike Desgagne, put it this way: reconciliation is not a political process. Yes, politics has a role to play, but it is not just a political process. It is a way to engage Indigenous and non-Indigenous people in Canada in a dialogue about the right way forward. Mr. Speaker, that is what this Council is intended to accomplish. It will open lines of communication. It will connect different sectors of society. It will critique and make recommendations for improvement. It will hold our government and future governments to account. And it will ensure that the dialogue on reconciliation continues.
Now been 4 years after the Interim Council's final report and 8 years since the TRC released its final report and the 94 corresponding calls to action. Creating a National Council for Reconciliation is long overdue, but we're hoping it'll happen now with this legislation. Miigwech, Kianamik, Marcy, thank you. Merci à tous.
Questions and comments? Question and commentaire. The Honourable Member Disnethe, Miss Nippy, Churchill River.
Thank you, Speaker, and thank you to the Minister for your explanation of the bill today. At committee, all parties supported the inclusion on the Board of Directors of the National Council for Reconciliation regarding diversity, regarding various regions, including the northern regions that were added, including the language addition and including survivors in residential schools. But we put forward an amendment to include somebody with expertise in economic reconciliation, and we did that because we believe that the solution to eradicating poverty, and with it the social ills that poverty creates, is very, very important. I'm curious, through you, Mr. Speaker, to the Minister, why the government chose to vote against having one single voice on this board that would represent economic interests in making sure we strive for the eradication of poverty in Indigenous communities.
Honourable Minister of Crown Indigenous Relations.
I think it's incumbent on all the board members, Mr. Speaker, to fight precisely what the member opposite is highlighting. There are a number of difficult choices that we have to make when the committee appoints members. Again, we're within a structure that has been imposed on Indigenous people, so there is an inherent contradiction in sitting here and appointing board members and deciding who goes on what board for what reason. Again, this isn't a slight on any notion of economic reconciliation. I know that in every interaction I have with Indigenous peoples and with Indigenous communities, one of the main points of their economic reconciliation is making sure that they're dealing with someone who's paid the bills over the last 100 years. In a lot of cases, we haven't. And so there's a basis of that has fueled the poverty that exists in communities today, and the suspicion with which they treat the Government of Canada and anyone that they interact with that is well justified in hundreds of years of not paying the bills. So it starts with that premise, but it moves on into many other areas of supporting the lack of the capital gap or closing the capital gap that exists between non-Indigenous and Indigenous investors and investments. But it spans a much broader range than what is normally understood as simply the purview of the economy. Thank you.
Commentaire, questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Winnipeg Centre.
Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the Minister for his comments. I know that he spoke about diversity on the board, elders, survivors, those that have been intergenerationally impacted, but that's not what's being reflected in certainly the debate that I've participated in all day, where I really think we are forgetting about why we are here, and that is because of the courageous stories that were told by survivors that brought forth a Truth and Reconciliation Commission, and why we are even talking about what we are talking about today. I want to ask the Minister, how will he ensure that the voices of survivors and those intergenerationally impacted, those voices will not be overshone with all the other discussions that I've had to listen to in the House today? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Ministre des Relations courantes.
The Honourable Minister.
I think that it is precisely this type of commission that will allow us to make sure that we are focused on survivors and their families. You know, it isn't lost on anyone that the vast composition of this House is non-Indigenous. We sometimes superimpose our own views of what we think is good or not good for Indigenous peoples. Having a commission like that to remind us, particularly in the wake of the last year and a half of discoveries in and around unmarked graves, I think will be an opportunity and a catalyst to keep reminding this House of the importance of putting survivors and families first, knowing that this is trauma that has passed on from generation to generation. There are still survivors that are speaking for the first time courageously. There are also people who are courageously choosing not to speak out about their experiences. We need to honor them and honor their silence as well. This is a very difficult time still for communities, and will be for some time, but having an institution like that will be able to radiate across Canada will be key in keeping survivors and their families front and centre in this ongoing national tragedy.
Et commentaire, l'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Abitibi, Bay James, Nunavut, EU. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the Minister for his speech. I must say that the bill deals with the calls for action from it's survivors of residential schools and the Assembly of First Nations, representatives of Inuit. So I'd like to know if the Minister is aware, will be informing Canadians of what happened in Indigenous schools, residential schools. My colleague mentioned this earlier. For this committee, does he want 53 to 68, the calls to action, be really looked at and authorized and accepted. The Honourable Minister. I think the committee itself would deal with the calls to action 53 to 66, along with the Prime Minister, who would look at reconciliation every year. Let's talk about the tragedy of residential schools. As my colleague from the NDP said, and the Bloc colleague said, it will be very important to continue to put the focus on survivors and their families, as well as the traumatic impacts that continue today in Indigenous communities across Canada. But the importance of a committee will be at the national level to raise these issues, continue to raise the importance of meeting the calls to action 53, 54, 65, 66. Thank you.
Debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Crown Indigenous Relations.
Gwe, I'd like to start off by acknowledging Canada's Parliament is located on the unceded traditional territory of the Algonquin Anishinaabe people. Mr. Speaker, I would like to continue third reading debate on Bill C-29, an act to provide for the establishment of the National Council for Reconciliation. Reconciliation is not a new idea or a process. This is something that's been actively working its way through our country for the last 50 years. In 1982, through changes to recognize and affirm Indigenous rights in the Constitution, in 1996, with the Royal Commission report on Aboriginal peoples, and in 2015, with the Truth and Reconciliation Commission of Canada's calls to action. Today, after careful consideration, at second reading and through study by INAN Committee, we consider the National Council for Reconciliation in response to the TRC calls to action. Mr. Speaker, although INAN Committee has made some important amendments to the legislation, at its core, this bill remains much the same. Bill C-29 would establish a National Council for Reconciliation as an Indigenous-led, permanent, independent, non-partisan oversight body to monitor, evaluate, and report on Canada's progress on reconciliation. This is significant. It responds to calls to action 53 to 56, and it supports the Government of Canada's commitment to accelerate, implement the Truth and Reconciliation Commission's calls to action. Many of my honourable colleagues are familiar with the origins of this legislation, but let me provide an overview. Since the TRC released their final report, our government has responded with the calls to action through reconciliation efforts. We committed to implementing the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People. We established a National Day for Truth and Reconciliation. This year, we witnessed the Pope offer a historic apology to the residential school survivors in an Indigenous community. This is supplemented by the work done at the grassroots level. There are many encouraging initiatives underway all across Canada, across many sectors, but no one is monitoring or reporting on that activity on a national scale. As it was pointed out in the committee study, thus far, we have not had the mechanism to share emerging best practice and create a dialogue, to celebrate progress and provide recommendations for improvement. We lack a formal structure for monitoring reconciliation work at all levels of government and society in Canada. Such oversight is critically important for making progress and leaving a lasting, meaningful legacy. That is exactly what the National Council for Reconciliation will do. As envisioned by the TRC, an Indigenous-led, non-political, independent, and permanent National Council for Reconciliation will provide a structure to monitor, evaluate, and report on reconciliation efforts. This was laid out in 4 of their calls to actions 53 and 54, which call for the creation of a National Council for Reconciliation through legislation and funding, and calls to action 55 and 56, which further clarify the expectations for the Council and various levels of government on data, information, sharing, and reporting on the progress. Mr. Speaker, since the TRC released the calls to action, we've been working with Indigenous partners, leaders, and communities to develop this proposed legislation, and we strive to uphold the principles set out by the Commission. Keeping Indigenous voices and survivors at the heart of our work is a key part of this legislation. Front and center in our process to establish National Council for Reconciliation has been the leadership by the interim board and the Transitional Committee. Both independent bodies were composed of First Nations, Inuit, and Métis members who provided their advice on a path forward, taking into account a wide range of diverse voices and perspectives. I'll take a few minutes just to outline the process we used to develop the bill and the engagement that was done at each stage. 5 years ago, we set the wheels in motion to establish the Council with the creation of an interim board of directors. The board was comprised of 6 Indigenous leaders representing First Nations, Inuit, and Métis, including the former Truth and Reconciliation Commissioner, Dr. Wilton Littlechild, and its mandate was to make recommendations on the creation of a National Council for Reconciliation. To formulate its recommendations, the interim board engaged with the community members, academics, business, arts, and health professionals, and other interested parties to gather their input. And in 2018, the board presented its final report to the minister, which contained 20 specific recommendations related to the name, vision, mission, mandate, structure, membership, funding, reporting, and legislation of the National Council on Reconciliation. The interim board recommendation formed the basis of the bill. To continue this process, in December of 2021, the Transitional Committee was appointed, and they have done important work to date, convening discussions on the Council's futures, identifying key milestones and timelines, and proposing an engagement approach. They also reviewed a draft legislation framework developed by the Department of Justice based on the interim board's recommendation. They led preliminary engagement on the framework with Indigenous partners and non-Indigenous experts, including lawyers, data specialists, and financial and reconciliation experts. They gathered feedback and advice in areas such as reconciliation, law, data, organizational finance, information sharing, governance, and accountability. In March 2022, the committee provided their recommendations on how to strengthen the draft legislative framework. They also suggested this proposed legislation be brought forward as quickly as possible, amplifying the wishes of survivors who want to see this council become a reality during their lifetimes. This fall, it passed second reading and was referred to the House of Commons Standing Committee on Indigenous Northern Affairs. On October 6, which brings us to today. Mr. Speaker, I would encourage the swift passage of the bill. As the honourable members here know, this is something that I'm personally passionate about. We must do more when it comes to implementing the calls to action and advancing reconciliation. And I'm committed to doing everything in my power to ensure the Council has the support it needs to do the work, monitoring, implementation of the calls to action. I hope that other levels of government across the country can commit to working with the Council as we have committed doing. As we debate this bill at third reading, we can't take our eyes off the end goal and what this legislation will truly accomplish, which is advancing reconciliation in this country. I encourage my honourable colleagues to consider how they can support the Council once it's established, how they can connect with the Council, with the initiative, or community members at home. Advancing reconciliation is something that must be done hand in hand with Indigenous peoples across the country. Reconciliation is not linear, and it will not come easy. But in our work, we will always strive to advance progress and address the existing gaps. Mr. Speaker, this is the goal of Bill C-29. Miigwech, Kuyanamik, Olaliak, thank you, merci.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. The honourable member for Saskatoon-Grasswood.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. You know, the Auditor General report that was published, 2 weeks ago, points to the abject failure of the Indigenous Service Canada Department to implement any concrete changes into how they handle the emergency planning for First Nation communities that were recommended in the audit of 2013. So, in 10 years, the department could not change their approach to make lives of Indigenous peoples better. How confident is that member of the Liberal government would act on any of the recommendations now made by the National Council for Reconciliation?
The honourable member for Sydney Victoria.
I think it's important that we not confuse Indigenous Services Canada's Crown and Indigenous Relations in terms of the work we're doing on reconciliation. When we're talking about the Truth and Reconciliation Commission, we're talking about those survivors that attended the residential schools that made suggestions on how do we move forward. That's the blueprint for the calls to action. And while the National Council for Reconciliation will be remaining focused on implementing the calls to action in the future, it's also important that we do all of the things that we need to do to close the gap between Indigenous Canadians and the rest of Canada, as well as addressing the harms created by colonization. Only then do we get to the pathways for prosperity we need for all Indigenous people across Canada. But as a starting point, we owe it to the survivors to make sure that the first things that we do is in relation to the calls to action that the Truth and Reconciliation Commission move forward on as a starting point.
Questions et commentaires.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Abitibi, Bay James, Nunavik EU. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleague for his lovely speech. I'd like to hear his stance on something. Now, I'd like to hear him on how representative this committee is, because as for governance, there will be 9 administrators and 13 administrators, but when it comes to how representative that is, there will have to be all groups of Indigenous peoples, representatives from Indigenous groups, men, women, youth, and people of diverse gender identities. Can the colleague let us know how he feels about governance and representativeness within the committee? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to Crown Indigenous Relations Minister.
For their question, and I think the important part of our government working hand in hand with the Transition Committee is to make sure that it's the Indigenous leaders themselves, it's the Indigenous communities themselves taking a key role. And what we want to do is open up the door for them and for them to take the wheel and drive the bus, not for us as a federal government to be over prescriptive and say how we're going to do it step by step by step. It's up to them. We want to put it in their hands, and that's the best process that we're going to move forward on.
Questions and comments. Question et commentaire. The Honourable Member for South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member for his speech. And, you know, this government has broken many promises to Indigenous people over the last 7 years. And, for instance, the promise to lift the long-term drinking water advisories across the country by 2021. And I'm just wondering if, through you, if I could ask him if he thinks if we'd had this body set up before, would that have helped? And if so, why haven't we done this a lot earlier?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, one of the beautiful things about the National Council for Reconciliation is that its initial task is to move forward on the calls to action. However, we know we have a long way to go on reconciliation in Canada. And as the National Council for Reconciliation knocks off all of the different things that we're doing to make sure that better lives for Indigenous people and Indigenous communities, their role will change. And when they're looking at today things like the language, they're looking at things like over-incarceration, they're looking at making sure that we're doing everything to do better processes around the justice system, it doesn't prevent them from moving into the future saying that we also want to make sure that we're doing exactly as I said earlier, closing the gap between the way Indigenous people live on reserve and off reserve, and that's a key part of reconciliation, is closing that gap, addressing that harm, and making sure we create pathways to prosperity.
Questions and comments. Question et commentaire. The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Mr. Speaker, and this may be received as more of a comment than a question, but quite frequently, due to motions passed before committees, I'm able to go before committees instead of bringing my amendments at report stage, which they normally would occur. In the case of my experience with C-29, I just want to put on the record, I've never had a more collaborative, supportive, and open process with the minister responsible and with the Honourable Member for Sydney Victoria in being open. I felt that the first reading of C-29 failed to deliver on the calls to action, particularly the specific information requirements set out in calls to action number 55. My amendment was, with very few modifications, was accepted at committee, and I'm very grateful for that. And I just want to thank the Honourable Member. I know he himself has, it comes from the Mi'kmaq Maliseet Passamaquoddy Nation, so I say to him, Walalan, and thank you to the Minister as well for their openness to opposition amendments.
There's the Cape Breton working again, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
I'd like to thank the member for her participation at the committee. I think that all parties in this House strengthened and made this possible, and I think that's how reconciliation moves forward in this House, and it should move forward, nonpartisan and together. We owe it to Indigenous peoples in Canada, and when we all work together, great things happen.
And we're way over the time there. Continuing debate, le débat continue. The honourable member for Langley Aldergrove.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Before I start, I'm asking for unanimous consent to share my time with the member for Desnathy Missinipi, Churchill River.
Is it the will of the House to allow the sharing of the time? Is it agreed? It's agreed. The honourable member for Langley Aldergrove.
Good. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today we're talking about reconciliation between Crown and First Nations people. And I want to focus on the concept of economic reconciliation. Canada is a wealthy nation, wealthy in natural resources, wealthy in human resources, wealthy in technological and industrial advances, and in many other metrics that economists use to measure the wealth of nations. But unfortunately, this wealth is not shared by all people, and that is unjust. Now, just to be clear, I'm not here to promote this government's ill-conceived wealth redistribution plans, tax plans. For example, their carbon tax, which they mask as an environmental plan, or their focus on the middle class and those striving to get into it when their tax policies are actually pushing people out of the middle class. I'm not talking about their ill-conceived housing policies, which apparently are designed to help people get into homes, whereas those policies are really driving first-time buyers out of the market. The dream of home ownership is evaporating for many young families. Mr. Speaker, I'm talking about creation of wealth. Now, the former finance minister, Mr. Bill Morneau, after he left the government and after he was cut loose from the Liberal Party's talking points, pointed out what is obvious to many of us in the House here, that the problem with this government is that they're overly focused on wealth redistribution and not enough on wealth creation. I agree with that. That is obvious to me and to many others in this House. And there's no better way for a nation to create wealth than for all the people in the nation to work, to do what they're good at, to trade with each other, and to enjoy the dignity that work brings. And in pursuing their own economic self-interest, the whole nation becomes wealthy. Now, Adam Smith didn't invent that concept 250 years ago. It's an old, ancient concept. And just to prove that, I'm going to quote from an ancient and wise King Solomon, who several thousand years ago had this to say about work and the dignity that it brings. He said, "There's nothing more rewarding for people than to eat and drink and enjoy the fruits of their labor." And that's what I want to talk about today when we're talking about reconciliation. All people should be able to enjoy the fruits of their labor. And that brings me to the topic of the day, setting up a National Council for Reconciliation as called for in the 2015 Truth and Reconciliation Report by the Commission that the previous Conservative government appointed. We appointed that commission to tackle the ongoing and deeply embedded societal challenges plaguing our development as a nation, caused by ill-conceived government policies of previous decades. Those policies failed. Separating children from their families is indeed very, very bad public policy, and many people are still suffering today. This is Canada's shame. How do we fix it? I've spoken to many people in my community of Langley, Fort Langley, to be specific, who are residential school survivors. The announcement coming out of Kamloops a couple of years ago triggered memories. The memories are fresh. The pain is real, and the anger is just below the surface. But the sad thing, Mr. Speaker, is that the news isn't even news. We've known about this for a long time. As a matter of fact, 6 of the 94 calls to action in the Truth and Reconciliation Report talk about unmarked graves under the heading Missing Children and Burial Information. The report is now 7 years old. Not enough progress has been made. Time to get the job done. So Bill C-29, what we're debating today, is an act to provide for the establishment of a National Council for Reconciliation. It is a step in the right direction. This council will be tasked with monitoring and reporting on the government's post-apology progress on reconciliation. Now, I believe that there's full agreement on both sides of the House that we need to correct and compensate for the misguided policies of the past. But we're not all agreed on how we get there. Liberals like to make announcements and boast about how much money they're spending on our program. Conservatives, on the other hand, want action. We want to get everyone to work. We want to remove barriers to Indigenous communities' full participation in all sectors of society. And that's why Conservative members of the Standing Committee on Indigenous and Northern Affairs put forward a motion to amend Bill C-29 to incorporate the concept of economic reconciliation. And inexplicably, the other members from the other parties on that committee voted against it. And I hope that in debate today we can convince them otherwise, because without economic reconciliation, there is no reconciliation. Now, in British Columbia, we have a very good example of what economic reconciliation can look like. The Coastal GasLink LNG project is a provincially regulated project that is going to link the very rich natural gas fields of northern British Columbia to the LNG Canada processing plant on the coast in Kitimat. The pipeline route runs through 20 First Nations communities, and all 20 of them will benefit economically from this project. The project has signed benefit agreements with all 20 nations. They have signed option agreements to sell a 10% equity interest in the project to those nations. They have issued many contracts to Indigenous subcontractors and service providers and local businesses, and they are funding job training. So this is long-term economic benefit for First Nations communities. That's what reconciliation looks like. I want to end with a real-life example of what economic reconciliation looks like for First Nations peoples. And to do so, I'm going to quote from testimony given by Mr. Ellis Ross, a member of the Legislative Assembly of British Columbia and a First Nations person, when he appeared at the Committee of Indigenous and Northern Affairs last month. And I have a couple of quotes from his testimony which I think zero in on exactly what the issue is. He says, quote, "A number of Aboriginal leaders feel strongly that economic reconciliation not only lifts up First Nations, but also obviously lifts up the province and the country. The proof is out there. In my community," he says, for example, "the economic reconciliation that we have participated in made us one of the wealthiest bands in British Columbia. We have young Aboriginals getting mortgages on their own right without depending on Indian Affairs or their band council. They're going on vacation. They're planning futures for their children." Close quote. Now, in discussing previous government's attempts at reconciliation, this is what Mr. Ross has to say. He says, "Well, government, you can't fix it. If you could fix it, you would have fixed it a long time ago. But if you're going to do something, then do something in partnership with First Nations that can make their band councils and, more importantly, their band members independent." Close quote. Now, Mr. Ross ends with this invitation, which I believe is still an open invitation to anybody in this House who is interested. He said, "If you want an example, come to my village, Kitimat Village in British Columbia. I'll show you around." Close quote. Mr. Speaker, just to sum up, Canadian society has made a lot of errors in the past. We can learn from our mistakes, but we can also learn from our successes. There are a lot of successes. This is just one example that I raised. Let's learn from them. Let's move ahead with Indigenous communities and reconciliation. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Crown Indigenous Relations.
I'd like to thank the member for his speech, but I have a critique with what I've been hearing today, and because the Truth and Reconciliation Commission went all across this country hearing from survivors. We heard about the abuses. We heard about the mental, physical, sexual abuses. We hear about the addictions. We've heard about the need for mental health. We're hearing about communities trying to establish their connection with their language. And the Conservatives seem to think that instead of listening to the survivors and the 94 calls to action of what they've laid out as a blueprint moving forward, that what we really need is for Indigenous people to adopt more of a more capitalist approach to how they do things moving forward. And that if they just had a little bit more money in their pockets, they wouldn't worry about the loss of the language, the abuse that their parents or their grandparents had to go through. And I'm trying to figure out where the Conservatives are in terms of, do they not feel that it's a little bit paternal? Instead of talking about the 94 calls to action that are actually within the calls to action, that they keep talking about this term economic reconciliation that's nowhere within the calls to action by the survivors.
The honourable member for Langley Aldergrove.
Well, good. I'd like to thank the Parliamentary Secretary for that question. It gives me the opportunity to emphasize how important economic reconciliation is. Again, I want to quote from Mr. Ellis Ross, who said, in my community, for example, economic reconciliation that we participated made us one of the wealthiest bands in British Columbia. But also, for some reason, it got rid of the alcohol parties. I think a study should be made in that respect. Absolutely. Get people to work, and they will live healthier lifestyles. They will promote their children's future. To quote Mr. Ellis, people are going on vacation. They're planning their children's future. That's what it looks like. That's what a good job will do for a person. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. L'honorable.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Mirabel. I want to be sure that I'm understanding what my colleague is saying. So is he saying that to have a more inclusive and united society, then we should all pay taxes, but we should decrease taxes and then eventually trickle down economics is going to save everyone in Canada and make everything all right? Is that what I'm to understand from the speech the member just made?
You did.
The honourable member for Langley Aldergrove.
Well, I don't know where that came from. I'm not talking about more taxation. I'm talking about less taxation. I'm talking about promoting free enterprise. I'm talking about promoting resource development. And I'm definitely talking about allowing the people in whose traditional lands these resources are developed to be able to participate economically. That's what I believe that was the emphasis of my talk. Thank you.
Questions et commentaires. Questions and comments. The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Mr. Speaker, and I think that the honourable member is well-meaning in suggestions in terms of economic development, so I don't mean to suggest anything other than good intentions. But the reality of the Trans Mountain Pipeline is that it's neither economical, nor are there markets, nor is there anything long-term for any part of our population. I will say to them that in terms of the hearings that were held before the National Energy Board, the Kinder Morgan Corporation put forward that it planned to create through its project less than 100 permanent jobs. It also put forward that it was going to be the 100% backstop for costs. The corporation then carved off its Canadian operations and kept the money they'd raised towards building the pipeline and used it to pay off debts of the parent corporation, at which point they told the federal government they weren't going to build it. There's no case that it's economically viable. Meanwhile, there are many nations that are along the pipeline route that want it stopped because it violates their rights under the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. So I just suggest to them that particular example is rather fraught. Thank you.
The honourable member for Langley Aldergrove.
I don't know if there was a question in that, but I will attempt to respond to the honourable member's comments. She and I have a difference of agreement, difference of opinion on what resource development can do and what liquid natural gas can do for British Columbia and also for global climate challenges. We say promote clean burning, ethically produced liquid natural gas to replace much dirtier burning coal. There is a market for it. That is clear if you take a look at what's going on in Europe today. Thank you.
And that's all the time we have for this round. The continuing debate. Reprise de débat. The honourable member for Des Nethé, Miss Nippy, Churchill River.
Thank you, Speaker. It's always an honour to rise in this place and represent the people from Des Nethé, Mississippi, Churchill River. and today as I speak to Bill C-29, the creation of a National Council for Reconciliation, I suggest to this place that this is a continuation of a journey that all Canadians are to be part of as we create a better future. Speaking previously in September, I made it clear that it was important to use a consensus-building approach to improve this legislation. Bill C-29 deserved it. In its formation, it deserved a responsible look at areas where it needed improvement. And I have to admit, we've heard much testimony today that that was the work that was done at the committee with the help of everybody there. At second reading, I pointed out a few issues that I thought needed to be addressed. I talked about the transparency and independence in the selection process of the Board of Directors. I talked about some words that seemed purposely vague to avoid accountability. I talked about the lack of any measurable outcomes. I talked about the fact that it took over 4 years to bring this bill to the House in the first place. And lastly, I spoke about that the Prime Minister should be the one responding to the Council's annual report, as this was the direction in Call to Action number 56. Mr. Speaker, in response to those concerns and the testimony of witnesses, we brought forward reasonable amendments to strengthen Bill C-29. And I'm very proud today to report that 17 of the 19 amendments that we put forward were passed at committee. Mr. Speaker, it is the job of the official opposition to improve legislation and to make it truly representative of all voices, and that's exactly what we did at that committee. I must admit, however, that I'm a little bit disappointed today to realize that the government, and specifically the minister, would not accept the democratic will of the INAN committee on the amendment to add a seat at the table for the Congress of Aboriginal People. This is a national Indigenous organization that represents over 800,000 urban Indigenous people. A second concern I have coming out of that committee debate is that there was one amendment that we proposed that was disappointingly voted down by all the other parties. And that's the one I want to spend a few minutes talking about. As many of my colleagues have talked about today, we put forward an amendment to add a seat on the Board of Directors for someone from an Indigenous organization that is focused on economic reconciliation. With many options available from the FNFMB or the First Nations Fiscal Management Board, NACA, the CCAB, there's many great organizations doing good work in this sphere, and finding a well-established organization that has done great historic work would have been very easy. It would have not have been a barrier to find somebody to sit on at that table. The lack of support for this amendment, however, it should be pointed out, came at the expense of not listening to multiple witnesses who clearly have voiced their approval for the inclusion of an economic lens being part of this board. And Speaker, we didn't advocate for that to be the only voice. It was only one voice at the table. To ignore these voices discredits the very process of reconciliation. Speaker, I have observed over the last few years Liberal and NDP MPs aggressively challenging Indigenous leaders who have appeared as witnesses at the INAN committee advocating for economic reconciliation. I often find myself questioning why. Why is there an aversion to even having this discussion? Mr. Speaker, something doesn't add up. What is it about Indigenous people being the masters of their own destiny that they dislike? What is it about the creation of a healthy, strong, and vibrant community through prosperity that they dislike? What is it about using own source revenue from true partnerships that address long-standing social issues that they dislike? What is it about leaving behind the destructive grip of poverty to offer hope and opportunity for future generations that they dislike? The sad answer, Mr. Speaker, is that they are more interested in political power and control. By imposing their own views rather than listening to Indigenous voices, they create the same environment that Indigenous people have lived under in this country for far too long. Mr. Speaker, it's time for a fundamental change to that approach. In fact, for those who are listening and watching close, the change has already begun on the ground. Mr. Speaker, economic reconciliation plays such an important role in the overall discussion. Let me begin by sharing a few stories from my own riding in northern Saskatchewan. As I returned home this September for this year's Truth and Reconciliation Day, I spent time at Pelican Lake First Nation with Chief Peter Bill. As we arrived in the community, I was greeted by Chief Bill, a member of the RCMP, and two of Pelican Lake's own community safety officers. With First Nation policing being a very, very important topic of the day after the tragedy at James Smith Cree Nation, I asked how their newly established community safety officer program was going. Chief Bill was happy to report to me that the community now has 6 full-time employees, have their own fully equipped vehicles, and they were in the process of hiring more officers. The RCMP officer explained to me how helpful the program had been in achieving safety in their community. Mr. Speaker, how did Pelican Lake First Nation pay for this community safety officer program? With their own source revenue. They invested profits to assist in the overall health and safety of their community instead of waiting for years while government and the bureaucrats plan and meet, develop frameworks, do benefit assessments and feasibility studies, or use the signing of MOUs for photo ops. Later that day, I was at Flying Dust First Nation. After the formal speeches were done, we all left the hall and participated in a walk of solidarity with residential school survivors. On that walk, if I looked one way, you could see a hockey rink that was built a few years ago. And just beside that, their brand new 6,000 square foot sporting goods store and facility called Snipe and Selly. If I looked the other way, out by the highway, there was the brand new Petro-Canada gas station. It was a visual reminder of what my friend, Vice Chief Richard DeRocher, had mentioned earlier in the speeches when he spoke positively about reconciliation. He shared that his wish was one day, when people were either visiting or driving through our communities, that they wouldn't be able to recognize when they were leaving Flying Dust First Nation and entering Meadow Lake, or vice versa. How does that happen? By generating prosperity through economic development, something that Flying Dust First Nation and the Meadow Lake Tribal Council have a proud history of doing. Mr. Speaker, in Northern Saskatchewan, there are many examples of these success stories, whether it be Athabasca Basin Development Group, the Desnette Group of English River, Pine House Business North, Kitsaki Limited Partnership from Lac La Ronge, Sakitawak Development from the Métis Village of Isla Crosse, or the Peter Ballantine Group of companies. They all are creating prosperity and capacity through the ownership and development of business opportunities. And these opportunities give their people employment and a sense of pride. These are groups on the ground that have already started the change. Their approach is the new way forward. It is their stories that the National Council for Truth and Reconciliation should be reporting on, should also be reporting along with many other things, and sharing with all Canadians. Mr. Speaker, often Conservatives are labeled as only caring about the economy. You know what? Maybe that's our own fault, because we don't explain the why. So let me try to do that for a couple minutes I have left. One of those community safety officers at Pelican Lake that I talked about was Dalton. I had the privilege of coaching Dalton when he played AA midget hockey in Meadow Lake. He was a sturdy, dependable defenseman that understood his role. He never missed a practice or a game. He was a player that any coach would love to have on his team. Dalton took those attributes and applied them to his first career choice to become a power engineer. Supported in that choice by his mom and dad, he would have had many options going forward in terms of where he wanted to work. But something inside of him called him home to Pelican Lake. An opportunity to go home, to get trained as a community safety officer, and to be a leader in his own community, to be a driver of change, to set the example for the next generation. I could not have been prouder of Dalton as I watched young kids come to him in his uniform and ask if he had any more tattoos. They felt comfortable around him. He provided them a sense of safety. He's a quality young man who's providing leadership within his community because the opportunity was there to take. Mr. Speaker, that's the why. That is the outcome of economic reconciliation. Conservatives promote and believe in economic reconciliation because it is the solution to eradicating poverty, and with it, the social ills that poverty creates. By putting control back in the hands of Indigenous people, they get to begin to manage prosperity instead of poverty, and they get to take concrete steps toward healing through self-determination. Mr. Speaker, to conclude, I am proud of the work that our team did in making Bill C-29 a better version than when it originally came to the House in June. Many concerns that were expressed at second reading were addressed and have been improved. And that, Mr. Speaker, is how you follow up words with action. Thank you.
Hear, hear.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader, Senate.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I've been sitting here listening to this debate all day, and this is the first time that I've gotten up to even ask a question. And I can't help but reflect on the fact that time after time, every Conservative that gets up to speak to this, links the concept of economic reconciliation to fossil fuel extraction and it's as though that's the only part of reconciliation that they're interested in. I've heard very few comments about anything other than this idea of economic reconciliation. I know the member is extremely proud of the fact that he thinks that the Conservatives think a lot about the economy, as he indicated in his speech. But is there any other part of this bill, or indeed the reconciliation process, that the member or any Conservative member would like to talk about other than economic reconciliation?
The Honourable Member for Desnethe, Mississippi, Churchill River.
Thank you, Speaker, and I thank my colleague across for the question. Let me just simply respond by, I don't know if he was listening to my story about Dalton, the young man at Pelican Lake. Well, you know what? That wasn't from the extraction of any oil and gas. Their businesses are from the forestry business in northern Saskatchewan. And I could tell you 20 other stories of communities in northern Saskatchewan that are not only about extraction. It's about opportunity that gives those young people hope for a better future.
Questions and comments?
The Honourable Member for Manicouagon. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for Desnethe, Mississippi, Churchill River for his presentation. We sit at the Indigenous Affairs Committee, and it is someone who is always a pleasure to work with because of his rigour, because of his sustained efforts. There are thoughts behind every single one of his presentations or questions. I have a question for him now. His work is different than what has just been said. For example, what about the inclusion of the Indigenous Peoples Council of Canada? This is an idea that he perhaps debated in the past. I'd like to hear what he has to say about the matter, or other things he did to improve the bill and what he would have liked to have improved beyond this.
River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague from the bloc. We do work a lot together on the INN committee, and I hope I got the context of the question accurate in the translation. Some of the things we did to improve the bill that we worked together on, which I believe was the crux of her question, was we definitely improved some of the accountability measures in the Act. We heard the Minister speak earlier about better governance, where some of the authority that was granted to the Minister in the original draft of the bill, we actually shared that responsibility out with council members so that governance was better. It wasn't just in the hands of the Minister. That included the appointment process. That included many other things. For example, there was a number of areas in the bill where the language was very questionable in the requirement to create the protocol to provide information to the council so they could do their great work. And so those are a couple of examples of the things we did to take away some of the fluffy and vague language to make this bill stronger so that there would be greater accountability of the government to the council.
There's a point of order. The Honourable Member for Shefford. It's not against my colleague. I would like not to stop his statement, but there was no interpretation into French. I would like to speak in French. Is interpretation available in English?
Should speak in English. So if I speak in English, they should hear French coming out of the speakers. All right. So I'm going to allow the member maybe to, in an abridged version, to respond to the question once again, so the translation can actually happen. The Honourable Member for Desnethe, Mississippi, Churchill River.
Thank you, Speaker. I don't know if this member has a bridge version, Mr. Speaker, but I'll try. I'm just going to briefly summarize. A couple of the things that we improved in the bill was accountability through the governance model that was there. A second thing we improved was to remove some questionable language that was vague and left room for kind of wiggle space that we wanted to improve accountability. And I think we removed some of that language to make this group, or to make the government more accountable to the National Council for Reconciliation.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The Honourable Member Pitt Meadows, Maple Ridge.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thanks you to the members and his thoughtful comments. And I do believe that the economic reconciliation is foundational. And there's a situation not so long ago up in with the Northern Gateway Project. Virtually every First Nations was in support of this project, including 80% and the elected members and chief and council of the Wet'suwet'en. And yet the Liberals found some spokespeople. There were some people against it. Do you expect that in democracy? And they basically nixed this entire project, which really impacted negatively the people, the First Nations people across British Columbia. And so I wonder if the member could comment on the gap between what the Liberals say and how they're saying that we're trying to help and what's really on the ground. Thank you.
Member Desnethe, Mississippi, Churchill River.
Thank you, Speaker, and I thank my friend for the question. That is one of the frustrations sometimes that we talk about in our circles, is that there's this gap between words and actions, and we see that often. And one of the examples may be that we can talk about the Auditor General report that was released this week, where every time we ask a question of this government, it's, look how much we spent on this, we must have fixed it. But the Auditor General said, and I quote, she said, this government was good at measuring outputs, but not as good as measuring outcomes. And our party is about outcomes. And in your specific example, or sorry, I can't say that to the member specific example, I think the other thing that we always have to be aware of with those projects is that we got to respect the right of people along the way. It's their right to say yes and their right to say no. And we want to respect both of those.
Reprise du débat, continuing debate. Reprise du débat, l'honorable député.
The honourable member from Manicouagan. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am pleased to rise today to speak to Bill C-29. I'm pleased and I'm proud as Bloc Québécois critic for Indigenous and Northern Affairs to be here. When you are critic in this file, and it's no doubt for the same for any other file, but I would like to mention that we have to have a certain level of humility. And in this case, for C-29, we have to think with cool heads. And I've heard many things from witnesses at committee, with people that I've talked to about C-29. This is a bill that Indigenous peoples, First Nations, Inuit and Métis hold dear. So I will speak to it with as much respect as possible, as was the case during debate at committee. I have a special thought for First Nations in the Côte-Nord area. That is the Innu Nation and Naskapi Nation. I would like to highlight their work, and I hope that I will be doing good work humbly for them, keeping in mind what they want, even though we know that in amongst the First Nations, between people, between families, we don't all want the same thing, but there is a consensus towards which we are trying to operate.
That being said, I'll spend my time on a number of smaller parts, different topics that we looked at in committee, which stood out to me because the council created by the bill seeks to look at progress, advances in reconciliation. And so, first of all, there's something that I've heard from many witnesses at committee regarding the word reconciliation. A few minutes ago, colleagues spoke and they were trying to add adjectives to the word reconciliation, trying to say it shouldn't be this or that. But before all of that, members from Indigenous communities, Indigenous people, said that the word reconciliation itself, well, they didn't agree with that word. Because reconciliation, when you think about it a little bit, presupposes that there is a union, that there's something that's already been created. But they said there was nothing at the outset. There was no us. So reconciling, well, it's a false term. And I must say, Mr. Speaker, it's a term that's not even defined. So we're working on a bill on truth and reconciliation, but reconciliation is not accepted. It's a term that's not considered to be the right one. And that's in general terms, but it wasn't even defined. So that's where we are at the outset. And as legislators, when we look at the bill, it's also that needs to be our starting point. So at the very beginning, before we get started, there's already a stumbling block, a difficulty we need to take into account all along. So I'm talking about the word reconciliation. It sounds really simple, but we're talking about the principle. There's reconciliation, and then there's consultation in itself. So that stood out to me as well. It surprised me to hear people not only from my writing. There was the Innu Naskapi. They had no idea there was consultation that had been held on this bill. They didn't know it existed. These groups, we had information during the committee. There's only a few communities that were consulted, and this is my perception. It doesn't mean it's the truth, but based on the information I have, that's the impression I have, that finally it was a little bit ad hoc for consultation. There's a lot of people who could be consulted, of course, but there could have been consultation of each community to have a better portrait, not have it be based on people who are more connected than others, who have more contacts. So to allow people to express themselves, and that's what we noted in committee. And I'll discuss this more. This is a point I find very important in the bill, representation. But when we consult, it shouldn't be done in secret. It shouldn't be just a small portion, because then it's not representative of what First Nations, Inuit, and Métis people wish to see in the bill. So that's a concern, and that's something I took into account when I read the bill to see what we brought forward with representation. And perhaps I could talk about that right away, Mr. Speaker. I'll skip a couple points and I'll come back to them later, because this has to do with representation. In the bill, a board of directors is created. There was the Transitional Council. There will be a board of directors, and there will be roles given to different entities, specifically national organizations that represent Indigenous people. So in committee, we wanted to open up that representation, because the responses we got, if there are 5 organizations that represent Indigenous people at the national level, why would only 3 be included in the bill? So that was a problem for us. I wanted to obtain an answer. Why 3 when there are 5? And of course, in the absence of an answer, it's not even the absence of a satisfactory answer, there was just the absence of an answer. So we wanted those groups to be included. People were saying that they didn't feel represented by such and such an organization. I feel better represented by this other one. For example, the Native Women's Association of Canada. Half of the Indigenous people are women or people of feminine identity, so we had to represent them. And they weren't included. And often we talk about missing and murdered Indigenous women, where we've been talking about violence, gender-based violence, and then we didn't find them in the bill. So in good faith, if I reflected a little bit about this, out of a concern for equity and representation, once again, this is work that the committee did. And this was done as a team. Sometimes I heard comments that made it sound like it was tense, but we had good conversations, like my colleague from Churchill River, and so we had real conversations. And so that's a question for groups, but also other groups that weren't represented. Even though I myself am not Indigenous, I'm white, but I have friends, and I have some knowledge and some openness. That means I've been able to learn about Indigenous culture, the Innu culture specifically, where I'm from. So there's the example of elders. Elders, when you think about reconciliation, about in residential schools, elders weren't de facto represented in the bill. So to me, that's the first question I asked myself. But I didn't stop there, Mr. Speaker. I consulted people. We asked questions to witnesses to find out if this is something they would want to see. If they wanted to see elders be added to the bill. Elders, survivors, because they said you say elders, but survivors as well. Survivors of colonial policies. And so that's what was done in the bill. Talking about elders, women, so that the composition of the council would not just be certain groups, and we have to get back to the beginning, who had been designated by the minister himself. And so now I can come back to a point I haven't talked about yet, but which I'd like to discuss, and that's the matter of independence. Not the independence of Quebec, Mr. Speaker. I'll talk about the independence of the council. So, independence, which is important for us as well, because work needs to be done. The minister has to act. That's clear. It's his bill. So we want him to get this work started, but at a certain point, we wanted the council to become autonomous, independent, that the members selected be selected by people who make up the board of directors, the transitional one. So that's what we wanted to see. And so we discussed that so that it could be more independent. Independent, and there's another word, which was a key word during our discussions, independent and transparent. And I must say, it's really a contribution from my colleague from the Conservative Party, which was very good, and the Bloc Québécois entirely agrees. We believe nations are nations in themselves, and their vis-a-vis are, of course, leaders of nations themselves. So whether it's the government of Quebec or the government of Canada, nations could address to governments themselves. So for the tabling of the report and the response to the report that the Council will be doing every year, it would be the Prime Minister himself who would be responding. So for most of us, that was very important. We're talking about nation-to-nation relations. And for it to be nation-to-nation, it needs to be the Prime Minister himself who would be responding to what the Council is asking of him. And Mr. Speaker, I would say that, on the whole, at the end of the process, I think the opposition strengthened the bill on the matters of representation, of course, to open it up, to have more Indigenous people from different backgrounds who could contribute their own perspective. And we were talking about economic reconciliation earlier. The Conservatives talk about that, but there are Indigenous groups that talk about that, and reconciliation is seen from all sorts of angles. And so it would be the responsibility of the Council. But I think we've improved transparency, independence, representation. And I'd like to look at that idea. Everything can be improved. And I hope that finally we'll hear the voice of Indigenous people through this new body, which will have an important weight because it will provide oversight of government progress on what's being done, because that's something we often hear. I heard it in previous speeches, the matter of symbolism, because often we have the impression, people have the impression that there are symbolic acts that are done regarding Indigenous people, something that cost something, but that didn't hurt the government, that didn't lead it to make more significant actions, maybe more sensitive, because though we say mistakes have been made, contrition isn't enough. There needs to be reparation. So in short, Mr. Speaker, what I want to say is that we hope there will be more action taken and that Indigenous people can take the lead themselves, because we're talking about nation-to-nation relationships and by Indigenous people for Indigenous people. So they will be able to evaluate, assess, make recommendations so that we move past symbolism, which might give a temporary halo to the government, but in daily life for Indigenous people changes practically nothing. I would invite all members of this House to come see my writing. In different small towns, it's not as if there's a statue or a celebration, and I agree that we need to celebrate Indigenous culture, but there are other difficulties. I say difficulties, but that's really an understatement. There are major problems that need to be resolved, and the Council will be able to discuss that. So perhaps to conclude, I'd like to speak to people in my writing, and even if it's simple, the testimony and the fact that we're consulting and not superficially will allow us to improve bills. I'm thinking of Marjolaine Chernish and an organization that promotes culture, Innu culture, in all of Quebec and Labrador, because there are Innu communities in Labrador. So she said that it had been difficult for her. She feared for the future of the Council, because for some people, Innu is their first language, but for many of them, their first language may be French or English, depending on the region. And she said, I don't even have that information, and I fear I won't have it. Innu is my language. French is another language that I speak, but I don't speak English. So I'd like to ensure that there's a Francophone presence on the Council. And I worked on that as well, so we can ensure that there's a Francophone presence on the Council when we're talking about representation. So that was a big gain. And you might say it's because I'm from the Bloc Québécois that I thought about French. But no, I must say very humbly that it wasn't from me. It was from this woman who pointed it out. And so it's thanks to them that we've managed to amend the bill. So in my view, during consultations, and, well, I think even more could have been done with more consultation with people whose first or second language is French. So I'd like to conclude with what was said by an Innu leader, Pietacho, from the Côte-Nord. Chef Pietacho has been a chief for about 30 years, and when he appeared at committee, I found him to be very quick, and we all have little technical difficulties in committee. So he hadn't unmuted himself at committee, and so as soon as he started speaking, our chair said, Mr. Pietacho, you can now go ahead. And he said, you know, Mr. Chair, I've been on mute for 500 years. Don't worry, I'll speak. So I hope this Council will allow all Indigenous people to speak and allow the government to respond and act concretely. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Before moving on to questions and comments, pursuant to Standing Order 38, it is my duty to inform the House that the questions to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment are as follows.
Saskatchewan, Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan on Foreign Affairs, the Honourable Member for Spadina, Fort York on Small Business, and the honourable member for Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke on taxation. Questions and comments? L'honorable Secretary.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Crown Indigenous Relations.
Speaker, and I'd first off like to thank the member for her speech, and I would agree with her. I think that there was great teamwork shown at the INAN committee. We worked really positively and collaboratively, and I think on this legislation, we did a lot of work together that we were all in agreement with. I would like to ask her, because a lot of the discussion we heard focused around the importance of languages, Indigenous languages, as well as the French language, in making sure that different people who speak different languages had the ability to speak those languages as part of the input that they give to the National Council for Truth and Reconciliation. And I'm wondering if she could speak about the importance of not only ensuring that the French language is protected, but Indigenous language as well in the legislation that we strengthen with the amendments.
The Honourable Member for Manicouagan. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. I think he's familiar with my love of languages, maybe not, but my love of Indigenous languages, and beyond that emotional aspect, to me, identity is tied to language. So, of course, protecting Indigenous languages is as important as protecting French. Perhaps an anecdote very quickly, Mr. Speaker. I read the dictionary, maybe not the whole dictionary, but the Innu dictionary, to see that there were words that showed me realities I had a difficult time understanding because I didn't have that access to the land, that history of... So a language is much more than a vehicle. It's an identity. And I know that in communities, in his writing, there are young people learning the Mi'kmaq language. So I'm always an ally. I think we're richer in that way. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? L'honorable député de Desnethé.
The Honourable Member for Desnethé, Mississippi, Revere Churchill.
Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague from the bloc as well. It has been a pleasure to work together at that committee, and we did get a lot of good work done. My question is very simple through you, Mr. Speaker. Bill C-29 originally came to the House without any concrete measurables, without anything to measure. We talked a lot about the fact that if you want to measure accountability, you must set some targets that determine success from failure. Call to action number 55 included a number of those quantifiable, measurable items. My question simply, through you, Mr. Speaker, is to the members, do you believe that measurable goals, or why, maybe why were these measurable goals excluded in the first place?
The Honourable Member for Manicouagan. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleague for his question. In fact, we have a lot of questions when we see the first iteration of a bill. We always notice things that are missing. It's like a comparison with private practice. If we have goals, if we have targets, then we need clear timelines. We need a clear roadmap for how to achieve what we want to. So that is one question among others, Mr. Speaker, that remain unanswered, but I do think it's necessary in order to meet our goals, because as my colleague said, what we do want is to make progress, yes, but we also want to put in effort to progress. But we took out that word, effort, because we thought that was already understood. But the goal is to put in effort in order to advance, to make progress. So we should absolutely have clear, defined goals, and that was an absolutely necessary measure. Thank you.
Questions and comments?
The Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First and foremost, I thank my colleague for her speech. I have a question about language teaching. A few years ago, in 2018, wanting to reconnect with my roots, I was fortunate enough to take some Huron language courses in Montreal, even though it's a language in Wendake. So I thank the people of Wendake for that effort to teach their language to the the Huron diaspora. Now, we all agree with this concept of a National Council for Reconciliation, although we may have various issues with the term reconciliation, as explained by my colleague. That said, it's all well and good to start our speeches by mentioning whose territory we're in, but the Indian Act is a very racist piece of legislation, and it still exists. So what should we say to that? The Honourable Member for Maniwaki-Wagon. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. When I think of my Indigenous constituents, well, when it comes to systemic racism, the Indian Act is the most powerful example of that. It is shameful, and it is an ongoing shameful piece of legislation. It is completely outdated, it has no place today, and it needs to change. Now, I've talked about symbolism and also about tangible action. We, of course, need to take more action. We need to get rid of anything that remains of colonialism. Questions and comments?
Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think it is important in the sense that we have before us legislation that will establish a national council. And that council has been in the makings now for a while, where we've had an interim council that has been advising the government, that has in essence assisted in terms of getting us to the point where we are today. The member made reference to a number, as other members have, of Indigenous-related issues, especially when you factor in the issue of reconciliation. And I'm wondering if the member can maybe expand her thoughts in regards to when you think of the 94 calls for action. A lot of those are shared jurisdiction. Not all of them are federal. And this council plays such a critical role going forward in terms of ensuring that the reconciliation is best achieved. And I'm wondering if she can just provide her thoughts on the significance of that fact.
The Honourable Member for Maniwaki-Wagon. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So I believe the question is what do I feel the importance is of the council and elections, as well as how effective this council will be. Well, Indigenous peoples themselves will decide this. And there's something I forgot to mention in my speech. I forgot to mention that the government will have the obligation to disclose any information to the council, any information that they feel is necessary for them to do their work properly. That's very important. But the government will have to fulfill its responsibilities. In doing so, the government will help the council function. So the council will be independent, but also the federal government will have the responsibility to share any necessary information. This will help us. It will help us. I'm forgetting my words, Mr. Speaker. But basically, it will help us get rid of all leftovers of colonial practices and the Indian Act. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Shefford. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleague, the member from Maniwaki-Wagon, for his speeches. As a spokesperson for seniors, I am grateful to her for mentioning seniors in her speech. She also spoke about Indigenous women and girls. These are topics in the calls to action, but what about the inquiry and the calls to action? Why is the government so slow in taking action? The Honourable Member from Maniwaki-Wagon. Mr. Speaker, this is my 8th year as MP for Maniwaki-Wagon. I have experienced some great successes, but sometimes I also feel cynical. Sometimes I think that what's missing is political will. There have been times when the government has unlocked substantial sums very easily without specific criteria, and sometimes in a rather unclear way. Yet then, when there are clear problems that everyone agrees exist and need to be addressed, the money doesn't seem to be available. Now, when it comes to Indigenous women and girls, Indigenous seniors, and also housing, housing is one of the reasons why there are violence issues and issues for seniors as well. So, Mr. Speaker, I couldn't agree more with my colleague. It's absolutely a matter of political will, and that's one thing that I, as an opposition member, can't give the government.
Member for Winnipeg Centre.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker, and I seek unanimous consent to split my time.
Is it agreed? Is it agreed? The honourable member for Winnipeg Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I will be splitting my time with the honourable member from Nunavut. It's an honour to rise today in support of Bill C-29, the National Council for Reconciliation Act. We would not be here today. Point of order, Mr. Speaker. Can I start again? Sorry, I was being.
Here, I'll take a stop, and we'll make sure everything's cleared up. And the honourable member for Winnipeg Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I will be splitting my time with the honourable member from Nunavut. It's an honour to rise today in support of Bill C-29, the National Council for Reconciliation Act. We would not be here today without the stories of survivors. Survivors who gifted us with stories so that people across Canada could learn the truth about Canada's history. That what happened in residential school was an act of genocide, something that was acknowledged unanimously in October in the House, a recognition that what happened in these institutions against children was an act of genocide, so that survivors no longer have to have their experience left up for debate. The abuse, abhorrent human rights violations up for debate. And I want to share with you, Mr. Speaker, that I am so thankful for that. And I lift up survivors, descendants, and communities every day. Let's not lose sight of this while we debate this bill. We must not lose sight of this, Mr. Speaker. The voices of survivors must lead the path forward, not organizations, not government bureaucrats, but survivors and their descendants, elders. And I'm glad that this is reflected in the bill. However, I'm hoping that this is reflected in the debate we are having in the House as we move forward, because we have to remember that we would not be debating this legislation today if it had not been survivors who courageously shared their stories. We must not lose sight of that, and their voices must never be, ever overshadowed, because they are the reason we are discussing how to move forward in a manner that achieves real justice while addressing ongoing injustices that continue to be perpetrated against Indigenous peoples. And progress is slow, which is one of the reasons why I keenly support implementing Call to Action 53 of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission to establish a National Council for Reconciliation through the establishment of federal legislation. Call to Action 53 calls on the government to establish the council as a, in quotes, an independent national oversight body that will monitor, evaluate, and report to Parliament on the progress that is being made in regards to reconciliation. The accountability mechanisms have the potential to be provided by the council are crucial, because we know that without sufficient accountability, progress implementing the calls to action have been unacceptably slow. Since the calls to action were released in 2015, only about 13 of the 94 have been implemented. And, Mr. Speaker, for a government that has repeatedly identified reconciliation and the new relationship with Indigenous people as top priority, this is simply not good enough. One wonders that if this legislation was introduced 7 years ago, whether we would be further along completing all of the calls to action. Nevertheless, The fact that we are close to the point of this bill becoming law is an important step forward. Enshrining this legislation into Canadian law is critical, and having this council act as a watchdog to ensure the effective advancement of reconciliation is crucial and will make it more difficult for the government and all MPs to lose focus on the implementation of the calls to action from the Truth and Reconciliation Commission. But here is the reality. Monitoring is not enough. We need this government to do the work and put significant investments behind concrete acts of reconciliation. And there is so much more work that needs to be done. I have often said that we cannot have true reconciliation in the absence of justice. Across this country, Indigenous peoples are denied justice each and every day in painful and humiliating ways. We have a housing crisis that can only be described as dire. According to the 2021 census data, in fact, Mr. Speaker, 1 in 6 Indigenous people live in crowded housing, unsuitable for the number of people who live there. To put this in perspective, that means Indigenous people are almost twice as likely to live in crowded housing compared to non-Indigenous people. This is shameful. And while I acknowledge that Budget 22 made new investments in Indigenous housing, it doesn't come close to meeting the unmet needs in Indigenous communities, in spite of the Conservatives' claim today of record spending on Indigenous peoples. According to the AFN, $44 billion over 10 years is required to meet current needs on First Nations communities. Budget 2022 allocates $2.4 billion over 5 years to address gaps in on-reserve housing. We're also facing what the Prime Minister himself has acknowledged as a genocide against Indigenous women, girls, and Two-Spirit people. My own city of Winnipeg was described, Mr. Speaker, as ground zero for the crisis of missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls by the former Minister of Crown Indigenous Relations. And yet, since the national inquiry into murdered and missing Indigenous women and girls issued its final report and calls for justice in 2019, we have not seen this ongoing genocide addressed with anything close to the level or respect and urgency required. For example, in Budget 2022, the Liberal government put $0 new dollars, zero, Mr. Speaker, to help put an end to this crisis of violence. Worse yet, it was shocking to learn that hardly any of the federal government's $724.1 million violence prevention strategy, first announced in 2021, has been spent. Not a single new shelter has been built, nor a single new unit of transitional housing. Well, I do want to acknowledge, Mr. Speaker, the federal government's recent announcement in my riding of $6.9 million to support the expansion of Velma's House, which will operate as a low-barrier 24/7 safe space in Winnipeg Centre. There are still so many Indigenous women, girls, and gender-diverse people who do not have a safe place to go in their community. We also continue to see resource extraction projects imposed on Indigenous communities without their free, prior, and informed consent. An egregious example of this took place almost 2 years ago in Wet'suwet'en Territory, where land defenders, women, were met with police dogs and snipers, and RCMP used an axe and a chainsaw to cut down the door of a tiny house where 2 unarmed Indigenous women were inside. This is the exact opposite of what reconciliation looks like. And I have become quite concerned about the Conservatives' hyper-focus on economic reconciliation with their history of opposing the right to free, prior, and informed consent enshrined in Canadian law and articulated in the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, Mr. Speaker. Indigenous peoples have a right to make decisions free of intimidation, to be informed about all aspects of projects prior to development occurring. And this cannot happen down the barrel of a gun. It also
It is not acceptable to state that communities that choose to build economies outside of the resource extraction sector have no desire to improve their local economy. On these and so many other issues, including overrepresentation of Indigenous people in criminal justice and child welfare systems, the fact that 27 communities still have water boil advisories, so much work must be done to overturn colonial policies and practices that are preventing us from achieving real reconciliation. And I am hoping that this legislation will help. I want to acknowledge the work of my wonderful colleague and MP for Nunavut in helping strengthen this legislation in committee. We will be accompanied by a renewed focus from this government on what the Prime Minister has described as, in quotes, the most important relationship in Canada. And I am confident that the Council will do its job in ensuring that the government is accountable for progress being made on implementing the calls to action. But the onus is on the government to respond to accountability with real action. To all the survivors who shared their stories, to all survivors who did not tell their stories, I lift you up. May this bill assist in delivering you the justice that has been denied for far too long. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Crown Indigenous Relations.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member opposite for her speech tonight. You know, I'm really glad that she was mentioning the survivors. You know, we should never lose sight of the survivors when we're looking at C-29. And I think about, in my community, so many of the survivors who've come to me and said, you know, what we really need to move forward on is healing centers and healing for our communities. And they've given me the example of, you know, they wanted the trauma to stop with them. And so I'm wondering if the member opposite could talk to me about some of the people in her riding or in her nation that have inspired her in this journey of reconciliation, and and just if she could talk a little bit about the need for us to continue the journey of healing and investing in healing for our communities, in Indigenous communities, urban communities across Canada.
The Honourable Member for Winnipeg Centre.
Thank you for the question, and I'll take this opportunity to mention my wonderful partner, Romeo Saganash, who is a residential school survivor and has spent his life fighting to achieve that reconciliation. But I think when we're looking at this, and certainly having the privilege of being blessed with such a good partner, the Truth and Reconciliation is based on the stories of survivors. It sets the path forward. Those are the stories. Now the government has to respond to those stories with action. It needs to stop stalling. And I'm hoping the oversight that will be provided by this council allows survivors like my beautiful partner, Romeo, to get the justice that is long overdue. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. L'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Shefford. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I would like to thank my colleague, with whom I have the honour of working at the Standing Committee on the Status of Women, and we're working on a study that she put forward about the impact of exploitation on Indigenous women and girls in our study, and like in this bill. How can we make sure that we work in actual collaboration, nation to nation, with Indigenous communities and other levels of government in order to inspire ourselves from best practices that is happening, for example, in Quebec, the provinces and territories? How do we avoid jurisdictions butting into other jurisdictions?
Well, I think with the passing of Bill C-15 in the last session, the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People is mentioned 15 times by the TRC as the framework for reconciliation. We have a framework, Mr. Speaker. We just have to follow that framework. That was a declaration that was produced after decades, like over 20 years, over 23 years of work. We have the tools, we have the frameworks. We just need the political will to do the right thing. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The honourable member for London Fanshawe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague for all of her incredible work. One of the things that I've been working on with the member for Nunavut actually as well is in Ontario there's a group of 8 First Nations and they're First Nations with a school collective in mind, and it's talking about First Nations education by First Nations, and it's a rewriting and a curriculum that's made for Indigenous people by Indigenous people. Could she talk about how that could be a step towards that reconciliation that we're talking about today? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for Winnipeg Centre.
Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for her question, and certainly as a longtime educator, I'm an educator that taught in the area of Indigenous education. I'm happy to answer these questions. We have several examples of First Nations control of First Nations education across the country, including in Manitoba with the Manitoba Education First Nations Resource Centre, certainly the James Bay Cree. It's been a few decades, in fact, that they have developed their own curricula and taken control of the education of their children. I think this is central, particularly with the history of educational systems and how in the guise of educational systems were used to perpetrate genocide against our kids. First Nations and Inuit and Métis control of education is critical and the path forward. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Reprise du débat, continuing debate. The honourable member for Nunavut.
It has been interesting to participate in the debate on Bill C-29 and act to provide for the establishment of the National Council for Reconciliation. We have heard from all parties their positions and questions regarding the disparities they see of Indigenous peoples. While New Democrats have focused on highlighting the ongoing violations of Indigenous peoples' rights, others have chosen to focus on the potential composition of the National Council for Reconciliation. In my final speech on this matter, I clarify the position stated by the New Democrats. This party has been guided by advocacy from Indigenous peoples in making its position, and we stand by it. First, on clauses 9 and 10 of Bill C-29 on the composition and nominating bodies, Clause 9 states that the board will consist of 9 to 13 directors. Clause 10 only names 4 nominating bodies. This creates opportunities for 5 to 9 directors that can come from other Indigenous groups. I think it is important that there is representation from many nations across Canada with the independence that is necessary for this council. I remind all Indigenous peoples and groups, if they feel the bill does not ensure their voices are heard through the composition of the board, there will be opportunities to be heard, be it through nominating to the board through the nomination process, providing advice through advisory councils, or as outlined in the bill, or reaching out to the council directly. I thank key witnesses who spoke at committee. Zebedee Nungak spoke passionately about how decolonization needs to be the end goal of this process. Ukalik Iyitsak emphasized that reconciliation must come from a balanced approach, mindset and foundation with mutual respect and equitable resources. Karen Ristual highlighted the importance of revitalizing Indigenous laws and the importance of upholding Indigenous rights. The Native Women's Association of Canada plays an important role to advise and support Indigenous women across the country. Indigenous women continue to fight for their rights, and with higher rates of violence towards them, reconciliation should address multiple concerns these communities have. An amendment that the New Democrats made was to ensure inclusion of important advice to be drawn from survivors, elders, and Indigenous legal professionals. We have heard in this debate that it is important to ensure that survivors and elders are the center of this work. New Democrats' amendments assure this. Currently, across the nation, the rights of Indigenous persons are violated, infringed, attacked. Often, Indigenous peoples are deprived of their rights, including the basic rights such as housing. We heard recently from the Auditor General a report on government's responses to emergency preparedness. We heard that there are Indigenous families in Peguis First Nations who have been evacuees for 10 years after a flood. 10 years. Indigenous peoples are often deprived of the right to self-determination, accessible housing, educational opportunities, and access to their own lands. This council will lead the conversation of what nations want to see and need from the government to move reconciliation forward. For the council to do their job effectively, they will need access to information on both a provincial and federal level. It is important that they are granted access within the legal limits to report on what is happening to Indigenous communities. It will be important to see that the council work to consistently protect and promote the rights of Indigenous peoples with their recommendations. The new Democratic amendment on the council, because of the recommendations we've made and the amendments that we proposed, the council will use a rights-based approach to their work on advancing reconciliation. It is important we do not lose sight of what this legislation has the potential to do. First Nations, Métis, and Inuit have voiced for years, advocated for years, solutions that can work in Indigenous communities. The work of this National Council for Reconciliation will be important as it will ensure a nonpartisan approach to hearing what the issues are and the work that needs to be done, as it will monitor government programs and policies. It is vital that the reconciliation be on every Canadian's minds. I remind all Indigenous peoples and groups who hope to be heard that those opportunities remain. The work has started to ensure that Indigenous peoples lead the way in reconciliation through the creation of this council. There has been great work already completed and more great work that needs to continue. As a country, we have a lot to learn regarding reconciliation. I have spoken to members of Parliament from New Zealand who visited us in Canada. One member of Parliament asked, "How will you know when reconciliation is complete?" My response to that question is reconciliation will only be complete when Indigenous peoples say it is. This is not something that should be determined by governments. Indigenous communities need to see action from this government that show they are listening to what their communities are saying. Governments must follow the lead of Indigenous peoples, especially on matters related to reconciliation, decolonization, and to the indigenization of laws, policies, and programs that are to impact Indigenous peoples. In conclusion, Bill C-29 leaves me with a sense of hope that will lead to measurable outcomes. While this bill is not the only solution to addressing the injustices experienced by Indigenous peoples, it will ensure the advancement of reconciliation so needed for all Canadians.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Crown and Indigenous Relations.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member opposite for her work at INAN as well as her speech tonight. I know that one of the amendments that she had proposed was to ensure that, while not being too prescriptive to the Transition Committee, that we gave them the option, if they wanted to have advisory committees consisting of Indigenous residential school survivors and elders, that this was an important part of what we needed to give them the options to do as a National Council for Reconciliation. And I'm wondering if the member opposite could talk a little bit about the intent behind ensuring that the voices of survivors and elders continue to be a part of the NCR.
Honourable Member for Nunavut.
And I thank the member for his question. It is an important one. Based on the composition and the nominating bodies, it is very important to make sure that we always keep in mind who this Reconciliation Council is for. And it is to make sure that survivors are heard and that elders are heard. We know that for a fact that these groups of individuals, Indigenous individuals, are the ones who have suffered the most. And it is those people that we need to honor and make sure that their voice is privileged in the work of the Council for Reconciliation.
Honourable Member for Dedham, Mississippi, Churchill River.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank my colleague from Nunavut for her comments today. And one quick question through you, Madam Speaker. There was an amendment that was made that shortened the total time frame from approximately 11 months to 5 months for the Council to both present its annual report and then for the Prime Minister to respond to that report. Through you, Madam Speaker, to the member, I just wonder if she would like to speak a little bit about how that raises the sense of urgency in this process and if she thinks that's important.
Member for Nunavut.
And I thank the member for that important question. I did support that motion because it is urgent. Indigenous peoples, federal governments, bureaucrats have known for years that there are many issues that need to be addressed. We know that social indicators that we hear about on a daily basis. We hear about the crisis situation that on a daily basis. We know that federal departments have this data and they must be able to share it as soon as possible with the National Council on Reconciliation.
Questions et commentaires, l'honorable.
The Honourable Member for Thérèse de Blainville. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to thank my honourable colleague for her excellent speech. I have a question, Madam Speaker. I understand that creating the National Council for Reconciliation comes from the Truth and Reconciliation report that was published a number of years ago now. So this meets one of the recommendations by creating this council. But the council will be a watchdog to make sure that there is progress towards reconciliation. But true action needs to be implemented by the government, which needs to meet the many calls to action. How can we make sure that the government will actually act when it comes to the recommendations made?
I'd like to thank the member for her important question. It is a difficult one. I think that the first step that one of the many steps that have been taken, including the creation of the National Council on Reconciliation, is one of them. We also need to make sure that when we are receiving reports from the Auditor General, from the PBO, that we as parliamentarians make the existing government accountable by asking questions about why those commitments have not been met, why those ongoing boil water advisories continue. We need to keep pressuring this government to re-educate them on why it's important to make sure that the Peguis First Nation, who's been evacuated for 10 years, get the attention that they need so that they can return to their homes.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Stevenson, Richmond East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can you hear me, Madam Speaker?
Yes, I can. Yes, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to recognize that I'm participating virtually from the traditional territories of the Musqueam and Coast Salish peoples. And Madam Speaker, I would also like to inform you that I will be sharing my time with the member from Winnipeg North. Before I begin, I would like to thank the interim Board of Directors and the Transitional Committee for the Council that carried out extensive consultations to develop the framework for Bill C-29. I would also like to thank the Minister of Crown Indigenous Relations and all the MPs who supported this important legislation. In particular, the members of the Standing Committee on Indigenous and Northern Affairs and the witnesses who gave testimony on Bill C-29. Their thoughtful amendments have strengthened this legislation while respecting the Council's independence. With Bill C-29, Canada takes another step on our multi-generational journey towards reconciliation with Indigenous peoples. Of the 94 calls to action in the Truth and Reconciliation Commission's 1994 report, 3 of them call upon the government to establish the National Council for Reconciliation. The Council will be permanent, independent, and Indigenous-led organization, monitoring and supporting the progress of reconciliation in Canada, including the full implementation of the TRC calls to action. As the Member of Parliament for Steveston Richmond East and a lifelong resident of Metro Vancouver, reconciliation with Indigenous peoples is a moral imperative. Unearthing and celebrating Indigenous peoples' history is a key step as we begin to make amends and build a more inclusive history for Canada. In the spring, Richmond dedicated a new street in honor of BC's first Indigenous Lieutenant Governor Stephen Point, who chaired the Stolo Nation and sat as provincial court judge before his 2007 to 2012 term at Government House. In April, I attended the unveiling of a new plaque in downtown Vancouver, celebrating the rediscovered Indigenous Métis heritage of one of Canada's most inspiring heroes, Terry Fox. Embracing Indigenous stories and history is an essential step to building a more inclusive Canada. On the road to reconciliation, these symbolic steps are necessary, but insufficient, unless they are accompanied by meaningful economic partnerships and improvements to the quality of life for Indigenous people. That's why my community of Steveston partnered with the Musqueam and Tsawwassen First Nations and have since established the largest craft fishing harbor in Canada. In the spring, to ensure the BC fisheries remain sustainable and to restore salmon populations, the federal and BC governments came together and announced the doubling of funding contributions for the British Columbia Salmon Restoration and Innovation Fund. Salmon is an essential part of the traditional diet of our local Indigenous communities. Protecting this vital food source is crucial to advancing the cause of reconciliation in British Columbia. We cannot have reconciliation without addressing the serious housing crisis Indigenous peoples face both on and off reserve. This September, Vancouverites and the Salish peoples welcomed the Prime Minister to their traditional territory, where the Prime Minister committed to providing $1.4 billion to create nearly 3,000 homes on traditional lands in Vancouver's Kitsilano neighborhood. Settling long disputed land claims is perhaps one of the most important steps on our multi-generational journey to reconciliation. This year, the Prime Minister and the Chief of the Siksika First Nations signed a historic land claim settlement, which is one of the largest agreements of its kind in Canada. The deal provides $1.3 billion in compensation to the Siksika Nation to resolve outstanding land claims over 46,500 hectares of the Siksika's reserve. In July, the Government of Canada and the Sechut First Nation announced a negotiated settlement agreement of a 100-year-old claim, including a settlement of $21 million. Madam Speaker, although these settlements inch us closer to reconciliation, we know that change isn't happening fast enough. Creating a National Council for Reconciliation will do more than fulfill 3 of the TRC's 94 calls to action. The Council will be able to conduct comprehensive studies and provide advice on how to overcome systemic injustices within Canada that impede us on the path to reconciliation. Last week, at the Standing Committee on Access to Information, Privacy and Ethics, the Union of British Columbia Indian Chiefs provided testimony about their experience and concerns with Canada's information system. They informed our committee that data sovereignty is an integral part of Article 28 of the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, which affirms the right to just, fair, and equitable compensation for confiscated traditional lands. They pointed out that to receive the documents necessary to establish their cases, they have no alternative but to use the access to information. In other words, Indigenous nations must rely on the party they are in dispute with to produce documents and pay for each ATIP submission. Bureaucratic pain points such as accessing information, systemic and social injustices are obstacles on our path to reconciliation. A National Council for Reconciliation, as provided for in Bill C-29, will go a long way to identifying these concerns and holding governments accountable for them. As part of the accountability process, the Council will compile an annual report which will be presented to the Minister and tabled in Parliament. It will outline the progress of reconciliation and offer recommendations for change within government and throughout Canadian society. The legislation requires the government of the day to respond to the report and outline its plans to advance reconciliation. Madam Speaker, every level of government, indeed every Canadian, is responsible for advancing the cause of reconciliation. But the federal government must lead from the front and be a government that works for everyone. Bill C-29 is about moving forward as a government, but also moving forward as a nation. In the words of Chief Dr. Robert Joseph, let us find a way to belong to this time and place together. Our future and the well-being of all our children rests with the kind of relationship we build today. The National Council for Reconciliation is about more than redressing old grievances. It's about founding a new relationship with Indigenous peoples, a relationship built upon respect, a dialogue, and a newfound sense of partnership. I look forward to seeing the work of the Council and its future recommendations to bring about reconciliation in Canada. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions ou commentaires? The Honourable Member for South Okanagan West Kootenay.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member for his speech. You know, I think it's been 7 years since the Truth and Reconciliation Commission produced its report and the calls to action as long as this government has been in power. And yet, I think only 13 of the 90-something calls to action have been implemented. And this would be, I think, one of the more basic ones to implement. And I think had we had this earlier, we would be farther ahead. And I'm just wondering if the member can comment on why it's taken so long to get to this point and why we are lagging so far behind in this government's promises to Indigenous people.
The Honourable Member for Stevenson Richmond East.
Well, thank the member for the question, Madam Speaker. But this is precisely what we are working towards. And we're taking into consideration the hundreds of years bills not being paid by the Crown. And that's the work that I think we will make sure the council that's going to be independent of government will bring the solutions forward and the recommendations and hold government accountable that we can follow.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Denete, Mississippi, Churchill River.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Just follow up to the last question for the member from Richmond. The time frame of this progress, it started in December 2017 with the Prime Minister announcing that they were going to pursue this National Council for Reconciliation. From January to June of 2018, the interim board of directors did the work that they needed to do to get to a place where they reported and had 20 very, very solid recommendations. And they actually included in those recommendations a draft bill that could have been put forward in 2018 already. We then waited 3.5 years for the minister to appoint the next step, which was the transitional committee members. My question through you to the member is just why he thinks there was this lack of urgency for 3.5 years while this just sat in limbo.
The Honourable Member for Steveston, Richmond East, in 1 minute.
Well, like I mentioned before, this is precisely what we're working for. The council will be independent, and they'll need to engage with provinces, territories, different jurisdictions on all the 94 calls for action, and they'll report their findings and recommendations back to government. And it'll be an independent process, and we will be accountable to support the council's needs.
The Honourable Member will have 2 minutes left in the allotted time for questions and comments once we return to this bill. But it being 5:49, the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper. Orders of the day.
Orders of the day, private members' business. Consideration at second reading of Bill C-295, an act to amend the Criminal Code, neglect of vulnerable adults, standing in the name of Ms. Fry.
Ms. Fry, seconded by Mr. Iacono, moves that Bill C-295, an act to amend the Criminal Code, neglect of vulnerable adults, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights. Debate. The Honourable Member for Vancouver Centre. The Honourable Member for Vancouver Centre. The Honourable Member for Vancouver Centre, headsets, please.
Oh boy. This what? This is unusual.
The Honourable Member for Vancouver Centre.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Madam Speaker, I'm sorry I was just kind of delayed here for a second with my camera. It's my pleasure, Madam Speaker, to stand and do the second reading of my private member's Bill 295. which amends the Criminal Code, sections 214 and 215, to include penalties for neglect of vulnerable adults. And what this amendment will do is it'll add certain definitions like long-term care facility means somewhere with 3 or more adults unrelated to the owner or manager by blood or marriage. We also are defining what a manager is. And a manager is somebody who administers, hires staff, purchases supplies, medical supplies, etc., directs the daily performance of the staff of the facility, coordinates and plans for care for the residents, how the staff provides that care, protocols and procedures to give good care, controlling and evaluating those procedures, and the quality of care. Now, in order to do something very important, to provide the necessities of life to residents. Now, Section 215 of the bill defines duty to provide necessities of life and failure to perform this, meaning to endanger life or cause the health to be injured permanently. Those are the two things that we mean by the word failure to perform. Now, we also will consider in this bill prohibiting the offender who has been found culpable from seeking, obtaining work in any facility that takes care of vulnerable adults, or even volunteering in a facility that takes care of vulnerable adults. And by vulnerable adults, we mean anyone who is vulnerable as a result of age, mental disorder, illness, disability, or who is frail. Now, the penalty for failure to do this means liable to imprisonment for a term of not exceeding 2 years. Or punishable on summary conviction. Now, Madam Speaker, why are we bringing this up right now? Because COVID-19 showed us that, in fact, vulnerable adults were very, very much at risk during COVID-19. Let's look at the deaths in Canada under COVID-19 was 69%. Of vulnerable adults compared internationally with an average of 41% for vulnerable adults anywhere else in the world. Now, we know that long-term care facilities is a provincial jurisdiction. And therefore, what we saw across this country during COVID-19 was a large variability in the results and in the deaths by province, depending on what province you're living in. Now, it's interesting to note that in long-term care facilities, residents got 3% of the total of COVID cases, yet they resulted in 43% of deaths from COVID. For instance, in long-term care facilities in Ontario, the incidence of deaths in long-term care facilities was 13 times higher than the average 69-year-old living in the community. So what does that tell us? It tells us that there's a definite association between long-term care facilities and deaths and outbreaks due to COVID. Now, we know that 54% of these long-term facilities in Canada are private, 54%. And what we have seen is that many of them are not only private, but for profit. And what we found out following the first year of COVID, we got a report from the 4th Canadian Division Joint Task Force, because if you recall, we had sent in the armed forces to help in some of these long-term care facilities. And we also had a report from the Canadian Institute of Health Information, CIHI as it's called. Now, both of these gave some scathing reports, something that sounded like something out of a horror movie. What we heard was that many of the aides who worked in these areas did not have any real training. They didn't have any ongoing medical education or health education training, that many of them did not follow protocols. Many of them were not registered. Many of them were not able to provide the care that they're supposed to be providing. We also found that cleanliness was a huge issue, according to those two results, that there were cockroaches in these areas, that people did not take care of inmates who soiled themselves, and they lay there in their soil, sometimes for a whole day. We also found that the ability to give medication was compromised, that medication was often outdated in the facilities, that people were giving medication that wasn't even working for them. We also found out that the cross-contamination was huge, that many persons who were working in these areas would go from one patient to another without changing their personal protective equipment, without washing their hands, and causing cross-contamination. And so there is some horror stories that we really heard. We also heard about abuse of these patients, where if they complained of pain or they decided that they needed help, that in fact, quite often they would get pushed roughly and handled badly. But it was the lack of any protocol to do with a pandemic and an epidemic that was very frightening in some of these facilities. Now, these facilities are run by provinces. Long-term care facilities are a provincial jurisdiction. So what can the federal government do? What we can do is to make those people who own or manage these facilities liable under penalty, under the criminal code, for actually failure to provide the appropriate care by any medical standard whatsoever. Let's remember that there was burnout in these long-term care facilities, and there was also the fact that many of the people who worked in these facilities were being paid less than an equivalent medical personnel in another facility of any kind. So we have just thrown seniors under the bus in many of these long-term care facilities. And we saw the deaths of COVID. And I think we should be ashamed in Canada of a 69% COVID death in vulnerable adults versus 41% in any other country in the world. So we need to do something about it. What we are saying is that we're going to make anyone who manages such a facility or owns such a facility and who did not have any of the protocols, did not do anything about cross-contamination. And we found out that the reason a lot of the aides were not doing the kinds of things they needed to do with personal protective equipment was that they were told that they shouldn't spend money on they should use something once or twice or three times. We know that that's not how you deal with contamination. And so some of this was all about saving money. Some of it was about being scared. Some of it was about not knowing what to do, not having sufficient protocols and procedures. So I really believe that while we can work with the provinces, and we need to create new sets of protocols, to create a real set of standardization of care for persons in long-term care facilities, that actually we need to make those who run those facilities or own those facilities very accountable, very, very accountable under the criminal code. We have the same penalties under the section of the criminal code for children, abuse of children, for children who are vulnerable, for failure to provide care for these children. We need to do this now with seniors. I think that most of us know that the COVID-19 was not our last pandemic. We know that with globalization, with people traveling everywhere, anyhow, and anytime, that the cross-contamination of disease from one jurisdiction, one country to another can create what we now call pandemics. Pandemics are happening. Pandemics are going to be here to stay. We need to be very clear about setting clear accountability and clear penalties for those who fail to provide care for vulnerable adults. That's the first thing. And then I think, as most of you will know, that we need to also look at how we work with provinces to provide a pan-Canadian standard of care and a clear standard of care for many of these facilities, when we know that 54% of them are not for-profit, are for-profit organizations, and that are private sector organizations, and they don't have the appropriate ability to take care of adults. For those of you who have had a senior person or a vulnerable adult, whether they be disabled or senior, who actually perished or was harmed irrevocably under COVID-19 in one of these facilities, I think you will support this bill because you know that it is important. If we do not care for the vulnerable amongst us, if we allow people to make money off people's vulnerability, if we allow people not to take due care, not to have compassion, not to have the best quality of care for those who live in their long-term care facilities as adults, then we are failing, and we're failing badly. And so I hope that you will support this bill because I think it's absolutely necessary. It's the only way currently and right now that our federal government can actually take care of this problem. It'll take a while to negotiate with provinces. It'll take a while to look at standards of care. It will take a while to do that. But in the interim, we are going to make those who fail to provide appropriate care for people living, vulnerable adults living in long-term care facilities, that if they fail to do so, that we will penalize them under the law, under Section 2014 and 2015 of the Criminal Code. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Shefford.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
The honourable member for Shefford. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank my colleague for her speech. Before becoming an MP, I worked as an awareness officer to increase awareness of poor treatment of seniors. Quebec has an action plan. Quebec is working very hard to improve treatment of seniors. I have an interesting comment. In fact, there was a report during the pandemic about the fact that Quebec already has its long-term care centres, CHSLDs, but it doesn't have the means to improve things. So wouldn't the member feel that health care transfer should be increased to 35%?
Not necessarily. I think we're talking about a specific component of healthcare under the Canada Health Act, which is what the federal government has as its ability to provide universal healthcare. Long-term care facilities are not part of the Canada Health Act, and so transfer to provinces in any way, shape, or form is going to have to be tied specifically to quality of care, to protocols for care, and to outcomes. And so this is a totally different kettle of fish. This is not about funding Medicare.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for King Vaughan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have a question for my honourable colleague. I volunteer in several long-term care homes. I have a lot of experience volunteering there, and I also had the opportunity of speaking recently with the CEO of Universal Care. One of the most important things that he finds is the lack of staff. So he has applied numerous times to have people come over from other countries that are nurses and PSWs that are qualified to assist us in these homes. Unfortunately, this Liberal government keeps turning them down. Why?
Honourable member for Vancouver Centre.
It's pretty simple because the federal government does not have jurisdiction for credentialing of any healthcare worker. This is purely provincial legislation and provincial jurisdiction. And so the provinces make a decision about whether or not someone can work as a licensed nurse or a licensed physician. At the same time, the colleges of nursing and the colleges of physicians are the ones who decide what credential a nurse or a doctor requires in order to practice quality of care under both their jurisdictions. So this is something that, once again, we have to talk to the provinces, work with the provinces. I am sure the federal government is very interested in moving this agenda forward and is always prepared to come with assistance and aid and help in funding some of those decisions that need to be made. My province of British Columbia, for instance, has now just started credentialing more internationally trained workers to come and become nurses and physicians.
Member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, I'd like to congratulate my honourable colleague on this bill, and the NDP will be supporting it because we as the Party of Healthcare have been extraordinarily concerned about the deplorable conditions in long-term care which COVID may have exposed but have been existing for a long time. My question is about resources. This bill, of course, would punish people after neglect has occurred. And I think the NDP is concerned about preventing that neglect in the first place. In the last election, the Liberal Party promised to invest $6.8 billion in safer long-term care. They also promised to invest $1.7 billion to ensure personal support workers are paid $25 an hour, and finally $500 million to train 500,000 personal support workers. I don't think a single dollar of that funding has flowed yet in this government. I'm wondering if my honourable colleague can tell this House when that money will be expected to flow so that we can actually take care of our seniors instead of punishing people who abuse them.
The honourable member for Vancouver Centre.
I'm sorry, Madam Speaker. I think we need to do both. We need to have the carrot and we need to have the stick. We know that long-term care workers are the lowest paid healthcare workers in all of the healthcare jurisdictions. We know that. We know that they're not registered. Many of them are not fully trained. So what we need to do is to talk to provinces whose, as I said earlier on, in response to my colleague who asked the question, we need to work with provinces whose jurisdiction this is. We have that money set up to deal with provinces when they negotiate. But the federal government should not, and as a physician I can tell you now, should not just be handing money over with no strings attached. We need to hand money over to deal with setting clear protocols, pan-Canadian guidelines, pan-Canadian standards of care, the ability to ensure that that people who work in these facilities have very clear protocols on how they work.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Brandon Souris.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And first and foremost, I want to thank my colleague from Vancouver Centre for introducing this private member's bill to strengthen the criminal code provisions to protect our loved ones who reside in long-term care facilities. Almost every Canadian knows someone who's been a resident of a long-term care facility. It goes without saying that when a family member or friend gets to that point in their life when they need extra care, we want to know they are safe and being taken care of. I also want to take a moment to thank the healthcare aides, nurses, and the kitchen, laundry, housekeeping, and recreation staff who work in our long-term care facilities across Canada. Please know how appreciative we all are of everything each and every one of you do. Whenever we talk about frontline healthcare workers, I always feel there's not enough attention given to those who work in our long-term care facilities. They provide care 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. It doesn't matter if there's a blizzard or horrendous weather. They answer the call and go to work. From working holidays to working night shifts, I know it's not always easy on their families. And I also know that the job isn't easy on their bodies. But they do it because they truly care for the residents that they serve. In many cases, the residents they care for start to feel like a member of the family. Long-term care facilities are not hospitals. They are people's homes. The people who live there are not patients. They are residents. While this distinction may seem trivial, I can assure you it is not. In most cases, this will be the people's last home. It behooves us all to ensure that we do everything we can to protect those who are most vulnerable and in need of care. The pandemic showed how fragile and long-term care facilities, our long-term care facilities, are in this country, as my colleague has just outlined in her presentation of her bill. There's a litany of reasons for that, but I want to start by talking about the challenges that both healthcare workers and the residents of those facilities face. A significant amount of the workers in our long-term care facilities are shift workers who must either pick up extra days or work double shifts to try to get 40 hours a week. There are very few full-time healthcare aides or nursing positions that guarantee 40 hours a week. Many healthcare workers have jobs at another long-term care facility to earn enough money to provide for their families. So we quickly saw the consequences of how long-term care facilities are staffed as soon as the pandemic started. Immediately, staff can no longer work in more than one facility to contain the spread of COVID. The result was facilities were then short-staffed. And it only got worse as people either had to quarantine or could no longer work as many hours as their childcare options were severely impacted. Sadly, we watched in horror as the news stories started to emerge about how short-staffed certain long-term facilities were. Some families had the ability to take their loved one into their home as soon as the pandemic started. However, it was only a small amount as the level of care was too much. And as family members were prohibited from entering care homes due to the pandemic, all they could do is hope and pray that their loved ones were taken care of. In many cases, when a patient, sibling, or close friend becomes a resident of a long-term care facility, it's not unusual to visit them multiple times a week. Children come into the facility to help their parents eat, wash, and clean up their rooms. Anyone who's ever worked in a long-term care facility knows how integral family members are to the well-being of the residents. A lot of family members also become volunteers at the long-term care facility to help where they can to ease the workload and to make the residents as comfortable as they can. All that support was gone as soon as the pandemic started. And with the staffing challenges that were already present going into the crisis, unfortunately, we quickly learned of the dire consequences of many residents. We must never forget the members of the Canadian Armed Forces, medical and support personnel who were temporarily deployed to support our long-term care facilities. As always, they answered the call when we needed them the most as well. It was their report they tabled in May of 2020 that brought considerable attention to the conditions they encountered in our long-term care facilities. They discovered systemic deficiencies in the establishment and management of infection control areas within long-term care facilities. There was a lack of care and distribution of personal protective equipment and enforcement of personal health measures. And as previously stated, there were severe staff shortages that compounded problems in the long-term care facilities. So it's with that in mind that we can turn our attention to the provisions contained in Bill C-295. I welcome the debate and attention on amending the Criminal Code to protect those who live in long-term care facilities. Currently, the Criminal Code states, under duties tending to preservation of life, that a parent, guardian, or spouse is under a legal duty to provide necessaries of life to those under their care when they are unable to do so themselves due to age, illness, mental disorder, or cannot otherwise provide for themselves. And that's the most important area, Madam Speaker. There have been numerous court cases over the years where people have been charged and convicted of such crimes. But to the best of my knowledge, never has the owner or manager of a long-term care facility been charged or convicted, under this section of the Criminal Code. Bill C-295 will amend the Criminal Code and clearly stipulate that owners and managers of long-term care facilities will be added to that list of being legally responsible to provide necessaries of life to residents and their families. Of their families, rather, pardon me, Madam Speaker. This level of legal protection for those who live in long-term care facilities, as stated in C-295, must be studied, and I would urge my colleagues to vote in favor of this bill. It is imperative that we refer this legislation and have the much-needed debate about how the federal government can better legally protect those who live in long-term care facilities. As the onus will be on the Crown to lay the charges, we must carefully craft the legislation to ensure there are no loopholes. I would recommend to my colleagues on the Justice Committee to invite legal and healthcare experts to ensure that the definition of, quote, necessaries of life, end quote, is adequate to ensure there are legal penalties for those who fail in their duties. This will start a much larger debate about whether provincial regulations, which dictate the operations and level of care, including accountability provisions, are stringent enough. As we debate this legislation tonight, I can assure you that there are currently long-term care facilities that are running short-staffed. We know there are staff having to work double shifts so residents can get care that they need. And there are still far too many rooms in long-term care facilities with 4 beds, which is a challenge at the best of times, let alone during a pandemic or flu season. I think we can all agree that all levels of government, including the nonprofits and companies who provide long-term care, must dramatically improve the conditions of long-term care facilities. So in closing, I was proud to run under our Conservative platform in the last election that would have directly provided federal funding that would have boosted the number of healthcare aides and other critical staff working in our long-term care facilities. I welcomed our commitment to prioritize and streamline immigration to include new measures to attract healthcare workers, especially in the priority areas and regions, and our pledge to devote specific federal infrastructure funding to renovate and improve long-term care facilities was well received by many who work in the healthcare field. So, Madam Speaker, let us ensure this is just the start of a much larger conversation about how we can improve the living conditions, including the level of care our loved ones receive. This legislation should pass second reading and be sent to the Justice Committee as quickly as possible. Thank you.
Reprise du débat, l'honorable député de Rivière.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Rivière-du-Nord. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, C-295 is a bill that makes sense. This is the type of bill that we really want to study in committee, that we want to push through the steps so that it is adopted. There are, of course, amendments to be made, but this bill should be studied. It deserves it. Now, there were some challenges during the pandemic, especially neglect of seniors. Seniors experience the pandemic as it being very difficult, more than most, because sometimes they were abandoned in atrocious conditions in long-term care facilities. The situation was indecent. We took action, but these seniors were treated in horrible ways. I hope this situation never reoccurs, Madam Speaker. It is incumbent upon us to act to ensure it never happens again. In Quebec, we have an act to counter mistreatment and poor treatment of seniors and all those who are vulnerable. In long-term care institutions, some employees try to intervene to make sure that situations are under control, and we need to protect them. So we need to protect whistleblowers who seek to report mistreatment in their institutions. Quebec has an act to take action against mistreatment. This act gives us the tools that we need to protect those who step up and take action to intervene or report in these types of situations. Canada's act is parallel to Quebec's legislation. Thus far, with what I've seen in C-295, I'm on the whole quite satisfied with it. We will have to look at it more closely, of course, Madam Speaker. One thing that could become problematic is respect of provincial jurisdiction, and that is in fact an issue with most bills tables in this House. So we will have to look at that aspect, but I have to admit that this bill seems to respect federal and provincial jurisdiction. This bill deals with the criminal code. The criminal code, as we know, is a federal law which is within the federal government's jurisdiction and which is often amended by the federal government. But we just need to be sure that we are not infringing on any provincial jurisdiction or on Quebec's jurisdiction. That said, Madam Speaker, you know, with C-295, I'm worried about something. I fear that this bill will be treated as a cure-all, as a magical solution, that we will clear our consciences totally, that we will say to ourselves, well, since we've passed C-295, we've done everything that we can do to improve the quality of life of our seniors. But as you know, Madam Speaker, that couldn't be further from the truth. The federal government's duty is to manage its revenues. The government handles revenues and takes revenues from provinces, which means that the federal government must give back to provinces, especially for healthcare. About 50 years ago, the government started by paying for about 50% of healthcare in provinces and in Quebec, but now we're around 21%, and it keeps decreasing. Provinces are demanding health transfers up to 35% of health spending. That is a very reasonable request, Madam Speaker. In fact, 35% is less than what the federal government should cover. But the government feels that 35% is excessive. Provinces are just not managing anymore, Madam Speaker. The situations I mentioned earlier, seniors abandoned in their beds in their facilities without anyone checking in, without meals at the right times, without bathing at the right time. They were treated in such an undignified way, which is undignified for us as a society. And in fact, though, 95% of those tragedies can be attributed to underfunding of the healthcare system that needs to be strong to protect seniors. It is our duty, Madam Speaker, to avoid this type of tragedy. The federal government's responsibility is to transfer its revenues to provinces so that provinces can properly run and manage healthcare facilities. This bill would help seniors, and that's a laudable goal. Not one of the 338 MPs in this House would say that we shouldn't help seniors. We absolutely must help them. It's necessary. But in order to properly care for Canadian seniors, the federal government must transfer money to the provinces. It is cruel, in fact, to keep all the money here in Ottawa when provinces are the ones who need it, Madam Speaker. Health transfers are essential. Provinces are calling for them. What does Ottawa say? Ottawa decides to set conditions, conditional transfers. We will transfer you money if you do X, Y, Z. If you need to provide A procedure in B institution, then we will transfer you C amount. Either way, it's conditions. Ottawa wants to set conditions to give provinces their money. This isn't money that grows on trees. This is money that comes from the pockets of Canadians and Quebecers. Ottawa's saying, well, we'll return it to you if and only if you respect our conditions. If I give pocket change to kids, I might say to them, okay, you can't buy any candy that costs more than a cent, or I might, set some conditions to help them handle their spending because they're children. But in this case, the provinces are not children, and the province and Ottawa is not the manager of any of these institutions or facilities. The federal government itself does not run any long-term care facilities or hospitals. So who does Ottawa think it is to impose conditions like that? The conditions that Ottawa wants to impose on provinces will harm more than they help. Not to mention that these conditions are making it such that this dispute that's been going on for years will just go on longer and longer, so provinces don't have enough money to run their hospitals, and Ottawa is making this go on longer than it needs to. I think that's undignified. This isn't how a responsible government would act, and this is what leads to the types of situations we witnessed during the pandemic. Now, I don't want to blame the federal government for everything. Provinces do have to review their practices as well. And we're doing so. I told you about Quebec's recent legislation, which was passed to protect seniors, to protect those in long-term care facilities and all other vulnerable Quebecers. We legislated to guarantee
good, dignified care for seniors. I urge the federal government to assume its responsibilities, to be fair, to fulfill its responsibility towards seniors. I call on the government to transfer healthcare money to provinces. We need to study C-295. We will study it in committee. We will improve it. It's a good idea, and so we will study it seriously. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
For Vancouver Kingsway.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm pleased, as always, to stand and speak on behalf of the people of Vancouver Kingsway and take their concerns and ideas and hopes and aspirations to this chamber. And also, as health critic for the New Democratic Party, I'm always happy to see a bill that addresses the state of health in our country and proposes a solution. Now, this bill is very specific. Bill C-295, an act to amend the criminal code targeted at the neglect of vulnerable adults. It would do two things, Madam Speaker. It would amend the criminal code to create a specific offense for long-term care facilities, their owners and their managers, who fail to provide necessaries of life to residents of the facilities. And second, it would allow the court to make an order prohibiting the owners and managers of such facilities from being, through employment or volunteering, in charge of or in a position of trust or authority towards vulnerable adults, and to consider as an aggravating factor for the purpose of sentencing the fact that an organization failed to perform the legal duty that is owed to a vulnerable adult. Madam Speaker, I think all Canadians were horrified over the last 2 years to see residents in Canada's long-term care homes and to see the deplorable, outrageous, frankly, conditions that so many of the people who built this country are forced to live in. And we saw how seniors in long-term care homes have been disproportionately impacted by the COVID-19 pandemic. In Canada, long-term care residents accounted for 43% of all COVID-19 deaths. Between March 1, 2020 and August 15, 2021, over 56,000 residents and 22,000 staff in Canada's LTC and retirement homes were infected with COVID-19, resulting in more than 14,000 deaths among staff and residents. Frankly, what was the most astounding figure that I saw was that Canada had the worst record of all OECD countries, the highest percentage of deaths on a per capita basis of any country in the OECD in long-term care homes. That speaks to a deplorable and long-standing issue in our long-term care sector. Now, throughout the pandemic, there was a difference between for-profit long-term care facilities and public or non-profit facilities. The for-profit facilities had much worse patient outcomes than not-for-profit homes in general. According to an analysis by the Toronto Star, residents of for-profit facilities have been more than 3 times as likely to catch COVID-19 as those in a non-profit facility. And for-profit facilities have seen more than twice as many staph infections per bed. Resident deaths have also been more common in for-profit facilities. I think all Canadians were stunned when we saw that the provinces of Ontario and Quebec had to call in the Canadian Armed Forces to be deployed in some of the hardest hit long-term care homes across Canada, where they documented horrific accounts of inhumane treatment, abuse, and substandard care. I think assault is not too strong a word. According to the CAF reports, residents in 2 Ontario nursing homes died not from COVID-19, but from dehydration and neglect. The stories of soldiers documenting, and I've read those documented notes of the CAF soldiers who simply wrote down what they saw in unembellished form when they entered those homes, read like a horror story from a third world. They found residents lying in bed in their soiled underpants. They found instructions where the care aides were not allowed to change the bedding on a bed for 24 or 48 hours, even when the patient had an incontinent problem. There were incorrect medications given to patients. There were patients who were malnourished and weren't fed properly. This was simply outrageous. Now, I want to make a point that COVID did not cause these problems, Madam Speaker. COVID exposed these problems in Canada's long-term care sector. Now, to date, more than 30 proposed class actions have arisen from the COVID-19 pandemic across Canada, and several of these allege that the owners and operators of long-term care and retirement facilities failed to take appropriate health and safety measures to protect their residents from COVID-19. Several provincial governments have adopted legislation limiting the potential liability of long-term care owners and operators. For example, under the Supporting Ontario's Recovery Act 2020, plaintiffs now need to show that those operating long-term care centres were grossly negligent to avoid statutory liability protection. That's a higher standard than applies to ordinary negligence claims. So in this country, what provincial Conservative governments have done is act not to protect the vulnerable patients in long-term care homes, but they acted to protect the managers and owners of those long-term care homes who were responsible for unbelievable incidents of abuse and neglect. That is shameful. Now, the courts have not yet considered the meaning of gross legislation under that legislation, but the phrase has been defined by the Supreme Court of Canada going back 80 years, and I can tell you that it's a very marked departure from the generally required standard of care or even simple negligence. Now, under Section 215 of the Criminal Code presently, it is currently an offence for a person to fail to provide necessaries of life to a person under his or her charge if that person is, quote, unable by reason of detention, age, illness, mental disorder, or other cause to withdraw himself or herself from that charge, or is unable to provide themselves with the necessaries of life. And, quote, the failure to perform the duty endangers the life of the person to whom the duty is owed or causes or is likely to cause the health of that person to be injured permanently. Now, that's a very high standard because it requires death or a permanent injury to be the foreseeable outcome. Bill C-295 would create a specific offence under Section 215 of the Criminal Code where a person, quote, as an owner or manager of a long-term care facility would fail to provide necessaries of life to residents of the facility, and where, quote, the failure to perform the duty would endanger the life of the person to whom the duty is owed, or causes or is likely to cause the health of that person to be injured permanently. Now, we have some concerns about even that test, but the point is that bringing Canadians' attention and the members of this House's attention to the deplorable conditions in long-term care sector in this country is a valuable and worthy exercise of our time in this place. And anything that we can do to address that is needed. Now, Canada's New Democrats have a much, we think, better and more structural approach to this problem. We want to end for-profit long-term care and bring long-term care homes under the public umbrella. Long-term care is part of our healthcare system. When seniors are in hospital, they're in the healthcare system. Very often after that, they're transferred to a long-term care home and suddenly they drop off the health map. That is incomprehensible and it endangers these people. The COVID-19 pandemic has underscored the reality that for-profit companies cannot be reliably counted on to protect our loved ones and keep workers safe. We also believe that the victims of negligence in Canada's long-term care facilities deserve justice. That's why through the Confidence and Supply Agreement, the one that the Conservatives scoff at, the New Democrat Party was able to force the Liberals to commit to tabling a safe long-term care act to ensure that seniors are guaranteed the care they deserve no matter where they live. I was in this House for 9 years of the Conservative government. They never passed a long-term care act. In this government, in the 7 years since the Liberals have been in power, they never passed a long-term care act. It took the New Democrats to come to this House and demand that on behalf of Canada's seniors, and that is a positive step that we look forward to enshrining in this place. So, although Bill C-295 is a step in the right direction, it of course won't solve the problem. Rather than addressing the issue through a private member's bill, Canada's New Democrats expect the Liberal government to honour the confidence and supply requirement through government legislation, and we'll be pressing for that. Finally, Madam Speaker, the Liberal Party promised last election to invest $6.8 billion in long-term care, $1.7 billion to ensure personal support workers are paid $25 an hour, and $500 million to train personal support workers. That money has not flowed yet, and New Democrats are calling on this government to honor their commitments and start putting money into the long-term care sector so every senior in this country, no matter where they are, gets access to safe, quality, long-term care as their age and their contributions to our society so dearly benefit and is earned. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate. Yes, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
On a quick point of order, Madam Speaker, I just wanted to bring to the attention of you that during the last debate, we saw the member from Avalon walking around picking up papers off the desk, and we asked him what he was doing, and he confessed that he was trying to make life easier for the pages so they wouldn't have to spend all this time picking up.
Point of order, but it's not a point of order. L'honorable député de Drummond.
The Honourable Member for Drummond, point of order. Perhaps a bit of a less bizarre point of order this time. Just to note to my colleagues that during his speech, our colleague for Vancouver Kingsway was shuffling his papers around close to the microphones. We don't always notice this, but these are sounds that are very dangerous for the interpreters, and sometimes we forget to be a bit more careful with the microphones. I just wanted to highlight it. I didn't want to stop the speech for this, but it should be a good point to raise for the well-being of our interpreters. I also noted this. We have to be very prudent when we are working with our microphones.
Well, Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Seniors.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. It is always an honour to rise on behalf of the good people of Dartmouth Cole Harbour, the greatest riding in the country. And I want to take a quick moment, Madam Speaker, to thank the member from Vancouver Centre for this very important private member's bill, this very important piece of legislation. And I'm glad to hear that many of the folks in this room that have been speaking tonight are in support of this legislation. Madam Speaker, today's debate is about elder abuse. But what is elder abuse? According to the World Health Organization, abuse of older people is, and I quote, a single or repeated act or lack of appropriate action occurring within any relationship where there is an expectation of trust, which causes harm or distress to an older person. This type of violence constitutes a violation of human rights and includes physical, sexual, psychological, and emotional abuse, financial and material abuse, abandonment, neglect, and serious loss of dignity and respect. Currently, there is no standard definition in Canada. It can mean different things to different people depending on their life and ethno-cultural experience. The government is committed to strengthening Canada's approach to elder abuse. This includes creating a policy definition. The creation of a policy definition will provide a common understanding of the issue. Having the same understanding will help raise public awareness and support cultural change in hopes of preventing elder abuse. This will also help the Government of Canada to better target its programs and policies directed at addressing the topic. To support the development of the policy definition, in summer of 2021, the government held nationwide consultations, seeking feedback from experts, stakeholders, and Canadians on a definition. Activities included an online consultation and targeted roundtable discussions. The Government of Canada is taking concrete measures to prevent and combat elder abuse. In addition to co-facilitating the regional roundtables on a federal policy definition of elder abuse last year, since its inception in 2017, the National Seniors Council has provided multiple recommendations to the Government of Canada and has examined issues related notably to elder and financial abuse. Their first report on the issue was published in 2007 and led to inform the Government of Canada's awareness campaign on elder abuse. And in March of 2019, the Council hosted an expert roundtable and a town hall on financial scams and harms targeting seniors perpetuated by strangers or by someone that they know. The Council concluded its work on this topic with the release of a What We Have Heard report, summarizing the discussions as well as a number of federal initiatives that currently address the issue. The report was published on the Government of Canada website in August of 2019. The Government of Canada also participates in the federal, provincial, and territorial ministers responsible for Seniors Forum, which works together to discuss issues of importance to seniors, advance issues of common concern, and focus on concrete, collaborative projects. For this work cycle, one of the key priorities established by the Forum is addressing abuse experienced by seniors during the pandemic and beyond. This is key in our fight against senior abuse and critical to ensuring that we collaborate with our provincial and territorial colleagues to develop policies that reflect the needs of seniors and ultimately promote their full social inclusion. Most recently, we launched the 22-23 New Horizons for Seniors program, the call for proposals for community-based projects. This call for proposals closed in November 1st of 2022 and included a specific national priority for projects that help to prevent elder abuse.
Great program.
For your awareness, the 21-22 New Horizons for Seniors program call for proposals for community-based projects resulted in providing almost $13 million in funding to 607 organizations that identified that their project would have a focus on the national priority of preventing elder abuse and fraud.
That's right.
Of the 607 organizations, 419 projects have programming on elder abuse awareness as a key objective. Through the New Horizons for Seniors program, the Government of Canada is investing in projects that address one or more of the program's 5 objectives, which include expanding awareness of elder abuse. In 2020-2021, Justice Canada approved more than $800,000 through its Victims Fund to support public legal education information projects with 9 organizations across Canada. With this support, these organizations produce clear, accurate, and informative material on elder abuse and neglect specifically designed to reach seniors and those responsible for their care. I should also mention that Budget 2021 invested $50 million for the Public Health Agency of Canada to design and deliver interventions that promote safe relationships and prevent family violence, including elder abuse and other forms of violence, like child maltreatment and intimate partner violence, which put Canadians at a higher risk of experiencing elder abuse later in life. Our top priority remains to protect Canadians' health and safety. The COVID-19 pandemic has highlighted long-standing and systemic challenges in infection prevention and control, staffing, infrastructure, and quality of care in long-term care homes across Canada. Canadians were really concerned, and so were we. We immediately knew that something had to be done, so we took action. To keep older Canadians safe and improve their quality of life, the federal government has been working collaboratively with provinces and territories while respecting their jurisdiction over healthcare. Through the 2020 Fall Economic Statement, we invested up to $1 billion for the Safe Long-Term Care Fund. This funding supported the provinces and territories in protecting those living and working in long-term care settings, as well as improve infection prevention and control measures. Some of the other actions to support provinces and territories' long-term care facilities during this time included creating volunteer inventories to support public health response, including in the long-term care sector, deploying the Canadian Armed Forces and the Canadian Red Cross to long-term care homes to respond to urgent needs, and also, Madam Speaker, accelerating training for up to 4,000 personal support worker interns to address critical labor shortages in long-term care facilities and home care. Through Budget 2021, an additional $3 billion invested will further support provinces and territories in their efforts to ensure standards for long-term care are applied and permanent changes are made. This includes improving the quality and availability of long-term care homes and beds, as well as workforce stability measures such as wage top-ups and improvements to workplace conditions. Palliative care is also a vital service for people living with life-limiting illness, often elders, and those delivering that care. We are committed to improving the quality and availability of palliative care for all people in Canada. Budget 2021 provided nearly $30 million to help advance the government action plan on palliative care and build a better foundation for coordination, action, long-term and supportive care needs. Madam Speaker, I promise that we are committed to continuing to work with provinces and territories to ensure the quality and availability of palliative care for everyone in Canada, including people living with life-limiting illness, caregivers, stakeholders, communities, as well as those who are most vulnerable. We know that better care throughout the entire healthcare continuum, especially supporting home and community care and long-term care, is a key component of addressing elder abuse. We also know that seniors want to stay in their homes for as long as possible, when it is safe to do so. So we created the Age Well at Home initiative that provides practical supports to seniors who want to continue living in their own homes. This $90 million incentive from Budget 2021 helps community-based organizations provide practical support that helps low-income and otherwise vulnerable seniors stay in their home, again, as long as possible. Madam Speaker, elder abuse is an important human rights issue, as well as a social and public health issue. Elder abuse can undermine an older person's equality of life, autonomy, dignity, and their sense of security. All Canadians and levels of governments play a role in preventing elder abuse, and that's why we've been taking action to ensure Canadians can age with dignity and respect. Older adults are amongst the fastest growing demographic groups in Canada. Data from the latest Canadian census shows that from 2016 to 2021, the number of persons aged 65 and older rose 18.3% to 7 million Canadians. According to population projections in 2051, Madam Speaker, 1/4 of the population could be 65 or older. That's why it is all the more important that we take concrete and effective prevention efforts to address elder abuse. In the future, our actions will become more and more important as we progress in our work to better target our programming and policies directed at addressing elder abuse. Madam Speaker, I want to thank you very much for your time.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Edmonton West for a very short minute.
Minute?
1 minute.
Well, thank you,
this time
Madam
around.
Speaker. I would have had longer, I'm sure, if the members from Kingston L hadn't stood, and a point of order, and probably the most ridiculous one I've heard in 7 years here in the House. Now, I'm glad that at least one member of the Liberal Party is bringing forward some legislation that actually is going to help seniors. It had been promised in the government's throne speech, but of course we haven't seen anything. Now, I'm very proud to be speaking in support of this bill. Before I joined this House as a Member of Parliament Edmonton West, I used to live in Victoria, where I was president, very proudly previously Vice President and President of the Greater Victoria Elder Care Foundation, Victoria's and Vancouver Island's largest seniors foundation, assisting 6 seniors home. Apparently my time is up already, but I just want to give a quick plug to Lauren McDonald.
The honourable member will have a full 9 minutes once the bill comes back for debate. The time provided for the consideration of private members' business has now expired, and the order is dropped to the bottom of the order of precedence on the order paper. Can I have? Thank you. À l'ordre, à ce moment-ci, conformément à la...
Pursuant to Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been made and seconded at this time. Therefore, the question is that this House do now adjourn. The Honourable Member.
For Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke.
Speaker, on behalf of the overtaxed residents of Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke, I ask this government if Canadians could expect any tax relief. Taxes on fertilizer and fuel are making food more expensive. This government's plan to enact the biggest excise tax in Canadian history will punish the hospitality sector before it has had a chance to recover from the government lockdowns. Seniors are asking how they're going to be able to afford to heat their homes this winter. And what was the government's response? The member for Winnipeg South stood in this House and questioned why Conservatives had not spent taxpayer dollars to fly on a junket to a luxury resort town in Egypt. Canadians are worried about freezing in their homes, and the government complains Conservatives aren't enjoying Egyptian beaches. In case there was any confusion about how the Liberals really feel about the Great White North, just look at the Minister for Labour. Last week, he said he was sick and tired of people complaining about the cold winter. It's almost as though the Liberal caucus has a bet to see who can be the most arrogant and dismissive of Canadians. And it's obvious from their responses in question period that these Liberals Liberals would rather be sitting on a sunny beach sipping margaritas and Mai Tais. It's ironic that the member for Winnipeg South would talk about the COP27 meeting instead of taxes, unless it's an admission that COP27 is all about ways to crank out new taxes. Less than a month ago, during these same adjournment proceedings, I asked these Liberals how many Envirocrats and climate groupies would be going to COP27. Did they answer? Of course not. They never answer the question. We ask how many people they sent to COP27, and they answer that 0 Conservatives attended. They attack us for not attending, yet refuse to answer how many Liberals attended. COP27 is just a distraction from the carbon tax being imposed on Atlantic Canada. Their new fuel standards regulations clearly state that the cost will be borne disproportionately by rural Atlantic Canadians, yet Liberals claim nobody uses home heating oil anymore. The Liberals are clearly gaslighting Atlantic Canadians, then charging them a carbon tax on that same gas. Before any of these Liberals get up to spread more misinformation, I challenge them to read their own regulatory analysis. This isn't Conservatives saying it. This isn't the Parliamentary Budget Officer. These are the Liberal government's own words. Quote, it's estimated that provinces in Atlantic Canada would be more negatively affected by the proposed regulations. This is largely because Atlantic provinces use more light fuel oil for home heating than other provinces. Quote, this may be the most acute for seniors living in the Atlantic provinces, where they account for a higher share of the total population compared to other Canadian provinces, and are also more likely to experience some of the highest energy expenditures in Canada proportional to income. End quote. The carbon tax is bad for everyone, but it's worse for Canadians in rural and remote communities. It's worse for Canadians on fixed incomes. For seniors living on fixed incomes in rural and remote communities, it could very well mean the end. Faced with a choice between heating and eating, at least rural Canadians had the option of hunting. Now this socialist government and its urban vegan elite base of voters want to take that away too. This government's been clear. They don't care about costs they impose on Canadians, and they're tired of hearing people complain about it. Will the parliamentary secretary disavow the Minister of Labour's statement, or is he or she also tired of Canadians complaining about being left out in the cold?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. First of all, I would like to address the question of pollution pricing. Our government knows that putting a price on pollution remains the most effective way to fight climate change while making life more affordable for Canadians. Not only does pollution pricing ensure it is no longer free to pollute anywhere in Canada, for 8 out of 10 Canadians who receive the Climate Action Incentive payments, the federal pollution pricing system actually puts more money back into their pockets. Madam Speaker, climate action is no longer a theoretical political debate. Addressing it is an economic necessity. The reality is that Canadians are confronted every day with more extreme events such as floods, hurricanes, and wildfires. A few months ago, the Parliamentary Budget Officer published an analysis showing that climate change has and will continue to negatively impact the Canadian economy. Responsible governments can only grow the economy and make life more affordable for Canadians if they have a responsible climate plan. The member opposite, respectfully, has neither a credible plan for the environment nor the economy. However, I would also like to reassure my honourable colleagues that our government understands that many Canadians are struggling to make ends meet, and that many are worried as our country's economy faces a period of slower economic growth due to the global challenge of high inflation and higher interest rates. Still, inflation in Canada, is high, and we know that Canadians are feeling it when they go to the grocery store, fill up their tanks, and pay their rent. The good news, though, Madam Speaker, is that there is no country better placed than Canada to weather the coming global economic slowdown and thrive in the years ahead. Our country has a AAA credit rating and has the strongest economic growth in the G7 so far this year, and the lowest deficit and net debt to GDP ratios in the G7. In fact, we've strengthened that advantage over the pandemic. And our unemployment rate continues to be near its record low. We do appreciate, though, that this will continue to be a difficult time for a lot of Canadians. It's a difficult time for our families, our friends, and our neighbors. That is why the government is supporting Canadians who are most affected by inflation. For example, By doubling the GST credit for 6 months, we will deliver $2.5 billion in additional targeted support to roughly 11 million individuals and families, including more than 50% of our Canada seniors. And I thank the member opposite for supporting this measure. Canadians will even start to see some more of these targeted measures this week. On Thursday, December 1st, Canadians can begin applying for the Canada Dental Benefit. That means that parents of kids under the age of 12 will be able to claim $650 per child for visits to the dentist. We are also moving forward with new measures introduced in our fall economic statement a few weeks ago. For example, Bill C-32 would make the federal portion of all Canada student loans and Canada apprenticeship loans permanently interest-free, including those that are currently being repaid. We are making major investments in housing affordability, and our key benefits are indexed to inflation. We have a world-class childcare program and have cut costs by more than 50% just this year, and we've reduced taxes for the middle class and for small businesses. Madam Speaker, we'll continue to work hard to make sure that life is more affordable in Canada and to grow an economy that works for everyone. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke.
Madam Speaker, with every word the Parliamentary Secretary just uttered, he emitted carbon dioxide. If Canadians could charge a carbon tax on Liberal speeches, we'd retire the national debt. Sadly, these Liberals never pay the price for their verbal pollution. This climate cult is intoxicated on green Kool-Aid. They fervently believe the end is near and we must repent for the sins of capitalism. Only by adopting the communism to which this Prime Minister openly admires can we be saved by the ravages of a warmer climate. The Minister of Labour is obviously tired of reality not conforming to his climate creed. He's not truly tired of Canadians complaining about the winter. He's tired of winter undermining the precepts of his climate cult. Well, Madam Speaker, Canadians are tired of this arrogant, entitled government.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, I think Canadians can count on this government to continue supporting those who need it the most through targeted and fiscally responsible measures while running a tight fiscal ship. In the months ahead, we will continue to work hard to build an economy that works for everyone, to create good jobs, and to make life more affordable for Canadians. Our government believes that our country is the best place in the world to live, work, and to thrive. We will work hard every day to make sure we keep it that way. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Spadina, Fort York.
Madam Speaker, I want to begin by thanking my colleague for spending his evening with me on this very important matter. Because last month, on October 24th, I raised the issue of increasing EI premiums, particularly at a time when Canadian workers and small businesses are just fighting to stay afloat. Now, I know there's been some debate in this place back and forth on whether or not it's a direct payroll tax increase or not. And we're going to put that aside, right? Because we know that even the Prime Minister himself, then member of Papineau in 2013, described it as such. What's important is that the definition doesn't matter. What matters is the impact that workers and small businesses from across my riding and the country are worried about. In this place, we've discussed the headwinds that workers are facing. Rampant inflation, skyrocketing costs of living, the continued record-setting of new highs by food banks, and so on. And so instead, I want to read into the record the other side of the equation, the state of our small businesses, who employ over 88% of all Canadian workers in the private labor force. And I'm afraid to report that it's grim, Madam Speaker. Last week, I met with the Canadian Federation of Independent Businesses, who provided an update that, as I had feared, showed that Canadian small businesses continue to fight for survival. Nearly 2/3 have pandemic debt, with an average pandemic-related debt amount of $145,660. 1/6 have considered permanently closing. 1/6. Madam Speaker. And so I want to put that into context of what that means for workers. If we use Statistics Canada's definition of small businesses as being any business with fewer than 100 employees, and their most recent employment figures by Statistics Canada, it shows that almost 6.2 million Canadian workers are employed by small businesses. So that means that if 1/6 of small businesses have considered permanently closing, over 1 million Canadian workers are at risk. Surely then, considering the macro and microeconomic situation that our nation is in, the inflationary environment that workers and small businesses are facing, Madam Speaker, would my honourable colleague not agree that now is not the time to be raising EI payroll taxes?
Secretary to the Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Finance.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and thanks to my colleague for his speech and for his question. Canada's small and medium-sized businesses are, in fact, the heart of our economy. They define our communities, our main streets, and our neighborhoods across the country in big cities, small villages. Helping them innovate is good for Canada, and that is why our government has addressed and continues to address barriers that are preventing them from growing. With Bill C-32, we are proposing to cut taxes for Canada's growing small businesses, which will help them continue to grow and create good jobs. We are also working with payment card networks, financial institutions, acquirers, payment processors, and businesses to lower credit card transaction fees for small businesses. And we want these fees to be lowered in a manner that protects existing reward points for consumers and does not adversely affect other businesses. We believe an agreement can be reached, but should the industry not come, excuse me one second, Madam Speaker, we have a little bit of a domestic issue. Thank you, Madam Speaker, for and everyone in the House. There's some loud children noises right outside my door. Should it be the case that we're not able to come to an agreement, we will introduce this legislation at the earliest possible opportunity in the new year and move forward on regulating credit card transaction fees. We've already published draft legislation amendments to the Payment Card Networks Act, and I invite the member for Spadina-Fort York to read them and to provide feedback. We all want Canadians to have good jobs, but it's also important to keep a good social safety net. And employment insurance is certainly one aspect of it. Madam Speaker, EI is a tool that helps provide resources for people in their time of need. I'd like to remind the member for Spadina-Fort York that it is the Canada Employment Insurance Commission, not the government, that sets the annual employment insurance premium rate according to a 7-year break-even rate as forecast by the EI senior actuary. It does this every year and has done so since 2016. The Commission is a tripartite organization representing the interests of workers, employers, and government. They are mandated to represent and reflect the views of their respective constituencies. The employment insurance premium rate will be $1.63 per $100 of insurable earnings in 2023. That, Madam Speaker, is 25 cents less than it was in 2013 when it was $1.88 per $100 of insurable earnings, and notably under the management of the current Leader of the Opposition. In June 2013, the national employment rate was 7.2%. It is now 5.2%. Over 2 million more Canadians are now working compared to June 2013, including 500,000 more since the beginning of the pandemic. The 7-year break-even mechanism ensures stable and predictable premium rates for Canadian workers and employers. In fact, annual changes to the premium rate are subject to a legislative limit of just 5 cents. The mechanism is also intended to ensure that EI contributions are only used for EI purposes. This is prudent and transparent way for EI premiums to be managed, and I don't understand exactly why the honourable member would be against it. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Spadina-Fort York.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I agree with my colleague that EI is an important tool and it's an important safety net. Now, saying that this is something set, every 7 years is an easy cop-out, but the thing is, 7 years ago, we did not have the pandemic. 7 years ago, we were not facing the highest inflation rates and the cost of living increases in over 40 years. The highest it's ever been in the lifetime of half of Canadians, myself included. So instead of, saying, hey, this is something that's really not up to us, that it's really, done every 7 years, I want to ask my honourable colleague to try to live in the now and the reality that small businesses and workers are facing today. So I'll reiterate again. I'll repeat the question, Madam Speaker. Will the government not at least consider delaying the increase to payroll taxes to another time?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Just to be clear, Madam Speaker, it is set every year on a 7-year average, not set every 7 years. In addition, I think it's important to reiterate that our government is committed to continuing to support small businesses and help Canadians cope with the rising cost of living. I spoke earlier about what we do for small businesses. Let me remind my colleague about our affordability plan for Canadians, a suite of measures totaling $12.1 billion in new support to help make life more affordable. This includes dental care for 500,000 kids under 12, helping 1.8 million Canadians pay their rent, doubling the GST credit for 6 months, enhancing the Canada Workers Benefit, affordable early learning and childcare for young families, and a 10% increase to old age security for seniors 75 and older. And in addition, government benefits that millions of Canadians rely upon are indexed to inflation to help keep up with the cost of living. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Sherwood Park for Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My question tonight is about the IRGC. The IRGC is the Iranian regime's tool of terror at home in Iran, tool of terror in the wider region, and tool of terror around the world, including here in Canada. We know that Canadian citizens and people with close connections to Canada have been killed by the IRGC, most notably when the IRGC shot down flight PS752, murdering dozens of Canadian citizens and many more people with close connections to our country. The IRGC continues to be active advancing terror around the world. We've seen the images out of Iran of how the IRGC is terrorizing the people of Iran. We also have heard reports of death threats that continue to be made by this organization against Canadians. So Conservatives have a simple proposition in response to this horrific reality. That is, we must do everything we can to shut down the operations of the IRGC here in Canada. And that means listing the IRGC as a terrorist organization within the criminal code. We have a statute in the criminal code that is designed for allowing the listing of terrorist organizations so that we can shut down their operations in Canada, prevent them from fundraising, prevent them from recruiting, prevent any member of their organization from being here or operating here freely. We put forward a motion, I put forward the motion actually, 4.5 years ago in this place to list the IRGC as a terrorist organization. We had a day-long debate. We had a vote on it. Every present member of the government, the Liberal caucus, actually voted in favor of my motion to list the IRGC. I thought that was great news. We had the two major parties in this House coming together, recognizing that the IRGC is a terrorist organization, voting in an admittedly non-binding motion to call on the government to list the IRGC as a terrorist organization. So it should have been a given, after cabinet ministers voted to list the IRGC as a terrorist organization, that they would have gone ahead and listed them as an organization. In fact, on another issue, we had the House unanimously call for the listing of Proud Boys as a terrorist organization, and Proud Boys was listed as a terrorist organization within a couple months. In this case, it's been 4.5 years. Now, the government likes to talk about other things they've done on Iran, but I've been continuously asking the same question over the last 4.5 years about, okay, government votes to do this, they haven't done it, why haven't they? And in 4.5 years, I have never gotten an answer. If the government has a good reason for not listing the IRGC as a terrorist organization, at least provide your answer, make your case, and we'll have that debate. But in fact, we've received no response, and sadly I predict we will receive no response tonight, on that basic question. Does the government intend to list the IRGC as a terrorist organization, which is what they voted to do? And if not, why not? Now, other measures were taken previously. The Conservative government listed the Quds Force as a terrorist organization under the criminal code, and also designated Iran as a state sponsor of terror, and ended diplomatic relations with Iran. Now, those policies have continued under this government, but they have not taken any substantial new steps. The latest we've heard is the Deputy Prime Minister actually explicitly acknowledging in a statement, again, about a month ago, I think, that yes, the IRGC is a terrorist organization. But they still haven't listed it as a terrorist organization in the criminal code. So hope springs eternal, Madam Speaker. I will keep asking the question, could the government please list this terrorist organization as a terrorist organization in the criminal code? And if they refuse, could they at least explain why they won't act?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Oh, thank you, Madam Speaker. I speak today in this House in solidarity with and offering my full support to the brave men and women of Iran who are rising up against this brutal regime. For too long, the Ayatollah, the Islamic Revolutionary Guards Corps, and the so-called morality police have repressed the Iranian people for their own gain. The brutal killing of Mahsa Amini was a spark in a long history of repression and violence the Iranian authorities have imposed on their own people. Now people from across Iranian society have risen up to demand freedom, justice, and accountability. I want to make it clear to Iranian Canadians and to Iranians abroad that the people of Canada and the government of Canada stand with you as you fight back against this shameless disregard for human rights. Our government, along with our international partners, are committed to holding Iran accountable for their actions in accordance with international law. I'd like to reiterate the robust measures Canada has imposed against Iran and the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, or IRGC, in response to these recent incidents, as well as long-term actions against Iran's systemic human rights violations. Canada has imposed vigorous sanctions against the Iranian regime, the IRGC, and its leadership under the Special Economic Measures Act, or CEMA. These sanctions, which explicitly targets the IRGC, also target several sub-organizations, including the IRGC Air Force, the Air Force Missile Command, directly. This freezes all assets in Canada that belong to listed individuals associated to the Iranian regime, the IRGC, and their leadership. Contravention of these provisions can carry heavy criminal penalties. Our government has also listed Iran as a state supporter of terrorism under the State Immunity Act. By doing that, together with the Justice for Victims of Terrorism Act, victims of Iran's human rights abuses will be allowed to take the Iranian regime to court for damages relating to terrorism and their support of it. But this, of course, is not enough. Once Bill S-8, an act to amend the Immigration Refugees Protection Act, becomes law, it will align the Immigration Refugees Protection Act, or IRPA, with the Special Economic Measures Act, CEMA, to ensure all foreign nationals subject to sanctions under CEMA will also be inadmissible to Canada. Furthermore, on Friday, October 7th, the Prime Minister announced that Canada will work towards pursuing a listing of the Iranian regime, including the IRGC leadership, under the most powerful provision of the Immigration Refugees Protection Act. This means that 10,000 officers and senior members of the Iranian regime, including its top leaders, will be permanently inadmissible to Canada. We are doing this in a targeted way, making sure to punish those who are involved in these activities while ensuring we don't negatively impact those Canadians, our neighbors, who may have been forcefully conscripted into the organization a long time ago, despite having no affiliation with the regime today. Working with the international community, moreover, the UN Security Council has now passed a number of resolutions to impose sanctions on Iran, which come into effect under Canadian law through the United Nations Act. Madam Speaker, I will end as I started by letting all Canadians know, and especially our Iranian Canadian community here at home, that we will not waver in our commitment to keep Canadians safe, countering terrorist threats in Canada and around the world, and holding the Iranian regime accountable for their heinous crimes, human rights violations, and oppressing the freedom-loving people of Iran. We remain unwavering in our commitment to keep Canadians safe, including by taking all appropriate action to counter terrorist threats, both in Canada and right around the world. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honourable Member for Sherwood Park for Saskatchewan.
Madam Speaker, that response and this whole situation is a sad demonstration of the farce that is this government's approach to human rights. We have Parliamentary Secretary reading out his lines that, yes, we stand with the people of Iran. We want them to know we stand with them and will stand. But substantively, they refuse to do the core thing that the Iranian community is asking, that is to shut down the operations of the IRGC here in Canada. I note as well that the person answering the question is the Parliamentary Secretary for Finance. It's not even his file. The government representatives on public safety, on foreign affairs, couldn't even be bothered to answer the question. So I have some sympathy for the Parliamentary Secretary. He's been asked, as the Parliamentary Secretary for Finance, to read out a response that has nothing to do with the files that he's working on. And that tells you how seriously this government takes the need to list the IRGC as a terrorist organization. Now, if the issue is concerns about forcible conscription...
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, I'm happy to be here talking about this issue today. It follows up dozens of meetings I've had with Iranian Canadians in my own community, and I've been following this particular issue especially closely. Now, listings under the criminal code provide the legal and institutional framework to implement measures to freeze and forfeit terrorist property and to help investigate and potentially persecute someone for certain offenses. Listing under the criminal code is just one instrument in Canada's international and domestic counterterrorism strategy toolbox in ensuring safety of Canadians and holding the Iranian regime accountable. Canadians can have confidence in the continuing efforts of the Government of Canada to hold the Iranian regime, the IRGC, and their leadership accountable for their actions. The Iranian people have bravely stood up against the brutal dictatorship with a simple message that has resonated around the world: women, life, freedom. To the women and men of Iran demanding their rights and freedoms, we see you and we stand with you, and we will continue to take action. Thank you.
The motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted. Accordingly, this House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 2 p.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.